bushes. After another night passed in silence, he and the other men and women go out in separate directions to search for food. When they meet on their return to camp, they all mimic the cry of the plover. Then the leader's mouth is touched with some of the food that has been brought in, and thus the ban of silence is removed. If rain follows, they attribute it to the magical virtue of the ceremony. If it does not, they fall back on their standing excuse that someone else has kept off the rain by stronger magic. 889. Cita note: rainmaking among the Arunta. Among the Arunta tribe of Central Australia's celebrated rainmaker resides at the present day in what is called by the natives the Rain Country, Kartwia Kwacha, a district about 50 miles to the east of Alice Springs. He is the head of a group of people who have water for their totem, and when he is about to engage in a ceremony for the making of rain, he summons other men of the water totem from neighboring groups to come and help him. P260. When all are assembled, they march into camp, painted with red and yellow ochre and papa clay, and wearing bunches of eagle hawk feathers on the crown and sides of the head. At a signal from the rainmaker, they all sit down in a line and, folding their arms across their breasts, chant certain words for a time. Then at another signal from the master of the ceremonies, they jump up and march in single file to a spot some miles off, where they camp for the night. At break of day they scatter in all directions to look for game, which is then cooked and eaten. But on no account may any water be drunk, or the ceremony would fail. When they have eaten, they adorn themselves again in a different style, broad bands of white birds' down being glued by means of human blood to their stomach, legs, arms, and forehead. Meanwhile a special hut of boughs has been made by some older men not far from the main camp. Its floor is strewn with a thick layer of gum leaves to make it soft, for a good deal of time has to be spent lying down here. Close to the entrance of the hut a shallow trench, some 30 yards long, is excavated in the ground. At sunset the performers, arrayed in all the finery of white down, march to the hut. On reaching it the young men go in first and lie face downwards at the inner end, where they have to stay till the ceremony is over. None of them is allowed to quit it on any pretext. Meanwhile, outside the hut the older men are busy decorating the rainmaker. Hair girdles, covered with white down, are placed all over his head, while his cheeks and forehead are painted with papa clay. And 2 broad bands of white down pass across the face, one over the eyebrows and the other over the nose. The front of his body is adorned with a broad band of papa clay ringed with white down, and rings of white down encircle his arms. Thus decorated, with patches of bird's down adhering by means of human blood to his hair and the whole of his body, the disguised man is said to present a spectacle which, when seen, can never be forgotten. He now takes up a position close to the opening of the hut. Then the old men sing a song, and, when it is finished, the rainmaker comes out of the hut and stalks slowly twice up and down the shallow trench, quivering his body and legs in a P261 most extraordinary way, every nerve and fiber seeming to tremble. While he is thus engaged, the young men, who had been lying flat on their faces, get up and join the old men in chanting a song, with which the movements of the rainmakers seem to accord. But as soon as he re-enters the hut, the young men at once prostrate themselves again, for they must always be lying down when he is in the hut. The performance is repeated at intervals during the night, and the singing goes on with little intermission until, just when the day is breaking, the rainmaker executes a final quiver, which lasts longer than any of the others, and seems to exhaust his remaining strength completely. Then he declares the ceremony to be over, and at once the young men jump to their feet and rush out of the hut, screaming in imitation of the spur-winged plover. The cry is heard by the men and women who have been left at the main camp, and they take it up with weird effect. 890. Cita note: rainmaking by imitation of clouds and storm. Although we cannot, perhaps, divine the meaning of all the details of this curious ceremony, the analogy of the Queensland and the Dairy ceremonies, described above, suggests that we have here a rude attempt to represent the gathering of rain clouds and the other accompaniments of a rising storm. The hut of branches, like the structure of logs, among the dairy, and perhaps the conical shed in Queensland, may possibly stand for the vault of heaven, from which the rain clouds, represented by the chief actor in his quaint costume of white down, come forth to move in ever-shifting shapes across the sky, just as he struts quivering up and down the trench. The other performers, also adorned with bird's down, who burst from the tent with the cries of plovers, probably imitate birds that are supposed to harbinger or accompany rain. 891. This interpretation is confirmed by other ceremonies in which the performers definitely assimilate P262 themselves to the celestial or atmospheric phenomena which they seek to produce. Thus in Mabiak, a small island in Torres Straits, when a wizard desired to make rain, he took some bush or plant and painted himself black and white, all along same as clouds, black behind, white, he go first. He further put on a large woman's petticoat to signify raining clouds. On the other hand, when he wished to stop the rain, he put red paint on the crown of his head, to represent the shining sun, and he inserted a small ball of red paint in another part of his person. By and by he expelled this ball, like breaking a cloud so that sun he may shine. He then took some bushes and leaves of the pandanus, mixed them together, and placed the compound in the sea. Afterwards, he removed them from the water, dried them, and burnt them so that the smoke went up, thereby typifying, as Dr. Haddon was informed, the evaporation and dispersal of the clouds. 892. Again, it is said that, if a male woman puts upon her head an inverted earthenware pan, and, then, setting it upon the ground, fills it with water and washes the cat in it till the animal is nearly drowned, heavy rain will certainly follow. In this performance the inverted pan is intended, as Mr. Skeet was told, to symbolize the vault of heaven. 893. Cite a note, belief that twins can control the weather. Superstitions as to twins among the Indians of British Columbia. Superstitions as to twins in West Africa. There is a widespread belief that twin children possess magical powers over nature, especially over rain and the weather. This curious superstition prevails among some of the Indian tribes of British Columbia, and has led them often to impose certain singular restrictions or taboos on the parents of twins, though the exact meaning of these restrictions is generally obscure. Thus the Tsimshian Indians of British Columbia believe that twins control the weather. Therefore they pray to wind and rain, calm down, breath of the twins. Further, they think that the wishes of twins are always fulfilled. Hence twins are feared, because they can harm the man they hate. They can also call the salmon and the olakan or candlefish, and so they are P263 known by a name which means making plentiful. 894. In the opinion of the Kwakiutl Indians of British Columbia, twins are transformed salmon. Hence they may not go near water, lest they should be changed back again into the fish. In their childhood they can summon anyone by motions of their hands, and they can make fair or foul weather, and also cure diseases by swinging a large wooden rattle. Their parents must live secluded in the woods for 16 months after the birth, doing no work, borrowing nobody's canoes, paddles, or dishes, and keeping their faces painted red all the time. If the father were to catch salmon, or the mother were to dig clams, the salmon and the clams would disappear. Moreover, the parents separate from each other, and must pretend to be married to a log, with which they lie down every night. They are forbidden to touch each other, and even their own hair. A year after the birth they drive wedges into a tree, in the woods, asking it to let them work again when 4 more months have passed. 895. The Nootka Indians of British Columbia also believe that twins are somehow related to salmon. Hence among them twins may not catch salmon, and they may not eat or even handle the fresh fish. They can make fair or foul weather, and can cause rain to fall by painting their faces black and then washing them, which may represent the rain dripping from the dark clouds. 896. Conversely, among the Ngoni of Central Africa there is a woman who stops rain by tying a strip of white calico round her black head. 897. Probably an imitation of the sky clearing after a heavy storm. The parents of twins among the Nootkas must build a small hut in the woods on the bank of a river, far from the village, and there they must live for 2 years, avoiding other people. They may not eat or even touch fresh food, particularly salmon. P264 Wooden images and masks of birds and fish are placed round the hut, and others, representing fish, are set near the river, for the purpose of inviting all birds and fish to come and see the twins, and be friendly to them. Moreover, the father sings a special song praising the salmon, and asking them to come. And the fish too, come in great numbers to see the twins. Therefore the birth of twins is believed to prognosticate a good year for salmon. 898. But though a Nootka father of twins hath thus to live in seclusion for 2 years, abstaining from fresh meat, and attending none of the ordinary feasts, he is, by a singular exception, invited to banquets which consist wholly of dried provisions, and at them he is treated with great respect and seated among the chiefs, even though he be himself a mere commoner. The birth of twins among the Nootkas is said to be very rare, but one occurred while Jewett lived with the tribe. He reports that the father always appeared very thoughtful and gloomy, and never associated with other people. His dress was very plain, and he wore around his head the red fillet of bark, the symbol of mourning and devotion. It was his daily practice to repair to the mountain, with a chief's rattle in his hand, to sing and pray, as Maquina informed me, for the fish to come into their waters. When not thus employed, he kept continually at home, except when sent for to sing and perform as ceremonies over the sick, being considered as a sacred character, and when much in favor with their gods. 899. Among the Thompson Indians of British Columbia, twins were called grizzly bear children or hairy feet, because they were thought to be under the protection of the grizzly bear, and to be endowed by him with special powers, such as that of making fair or foul weather. After their birth the parents moved away from other people, and lived in a lodge made of fir boughs and bark till the children were about 4 years old. During all this time great care was taken of the twins. They might not come into contact with other people, and were washed with fir twigs dipped in water. While they were being P265 washed, the father described circles round them with fir boughs, singing the song of the grizzly bear. 900. With these American beliefs, we may compare an African one. The Negroes of Porto Novo, on the Bight of Benin, hold that twins have for their companions certain spirits or genii like those which animate a kind of small ape, which abounds in the forests of Guinea. When the twins grow up, they will not be allowed to eat the flesh of apes, and meantime the mother carries offerings of bananas and other dainties to the apes in the forest. 901. Precisely, similar beliefs and customs as to twins prevail in the Ho tribe of German Togoland. There the twins are called children of apes. Neither they nor their parents may eat the flesh of the particular species of apes with which they are associated. And if a hunter kills one of these animals, the parents must beat him with a stick. 902. But to return to America. The Shuswap Indians of British Columbia, like the Thompson Indians, associate twins with the grizzly bear, for they call them young grizzly bears. According to them, twins remain throughout life endowed with supernatural powers. In particular, they can make good or bad weather. They produce rain by spilling water from a basket in the air. They make fine weather by shaking a small flat piece of wood, attached to a stick by a string. They raise storms by strewing down on the ends of spruce branches. 903. Cite a note, superstitions as to twins among the Indians of Peru. The Indians of Peru entertain similar notions as to P266, the special relation in which twins stand to the rain and the weather. For they said that one of each pair of twins was a son of the lightning. And they call the lightning the Lord and creator of rain, and pray to him to send showers. The parents of twins had to fast for many days after the birth, abstaining from salt and pepper, and they might not have intercourse with each other. In some parts of Peru this period of fasting and abstinence lasted 6 months. In other parts both the father and mother had to lie down on one side, with one leg drawn up, and a bean placed in the hollow of the ham. In this position they had to lie without moving for 5 days, till with the heat and sweat of their bodies the beans began to sprout. Then they changed over to the other side, and lay on it in like manner for other 5 days, fasting, in the way described. When the 10 days were up, their relations went out to hunt, and having killed and skinned a deer they made a robe of its hide, under which they caused the parents of the twins to pass, with cords about their necks which they afterwards wore for many days. If the twins died young, their bodies, enclosed in pots, were kept in the house as sacred things. But if they lived, and it happened that a frost set in, the priest sent for them, together with all persons who had her lips or had been born feet foremost, and rated them soundly, for being the cause of the frost, in that they had not fasted from salt and pepper. Wherefore they were ordered to fast for 10 days, in the usual manner, and to abstain from their wives, and to wash themselves, and to acknowledge and confess their sins. After their nominal conversion to Christianity, the Peruvian Indians retained their belief that one of twins was always the son of the lightning, and oddly enough they regularly gave him the name of Saint James, Santiago. The Spanish Jesuit, who reports the custom, was at a loss to account for it. It could not, he thought, have originated in the name of Boanerges, or sons of thunder, which Christ applied to the 2 brothers James and John. 904. He suggests 2 explanations. p. 267. The Indians may have adopted the name because they had heard a phrase used by Spanish children when it thunders, "The horse of Santiago is running." Or it may have been because they saw that the Spanish infantry in battle, before they fired their arquebuses, always cried out Santiago. Santiago. For the Indians called an arquebus salapa, that is, lightning, and they might easily imagine that the name which they heard shouted just before the flash and roar of the guns was that of the Spanish god of thunder and lightning. However they came by the name, they made such frequent and superstitious use of it that the Church forbade any Indian to bear the name of Santiago. 905. Cite a note, superstitions as to twins in Africa. The same power of influencing the weather is attributed to twins by the Baranga, a tribe of Bantu Negroes who inhabit the shores of Delagoa Bay, in southeastern Africa. They bestow the name of Tala, that is, the sky, on a woman who has given birth to twins, and the infants themselves are called the children of the sky. Now when the storms which generally burst in the months of September and October have been looked for in vain, when a drought with its prospect of famine is threatening, and all nature, scorched and burnt up by a sun that has shone for 6 months from a cloudless sky, is panting for the beneficent showers of the South African spring, the women perform ceremonies to bring down the longed-for rain on the parched earth. Stripping themselves of all their garments, they assume in their stead girdles and headdresses of grass, or short petticoats made of the leaves of a particular sort of creeper. Thus attired, uttering peculiar cries and singing ribald songs, they go about from well to well, cleansing them of the mud and impurities which have accumulated in them. The wells, it may be said, are merely holes in the sand where a little turbid unwholesome water stagnates. Further, the women must repair to the house of one of their gossips who has given birth to twins, and must drench her with water, which they carry in little pitchers. Having done so they go on their way, shrieking p. 268 out their loose songs and dancing immodest dances. No man may see these leaf-clad women going their rounds. If they meet a man, they maul him and thrust him aside. When they have cleansed the wells, they must go and pour water on the graves of their ancestors in the sacred grove. It often happens too, that, at the bidding of the wizard they go and pour water on the graves of twins. For they think that the grave of a twin ought always to be moist, for which reason twins are regularly buried near a lake. If all their efforts to procure rain prove abortive, they will remember that such and such a twin was buried in a dry place on the side of a hill. No wonder, says the wizard in such a case, that the sky is fiery. Take up his body and dig him a grave on the shore of the lake. His orders are at once obeyed, for this is supposed to be the only means of bringing down the rain. The Swiss missionary who reports this strange superstition has also suggested what appears to be its true explanation. He points out that as the mother of twins is called, by the Branga the sky, they probably think that to pour water on her is equivalent to pouring water on the sky itself. And if water be poured on the sky, it will of course drip through it, as through the nozzle of a gigantic watering pot, and fall on the earth beneath. A slight extension of the same train of reasoning explains why the desired result is believed to be expedited by trenching the graves of twins, who are the children of the sky. 906. Among the Zulus, twins are supposed to be able to foretell the weather, and people who want rain will go to a twin and say, "Tell me, do you feel ill today?" If he says he feels quite well, they know it will not rain. 907. The Wanyamwezi, a large tribe of Central Africa, to the south of the Victoria Nyanza, also believe in the special association of twins with water. For amongst them, when a twin is about to cross a river, stream, or lake, he must fill his mouth full of water and spurt it out over the surface of the river or lake, adding, "I am a twin, Nanampasa." p. 269. And he must do the same if a storm arises on a lake over which he is sailing. Were he to omit the ceremony, some harm might befall him, or his companions. In this tribe the birth of twins is comparatively common and is attended by a number of ceremonies. Old women march about the village collecting gifts for the infants, while they drum with a hoe on a piece of oxhide and sing an obscene song in praise of the father. Further, 2 little fetish huts are built for the twins before their mother's house, and here people sacrifice for them in season and out of season, especially when somebody is sick or about to go on a journey or to the wars. If one or both twins die, 2 aloes are planted beside the little fetish hut. 908. Lastly, the Hindus of the central provinces in India believe that a twin can save the crops from the ravages of hail and heavy rain if he will only paint his right buttock black and his left buttock some other color, and thus adorn go and stand in the direction of the wind. 909. Side note: the rainmaker assimilates himself to rain. Many of the foregoing facts strongly support an interpretation, which Professor Oldenburg has given of the rules to be observed by a Brahmin who would learn a particular hymn of the ancient Indian collection known as the Samaveda. The hymn, which bears the name of the Ekvari song, was believed to embody the might of Indra's weapon, the thunderbolt. And hence, on account of the dreadful and dangerous potency with which it was thus charged, the bold student who essayed to master it had to be isolated from his fellow men, and to retire from the village into the forest. Here for a space of time, which might vary, according to different doctors of the law, from 1 to 12 years, he had to observe certain rules of life, among which were the following. Thrice a day he had to touch water. He must wear black, p. 270 garments and eat black food. When it rained, he might not seek the shelter of a roof, but had to sit in the rain and say, "Water is the Ekvari song." When the lightning flashed he said, "That is like the Ekvari song." When the thunder pealed he said, "The great one is making a great noise." He might never cross a running stream without touching water. He might never set foot on a ship unless his life were in danger, and even then he must be sure to touch water when he went on board. For in water, so ran the saying, lies the virtue of the Ekvari song. When at last he was allowed to learn the song itself, he had to dip his hands in a vessel of water in which plants of all sorts had been placed. If a man walked in the way of all these precepts, the rain god Parjanya, it was said, would send rain at the wish of that man. It is clear, as Professor Oldenburg well points out, that all these rules are intended to bring the Brahmin into union with water, to make him, as it were, an ally of the water powers, and to guard him against their hostility. The black garments and the black food have the same significance. No one will doubt that they refer to the rain clouds, when he remembers that a black victim is sacrificed to procure rain. It is black, for such is the nature of rain. In respect of another rain charm it is said plainly, he puts on a black garment edged with black, for such is the nature of rain. We may therefore assume that, here in the circle of ideas and ordinances of the Vedic schools there have been preserved magical practices of the most remote antiquity, which were intended to prepare the rainmaker for his office and dedicate him to it. 910. Cite a note. On the contrary, the maker of dry weather must himself be dry. It is interesting to observe that where an opposite result is desired, primitive logic enjoins the weather doctor to observe precisely opposite rules of conduct. In the tropical island of Java, where the rich vegetation attests the abundance of the rainfall, ceremonies for the making of rain are rare, but ceremonies for the prevention of it are not uncommon. When a man is about to give a great feast in the rainy season and has invited many people, he goes to AP 271, weather doctor, and asks him to prop up the clouds that may be lowering. If the doctor consents to exert his professional powers, he begins to regulate his behavior by certain rules as soon as his customer has departed. He must observe a fast, and may neither drink nor bathe. What little he eats must be eaten dry, and in no case may he touch water. The host, on his side, and his servants, both male and female, must neither wash clothes nor bathe so long as the feast lasts, and they have all during its continuance to observe strict chastity. The doctor seats himself on a new mat in his bedroom, and before a small oil lamp he murmurs, shortly before the feast takes place, the following prayer or incantation: Grandfather and Grandmother, Shrokil. The name seems to be taken at random. Others are sometimes used: return to your country. Akimat is your country. Put down your water cask, close it properly, that not a drop may fall out. While he utters this prayer, the sorcerer looks upwards, burning incense the while. 911. So among the Torajas of Central Celebes the rain doctor, Sando, whose special business it is to drive away rain, takes care not to touch water before, during, or after the discharge of his professional duties. He does not bathe, he eats with unwashed hands, he drinks nothing but palm wine, and if he has to cross a stream he is careful not to step in the water. Having thus prepared himself for his task, he has a small hut built for himself outside of the village in a rice field, and in this hut he keeps up a little fire, which on no account may be suffered to go out. In the fire he burns various kinds of wood, which are supposed to possess the property of driving off rain. And he puffs in the direction from which the rain threatens to come, holding in his hand a packet of leaves and bark which derive a similar cloud-compelling virtue, not from their chemical composition, but from their names, which happen to signify something dry or volatile. If clouds should appear in the sky while he is at work, he takes lime in the hollow of his hand and blows it towards them. The lime, being so very dry, is obviously well adapted to disperse the damp clouds. Should rain afterwards be wanted, he P272 has only to pour water on his fire, and immediately the rain will descend in sheets. 912. So in Santa Cruz and Reef Islands, when the man who has power over rain wishes to prevent it from falling, he will abstain from washing his face for a long time and will do no work, lest he should sweat and his body be wet. For they think that if his body be wet it will rain. On the other hand, when he desires to bring on rain, he goes into the house where the spirit or ghost of the rain is believed to reside, and there he sprinkles water at the head of the ghost post, dukkha, in order that showers may fall. 913. Cite a note. To make wet weather you must be wet. To make dry weather you must be dry. The reader will observe how exactly the Javanese and Toraja observances, which are intended to prevent rain, form the antithesis of the Indian observances, which aim at producing it. The Indian sages commanded to touch water thrice a day regularly as well as on various special occasions. The Javanese and Toraja wizards may not touch it at all. The Indian lives out in the forest, and even when it rains he may not take shelter. The Javanese and the Toraja sit in a house or a hut. The one signifies a sympathy with water by receiving the rain on his person and speaking of it respectfully. The others light a lamp or a fire and do their best to drive the rain away. Yet the principle on which all three act is the same. Each of them, by a sort of childish make-believe, identifies himself with the phenomenon which he desires to produce. It is the old fallacy that the effect resembles its cause. If you would make wet weather, you must be wet. If you would make dry weather, you must be dry. Cite a note: rainmaking in southeastern Europe by drenching with water a leaf-clad girl or boy who represents vegetation. Rainmaking in Serbia. Rainmaking in Romania. Rainmaking in Bulgaria. Rainmaking in Macedonia and Dalmatia. The King of Rain in India. In southeastern Europe at the present day, ceremonies are observed for the purpose of making rain, which not only rest on the same general train of thought as the preceding, but even in their details resemble the ceremonies practiced with the same intention by the Baranga of Delagoa Bay. Among the Greeks of Thessaly and Macedonia, when a drought has lasted a long time, it is customary to send a P273 procession of children round to all the wells and springs of the neighborhood. At the head of the procession walks a girl adorned with flowers, whom her companions drench with water at every halting place, while they sing an invocation, of which the following is part. Prepare, all fresh bedwood, freshen all the neighborhood. By the woods, on the highway, as thou goest, to God now pray, O my God, upon the plain, send thou us a still, small rain, that the fields may fruitful be, and vines and blossom we may see, that the grain be full and sound, and wealthy grow the folks around. 914. In time of drought the Servians strip a girl to her skin and clothe her, from head to foot in grass, herbs, and flowers, even her face being hidden behind a veil of living green. Thus disguised she is called the Dodola, and goes through the village with a troop of girls. They stop before every house. The Dodola keeps turning herself round and dancing, while the other girls form a ring about her singing one of the Dodola songs, and the housewife pour the pail of water over her. One of the songs they sing runs thus: we go through the village. The clouds go in the sky. We go faster, faster go the clouds. They have overtaken us, and wetted the corn and the vine. A similar custom is observed in Greece and Romania. 915. In Romania, the rainmaker is called Paparuta or Babaruta. She is a gypsy girl, who goes naked except for a short skirt of dwarf elder, sambucus, epulus or of corn and vines. Thus scantily attired the girls go in procession from house to house, singing for rain, and are drenched by P274 the people with buckets of water. This ceremony regularly takes place all over Romania on the third Tuesday after Easter, but it may be repeated at any time of drought during the summer. But the Romanians have another way of procuring rain. They make a clay figure to represent drought, cover it with a pall, and place it in an open coffin. Girls crouch round the coffin and lament, saying, "Drought, Scaloi is dead. Lord, give us rain." Then the coffin is carried by children in funeral procession, with a burning wax candle before it, while lamentations fill the air. Finally, they throw the coffin and the candle into a stream or a well. 916. When rain is wanted in Bulgaria, the people dress up a girl in branches of nut trees, flowers, and the green stuff of beans, potatoes, and onions. She carries a nosegay of flowers in her hand, and is called Jujul or Peperuka. Attended by a train of followers, she goes from house to house, and is received by the goodman with a kettle full of water, on which flowers are swimming. With this water he drenches her, while a song is sung. The Peperuka flew. God give rain, that the corn, the millet, and the wheat may thrive. Sometimes the girl is dressed in flax to the girdle. 917. At Melanik, a Greek town in Macedonia, a poor orphan boy parades the streets in time of drought, decked with ferns and flowers, and attended by other boys of about the same age. The women shower water and money on him from the windows. He is called Dujul, and as they march along, the boys sing a song, which begins, "Hail, hail, Dujul, bring us both maize and wheat." 918. In Dalmatia also the custom is observed. The performer is a young unmarried man, who is dressed up, dances, and has water poured over him. He goes by the name of Prpats, and is attended by companions called Prapryush, who are young bachelors, like himself. 919. In such customs the leaf-clad person appears to P275 personified vegetation, and the drenching of him or her with water, is certainly an imitation of rain. The words of the Servian song, however, taken in connection with the constant movement which the chief actress in the performance seems expected to keep up, points to some comparison of the girl or her companions to clouds moving through the sky. This again reminds us of the odd quivering movement kept up by the Australian rainmaker, who, in his disguise of white down, may perhaps represent a cloud. 920. At Pune in India, when rain is needed, the boys dress up one of their number in nothing but leaves and call him King of Rain, Maharaja. Then they go round to every house in the village, where the householder or his wife sprinkles the Rain King with water, and gives the party food of various kinds. When they have thus visited all the houses, they strip the Rain King of his leafy robes and feast upon what they have gathered. 921. Side note: rainmaking in Armenia. Rainmaking in Palestine and Moab. Similar rain charms are practiced in Armenia, except that there the representative of vegetation is an effigy or doll, not a person. The children dress up a broomstick as a girl and carry it from house to house. Before every house they sing a song, of which the following is one version. Niran, Niran is come, the wondrous maiden is come. A shirt of red stuff has she put on, with a red girdle is she girded, bring water to pour on her head, bring butter to smear on her hair. Let the blessed rain fall, let the fields of your fathers grow green. Give our Niran her share, and we will eat and drink and be merry. The children are asked, will you have it from the door or from the garret window? If they choose the door, the water is poured on Niran, from the window. And if they choose the window, it is poured on her, from the door. At each house they receive presents of butter, eggs, rice, and so P276 forth. Afterwards they take Niran to a river and throw her into the water. Sometimes the figure has the head of a pig, or a goat, and is covered with boughs. 922. At Ajan in Armenia, when rain is wanted, boys carry about an effigy which they call Kai Kai Mama, or the drenched mother, as they interpret the phrase. As they go about they ask, what does Kai Kai Mother want? The answer is, she wants wheat in her bins, she wants bread on her breadhooks, and she wants rain from God. The people pour water on her from the roofs, and rich people make presents to the children. 923. At Urfa in Armenia, the children in time of drought make a rain bride, which they call Chimchchalin. They say this means in Turkish shovel bride. While they carry it about they say, what does Chimchchalin want? She wishes mercy from God, she wants offerings of lambs and rams. And the crowd responds, give, my God, give rain, give a flood. The rain bride is then thrown into the water. 924. At Kerak in Palestine, whenever there is a drought, the Greek Christians dress up a winnowing fork in women's clothes. They call it the Bride of God. The girls and women carry it from house to house, singing doggerel songs. 925. We are not told that the Bride of God is drenched with water or thrown into a stream, but the charm would hardly be complete without his feature. Similarly, when rain is much wanted, the Arabs of Moab attire a dummy in the robes and ornaments of a woman and call it the Mother of the Rain. A woman carries it in procession past the houses of the village or the tents of the camp, singing, O Mother of the Rain, O immortal, moisten our sleeping seeds. Moisten the sleeping seeds of the sheik, who is ever generous. She is gone, the Mother of the Rain, to bring the storm. When she comes back, the crops are as high as the walls. She is gone, the Mother of the Rain, to bring the winds. When she comes back, the plantations have attained the height of lances. She is gone, the Mother of the Rain, to bring the thunders. When she comes back, the crops are as high as camels. And so on. 926, P277. Side note: rainmaking by bathing and sprinkling of water. Curse is supposed to cause rain. Bathing is practiced as a rain charm in some parts of southern and western Russia. Sometimes after service in church the priest in his robes has been thrown down on the ground and drenched with water by his parishioners. Sometimes it is the women who, without stripping off their clothes, bathe in crowds on the day of St. John the Baptist, while they dip in the water a figure made of branches, grass, and herbs, which is supposed to represent the saint. 927. In Kursk, a province of southern Russia, when rain is much wanted, the women seize a passing stranger and throw him into the river, or souse him from head to foot. 928. Later on we shall see that a passing stranger is often taken for a deity or the personification of some natural power. It is recorded in official documents that during a drought in 1790 the peasants of Shrouts and Erbouts collected all the women, and compelled them to bathe, in order that rain might fall. 929. An Armenian rain charm is to throw the wife of a priest into the water, and drench her. 930. The Arabs of North Africa fling a holy man, willy-nilly, into a spring as a remedy for drought. 931. In Minahassa, a province of North Celebes, the priest bathes as a rain charm. 932. In central Celebes, when there has been no rain for a long time and the rice stalks begin to shrivel up, many of the villagers, especially the young folk, go to a neighboring brook and splash each other with water, shouting noisily, or squirt water on one another through bamboo tubes. Sometimes they imitate the plump of rain by smacking the surface of the water with their hand, or by placing an inverted gourd on it, and drumming on the gourd with their fingers. 933. The Karobatuks of Sumatra have a rain-making ceremony which lasts a week. The men go about with bamboo squirts and the women with P278 bowls of water, and they drench each other or throw the water into the air and cry, "The rain has come," when it drips down on them. 934. In Kumaon, a district of northwest India, when rain fails they sink a Brahmin up to his lips in a tank or pond, where he repeats the name of a god of rain, for a day or two. When this rite is duly performed, rain is sure to fall. 935. For the same purpose village girls in the Punjab will pour a solution of cow dung in water upon an old woman who happens to pass. Or they will make her sit down under the roof spout of a house and get a wetting when it rains. 936. In the Solok district of Sumatra, when a drought has lasted a long time, a number of half-naked women take a half-witted man to a river, and there besprinkle him with water as a means of compelling the rain to fall. 937. In some parts of Bengal, when drought threatens the country, troops of children of all ages go from house to house and roll and tumble in puddles which have been prepared for the purpose by pouring water into the courtyards. This is supposed to bring down rain. Again, in Dubrajar, a village in the Birbhum district of Bengal, when rain has been looked for in vain, people will throw dirt or filth on the houses of their neighbors, who abuse them for doing so. Or they drench the lame, the halt, the blind, and other infirm persons, and are reviled for their pains by the victims. This vituperation is believed to bring about the desired result by drawing down showers on the parched earth. 938. Similarly, in the Shadpur district of the Punjab it is said to be customary in time of drought to spill a pot of filth on the threshold of a notorious old shrew, in order that the fluent stream of foul language in which she vents her feelings may accelerate the lingering rain. 939. P279. Cita note, beneficial effect of curses and abuse. In these latter customs the means adopted for bringing about the desired result appear to be not so much imitative magic as the beneficent effect which, curiously enough, is often attributed to curses and maledictions. 940. Thus in the Indian district of Bear, much virtue is ascribed to abuse, which is supposed in some cases to bring good luck. People, for example, who accompany a marriage procession to the bride's house are often foully abused by the women of the bride's family in the belief that this contributes to the good fortune of the newly married pair. So in Bear on Jamadwitiya Day, which falls on the second day of the bright period of the moon next to that during which the Dussehra festival takes place, brothers are reviled by sisters to their heart's content because it is thought that this will prolong the lives of the brothers and bring them good luck. 941. Further, in Bear in Bengal it is deemed very unlucky to look at the new moon of Bad in August. whoever does so is sure to meet with some mishap, or to be falsely accused of something. To avert these evils, people are commonly advised to throw stones or brickbats into their neighbors' houses. For if they do so, and are reviled for their pains, they will escape the threatened evils, and their neighbors who abuse them will suffer in their stead. Hence the day of the new moon in this month is called the Day of Stones. At Benners, a regular festival is held for this purpose on the 4th day of Paden, which is known as the Clod Festival of the 4th. 942. On the Kurta estate in Orissa, gardens and fruit trees are conspicuously absent. The peasants explain their absence by saying that from time immemorial they have held it lucky to be annoyed and abused by their neighbors at a certain festival, which answers to the Nashti Chandra in Bengal. Hence, in order to give ample ground of offense, they mutilate the fruit trees and trample down the gardens of their neighbors, and so court fortune by drawing down on themselves P280 the wrath of the injured owners. 943. At Krangonur, in the native state of Cochin, there is a shrine of the goddess Bhagavati, which is much frequented by pilgrims in the month of Minam, March-April. From all parts of Cochin, Malabar, and Travancore crowds flock to attend the festival, and the high roads ring with their shouts of Nada Nada, March! March! They desecrate the shrine of the goddess in every conceivable way, discharge volleys of stones and filth, and level the most opprobrious language at the goddess herself. These proceedings are supposed to be acceptable to her. The intention of the pilgrimage is to secure immunity from disease during the succeeding year. 944. In some cases a curse may, like rags and dirt, be supposed to benefit a man by making him appear vile and contemptible, and thus diverting from him the evil eye and other malignant influences, which are attracted by beauty and prosperity but repelled by their opposites. Among the usuals of the Carpathians, if a herdsman or cattle owner suspects himself of having the evil eye, he will charge one of his household to call him a devil or a robber every time he goes near the cattle, for he thinks that this will undo the effect of the evil eye. 945. Among the Khams of Cambodia and Annam, while a corpse is being burned on the pyre, a man who bears the title of the Master of Sorrows remains in the house of the deceased and loads it with curses, after which he beseeches the ghost not to come back and torment his family. 946. These last curses are clearly intended to make his old home unattractive to the spirit of the dead. Estonian fishermen believe that they never have such good luck as when someone is angry with them and curses them. Hence, before a fisherman goes out to fish, he will play a rough practical joke on a comrade in order to be abused and execrated by him. The more his friend storms and curses, the better he is pleased. Every curse brings at least 3 P281 fish into his net. 947. There is a popular belief in Berlin and the neighborhood that if you wish a huntsman good luck when he is going out to shoot deer, he will be certain never to get a shot at all. To avert the ill luck caused by such a wish, the hunter must throw a broomstick at the head of his well-wisher. If he is really to have luck, you must wish that he may break his neck, or both his neck and his legs. The wish is expressed with pregnant brevity in the phrase, "Now then, neck and leg." 948. The intention of such curses may be to put the fish or the deer off their guard. 4. As we shall see later on, animals are commonly supposed to understand human speech, and even to overhear what is said of them many miles off. Accordingly, if they hear a fisherman or a hunter flouted and vituperated, they will think too meanly of him to go out of his way, and so will fall an easy prey to his net or his gun. When a Greek sower sowed cumin, he had to curse and swear, or the crop would not turn out well. 949. Roman writers mention a similar custom observed by the sowers of rue and basil. 950. And hedge doctors in ancient Greece laid it down as a rule that in cutting black hellebore you should face eastward and curse. 951. Perhaps the bitter language was supposed to strengthen the bitter taste, and hence the medicinal virtue of these plants. At Lindus in the island of Rhodes, it was customary to sacrifice 1 or 2 plough oxen to Hercules with curses and imprecations. Indeed, we are told that the sacrifice was deemed invalid if a good word fell from anyone's lips during the rite. The custom was explained by a legend that Hercules had laid hands on the oxen of a plowman and cooked and devoured them, while their owner, unable to defend his beasts, stood afar off and vented his anger in a torrent of abuse and execration. Hercules received his maledictions with a roar of laughter, appointed him his priest, and bade him always sacrifice with the very same execrations, for he had never P282 done better in his life. 952. The legend is plainly a fiction devised to explain the ritual. We may conjecture that the curses were intended to palliate the slaughter of a sacred animal. The subject will be touched on in a later part of this work. Here we must return to rainmaking. Cite a note: rainmaking by plowing. Women are sometimes supposed to be able to make rain by plowing, or pretending to plow. Thus the Pshas and Kewasars of the Caucasus have a ceremony called plowing the rain, which they observe in time of drought. Girls yoke themselves to a plow and drag it into a river, wading in the water up to their girdles. 953. In the same circumstances, Armenian girls and women do the same. The oldest woman, or the priest's wife, wears the priest's dress, while the others, dressed as men, drag the plow through the water against the stream. 954. In the Caucasian province of Georgia, when a drought has lasted long, marriageable girls are yoked in couples with an ox yoke on their shoulders. A priest holds the reins, and thus harnessed they wade through rivers, puddles, and marshes, praying, screaming, weeping, and laughing. 955. In a district of Transylvania, when the ground is parched with drought, some girls strip themselves naked, and, led by an older woman, who is also naked, they steal a harrow and carry it across the fields to a brook, where they set it afloat. Next they sit on the harrow and keep a tiny flame burning on each corner of it for an hour. Then they leave the harrow in the water and go home. 956. A similar rain charm is resorted to in some parts of India. Naked women drag a plow across a field by night, while the men keep carefully out of the way, for their presence would break the spell. 957. As performed at P283 Tuner in Bengal on the 24th of July 1891, the ceremony was this. Between 9 and 10 in the evening, a barber's wife went from door to door and invited the women to engage in plowing. They all assembled in a field from which men were excluded. 3 women of a husbandman's family then stripped themselves naked. 2 of them were yoked like oxen to the plow, while the third held the handle. They next began to imitate the operation of plowing. The one who held the plow cried out, "O Mother Earth! Bring parched grain, water, and chaff. Our stomachs are breaking to pieces from hunger and thirst." Then the landlord and accountant approached them and laid down some grain, water, and chaff in the field. After that the women dressed and returned home. By the grace of God, adds the gentleman who reports the ceremony, the weather changed almost immediately, and we had a good shower. 958. Sometimes as they draw the plow, the women sing a hymn to Vishnu, in which they seek to enlist his sympathy by enumerating the ills which the people are suffering from the want of rain. In some cases they discharge volleys of abuse at the village officials, and even at the landlord, whom they compel to drag the plow. 959. These ceremonies are all the more remarkable because, in ordinary circumstances, Hindu women never engage in agricultural operations like plowing and harrowing. Yet in drought it seems to be women of the highest or Brahmin caste who are chosen to perform what at other times would be regarded as a menial and degrading task. Occasionally, when hesitation is felt at subjecting Brahmin ladies to this indignity, they are allowed to get off by merely touching the plow early in the morning, before people are astir. The real work is afterwards done by the plowman. 960. In Manipur the prosperity of all classes P284 depends on the abundance and regularity of the rainfall. Hence the people have many rites and ceremonies for the making of rain. Thus in time of drought 108 girls milk 108 cows in the temple of Govinji, the most popular incarnation of Krishna in the country. If this fails, the women throw their gunpowders into the nearest pool, and at the dead of night strip themselves naked and plow. 961. There is a Burmese superstition that if a harrow has a flaw in it, no rain will fall till the faulty harrow has been decked with flowers, broken, and thrown into the river. Further, the owner should have his hair cropped, and, being adorned with flowers, should dance and carry the harrow to the water. Otherwise the country is sure to suffer from drought. 962. The Tarahumara Indians of Mexico dig the plow in water before they use it, that it may draw rain. 963. Siddha note, making rain by means of the dead. Sometimes the rain charm operates through the dead. Thus in New Caledonia the rainmakers blackened themselves all over, dug up a dead body, took the bones to a cave, jointed them, and hung the skeleton over some taro leaves. Water was poured over the skeleton to run down on the leaves. They believed that the soul of the deceased took up the water, converted it into rain, and showered it down again. 964. In some parts of New Caledonia the P285 ceremony is somewhat different. A great quantity of provisions is offered to the ancestors, being laid down before their skulls in the sacred place. In front of the skulls a number of pots full of water are set in a row, and in each pot there is deposited a sacred stone which has more or less the shape of a skull. The rainmaker then prays to the ancestors to send rain. After that he climbs a tree with a branch in his hand, which he waves, about to hasten the approach of the rain clouds. 965. This ceremony is a mixture of magic and religion. The prayers and offerings to the ancestors are purely religious, while the placing of the skull-like stones in water and the waving of the branch are magical. In Russia, if common report may be believed, it is not long since the peasants of any district that chanced to be afflicted with drought used to dig up the corpse of someone who had drunk himself to death and sink it in the nearest swamp or lake, fully persuaded that this would ensure the fall of the needed rain. In 1868 the prospect of a bad harvest, caused by a prolonged drought, induced the inhabitants of a village in the Tarashchansk district to dig up the body of a raskolnik, or dissenter, who had died in the preceding December. Some of the party beat the corpse, or what was left of it, about the head, exclaiming, "Give us rain," while others poured water on it through a sieve. 966. Here the pouring of water through a sieve seems plainly an imitation of a shower, and reminds us of the manner in which Stresiades in Aristophanes imagined that rain was made by Zeus. 967. An Armenian rain charm is to dig up a skull and throw it into running water. 968. At Urfa for this purpose they prefer the skull of a Jew, which they cast into the pool of Abraham. 969. In Mizar people think that if a leper is buried, instead of being burned, as he ought to be, rain will not fall. Hence they have been known to disinter buried lepers in time of drought. 970. In Halmahera there is a practice of P286 throwing stones on a grave, in order that the ghost may fall into a passion and avenge the disturbance, as he imagines, by sending heavy rain. 971. This may explain a rain charm which seems to have been practiced by the Mauritanians in antiquity. A mound in the shape of a man lying on his back was pointed out as the grave of the giant Antilus. And if any earth were dug up and removed from it, rain fell till the soil was replaced. 972. Perhaps the rain was the revenge the surly giant took for being wakened from his long sleep. Sometimes, in order to procure rain, the Torajas of Central Celebes make an appeal to the pity of the dead. Thus, in the village of Kalingua, in Kadambaku, there is the grave of a famous chief, the grandfather of the present ruler. When the land suffers from unseasonable drought, the people go to this grave, pour water on it, and say, "O grandfather, have pity on us. If it is your will that this year we should eat, then give rain." After that they hang a bamboo full of water over the grave. There is a small hole in the lower end of the bamboo, so that the water drips from it continually. The bamboo is always refilled with water until rain drenches the ground. 973. Here, as in New Caledonia, we find religion blent with magic, for the prayer to the dead chief, which is purely religious, is eked out with a magical imitation of rain at his grave. We have seen that the Barangay of Delagoa Bay drench the tombs of their ancestors, especially the tombs of twins, as a rain charm. 974. In Zululand the native girls form a procession and carry large pots of water to a certain tree which chances to be on a mission station. When the girls were asked why they did this, they said that an old ancestor of theirs had been buried under the tree, and as he was a great rainmaker in his life, they always came and poured water on his grave, in time of drought, in order that he might send them rain. 975. This ceremony partakes of the nature of religion, since it implies an appeal for help to a deceased ancestor. Purely religious, on the other hand, are P287 some means adopted by the Herero of southwestern Africa to procure rain. If a drought has lasted long, the whole tribe goes with its cattle to the grave of some eminent man. It may be the father or grandfather of the chief. They lay offerings of milk and flesh on the grave and utter their plaint, "Look, O Father, upon your beloved cattle and children. They suffer distress, they are so lean, they are dying of hunger. Give us rain." The ears of the spectator are deafened by the lowing and bleating of herds and flocks, the shouts of herdsmen, the barking of dogs, and the screams of women. 976. Among some of the Indian tribes in the region of the Orinoco it was customary for the relations of a deceased person to disinter his bones a year after burial, burn them, and scatter the ashes to the winds, because they believed that the ashes were changed into rain, which the dead man sent in return for his obsequies. 977. The Chinese are convinced that when human bodies remain unburied, the souls of their late owners feel the discomfort of rain, just as living men would do if they were exposed, without shelter, to the inclemency of the weather. These wretched souls, therefore, do all in their power to prevent the rain from falling, and often their efforts are only too successful. Then drought ensues, the most dreaded of all calamities in China, because bad harvests, dearth, and famine follow in its train. Hence it has been a common practice of the Chinese authorities in time of drought to inter the dry bones of the unburied dead for the purpose of putting an end to the scourge and conjuring down the rain. 978. Cite a note, making rain by means of animals. Animals, again, often play an important part in these weather charms. The Inula tribe of northern Australia associate the dollar bird with rain, and call it the rain bird. A man who has the bird for his totem can make rain at a certain pool. He catches a snake, puts it alive into the pool, and after holding it underwater for a time takes it P288 out, kills it, and lays it down by the side of the creek. Then he makes an arched bundle of grass stalks in imitation of a rainbow, and sets it up over the snake. After that all he does is to sing over the snake and the mimic rainbow. Sooner or later the rain will fall. They explain this procedure by saying that long ago the dollar bird had as a mate at this spot a snake, who lived in the pool and used to make rain by spitting up into the sky till a rainbow and clouds appeared, and rain fell. 979. The Jingili of northern Australia make rain in an odd way. One of them will catch a fat bandicoot and carry it about, singing over it till the animal grows very thin and weak. Then he lets it go, and rain will follow. 980. When some of the Blackfoot Indians were at war in summer and wished to bring on a tempest, they would take a kid false skin and rub it with dirt and water, which never failed to be followed by a storm of rain. 981. The Thompson Indians of British Columbia think that when the loon calls loud and often, it will soon rain, and that to mimic the cry of the bird may bring the rain down. 982. The fish called the small sculpin, which abounds along the rocky shore of Norton Sound, is called by the Esquimaux the rainmaker. They say that if a person takes one of these fish in his hand heavy, rain will follow. 983. If no fishermen desire to bring on rain and wind, they pray to the skulls of raccoons and then throw water over each other. Should they wish the storm to increase, they put on gloves and caps of raccoon skin and dance. Then it blows great guns. 984. In Mawling, a district of Upper Burma, When rain is scarce, the people pray to a certain fish called Nguyen to send it. They also catch some fish and put them in a tub, while offerings of plantains and other food are made to the monks in the name of the fish. After that the fish are let loose in P289, a stream or pond, with gold leaf stuck on their heads. If live fish are not to be had, wooden ones are used, and answer the purpose just as well. 985. When the Chiros of Manipur wish to make rain, they catch a crab and put it in a pot of water. Then, the headman goes to the gate of the village and keeps lifting the crab out of the water and putting it back into it till he is tired. 986. An ancient Indian mode of making rain was to throw an otter into the water. 987. If the sky refuses rain and the cattle are perishing, an Arab sheikh will sometimes stand in the middle of the camp and cry, "Redeem yourselves, a people, redeem yourselves." At these words every family sacrifices a sheep, divides it in two, and hanging the pieces on 2 poles passes between them. Children too young to walk are carried by their mother. 988. But this custom has rather the appearance of a sacrifice than of a charm. In southern Celebes people try to make rain by carrying a cat tied in a sedan chair thrice round the parched fields, while they drench it with water from bamboo squirts. When the cat begins to meow, they say, "O Lord, let rain fall on us." 989. A common way of making rain in many parts of Java is to bathe a cat or 2 cats, a male and a female. Sometimes the animals are carried in procession with music. Even in Batavia you may from time to time see children going about with a cat for this purpose. When they have ducked it in a pool, they let it go. 990. P290. Sit a note, making rain by means of black animals. Often in order to give effect to the rain charm the animal must be black. Thus an ancient Indian way of bringing on rain was to set a black horse with his face to the west and rub him with a black cloth till he naked. 991. In the Beni Shugran tribe of North Africa, women lead a black cow in procession, while other women sprinkle the whole group with water as a means of wringing a shower from the sky. 992. To procure rain the Peruvian Indians used to set a black sheep in a field, poured caica over it, and gave the animal nothing to eat until rain fell. 993. Once when a drought lasting 5 months had burnt up their pastures and withered the corn, the Kaffirs of Natal had recourse to a famous witch, who promised to procure rain without delay. A black sheep having been produced, an incision was made in the animal near the shoulder and the gall taken out. Part of this the witch rubbed over her own person, part she drank, part was mixed with medicine. Some of the medicine was then rubbed on her body. The rest of it, attached to a stick, was fixed in the fence of a calf's pen. The woman next harangued the clouds. When the sheep was to be cooked, a new fire was procured by the friction of fire sticks. In ordinary circumstances a brand would have been taken from one of the huts. 994. Among the Wambugu, a Bantu people of eastern Africa, when the sorcerer desires to make rain he takes a black sheep and a black calf in bright sunshine, and has them placed upon the roof of the large common hut, in which the people live together. Then he slits open the stomachs of the animals and scatters their contents in all directions. After that, he pours water and medicine into a vessel. If the charm has succeeded, the water boils up and rain follows. On the other hand, if the sorcerer wishes to prevent rain from falling, he withdraws into the interior of the hut, and there heats a rock crystal in a calabash. 995. In order to procure rain the Wagogo of German East Africa sacrifice black fowls, black sheep, and black cattle at the P291 graves of dead ancestors, and the rainmaker wears black clothes during the rainy season. 996. Among the Matabele the rain charm employed by sorcerers was made from the blood and gall of a black ox. 997. In a district of Sumatra, in order to procure rain, all the women of the village, scantily clad, go to the river, wade into it, and splash each other with the water. A black cat is thrown into the stream and made to swim about for a while, then allowed to escape to the bank, pursued by the splashing of the women. 998. the Garos of Assam offer a black goat on the top of a very high mountain in time of drought? 999. In all these cases the color of the animal is part of the charm. Being black, it will darken the sky with rain clouds. So the Betu has burned the stomach of an ox at evening, because they say the black smoke will gather the clouds and cause the rain to come. 1000. The Timorese sacrifice a black pig to the earth goddess for rain, a white or red one to the sun god for sunshine. 1001. The Angoni, a tribe of Zulu descent to the north of the Zambesi, sacrifice a black ox for rain and a white one for fine weather. 1002. Among the high mountains of Japan there is a district in which, if rain has not fallen for a long time, a party of villagers goes in procession to the bed of a mountain torrent, headed by a priest, who leads a black dog. At the chosen spot they tether the beast to a stone, and make it a target for their bullets and arrows. When its lifeblood bespatters the rocks, the peasants throw down their weapons, and lift up their voices in supplication to the dragon divinity of the P292 stream, exhorting him to send down forth with a shower to cleanse the spot from its defilement. Custom has prescribed that on these occasions the color of the victim shall be black, as an emblem of the wished-for rain clouds. But if fine weather is wanted, the victim must be white, without a spot. 1003. Cite a note, frogs and toads in relation to rain. Frogs used in rain charms. The intimate association of frogs and toads with water has earned for these creatures a widespread reputation as custodians of rain. And, hence they often play a part in charms designed to draw needed showers from the sky. Some of the Indians of the Orinoco held the toad to be the god or lord of the waters, and for that reason feared to kill the creature, even when they were ordered to do so. They have been known to keep frogs under a pot and to beat them with rods when there was a drought. 1004. It is said that the Aymara Indians of Peru and Bolivia often make little images of frogs and other aquatic animals and place them on the tops of the hills as a means of bringing down rain. 1005. In some parts of southeastern Australia, where the rainfall is apt to be excessive, the natives fear to intertidal the frog, or block the bullfrog, because they were said to be full of water instead of intestines, and great rains would follow if one of them were killed. The frog family was often referred to as Bunjil Willing or Mr. Rain. A tradition ran that once upon a time long ago the frog drank up all the water in the lakes and rivers, and then sat in the dry P293 reed beds, swollen to an enormous size, saying, "Block! Block!" in a deep gurgling voice. All the other animals wandered about gaping and gasping for a drop of moisture, but finding none, they agreed that they must all die of thirst unless they could contrive to make the frog laugh. So, they tried one after the other, but for a long time in vain. At last, the conger eel and his relations, hung round with lake grass and gay seaweed, reared themselves on their tails and pranced round the fire. This was too much for the frog. He opened his mouth and laughed till the water ran out and the lakes and streams were full once more. 1006. We have seen that some of the Queensland Aborigines imitate the movements and cries of frogs as part of a rain charm. 1007. The Thompson River Indians of British Columbia and some people in Europe think that to kill a frog brings on rain. 1008. In order to procure rain, people of low caste in the central provinces of India will tie a frog to a rod covered with green leaves and branches of the neem tree, as a directa indica, and carry it from door to door singing, "Send soon, O frog, the jewel of water, and ripen the wheat and millet in the field." 1009. In Kumin, a district of northwestern India, one way of bringing on rain when it is needed is to hang a frog with its mouth up on a tall bamboo or on a tree for a day or two. The notion is that the god of rain, seeing the creature in trouble, will take pity on it and send the rain. 1010. In the district of Muzaffarpur in India, the vulgar believe that the cry of a frog is most readily heard by the god of P294 rain. Hence in a year of drought the low caste females of a village assemble at evening and put a frog in a small earthen pot together with water, taken from 5 different houses. The pot with the frog is then placed in the hollow wooden cup into which the lever used for pounding rice falls. Being raised with the foot and then allowed to drop, the lever crushes the frog to death. And while the creature emits his dying croak, the women sing songs in a loud voice about the dearth of water. 10-11. The Capas or Redis are a large and prosperous caste of cultivators and landowners in the Madras Presidency. When rain fails, women of the caste will catch a frog and tie it alive to a new winnowing fan made of bamboo. On this fan they spread a few margosa leaves and go from door to door singing, "Lady Frog must have her bath. Oh, rain god, give a little water for her at least." While the Kapa women sing this song, the woman of the house pours water over the frog and gives an alms, convinced that by so doing she will soon bring rain down in torrents. 10-12. Again, in order to procure rain, the Mallas, who are the pariahs of the Telugu country in southern India, tie a live frog to a mortar and put a mud figure of Ganti Lama over it. Then they carry the mortar, frog, and all in procession, singing, "Mother Frog," playing, in water, pour rain by pots full, while the villagers of other castes pour water over them. 10-13. Beliefs like these might easily develop into a worship of frogs regarded as personifying the powers of water and rain. In the Rig Veda there is a hymn about frogs which appears to be substantially rain charm. 10-14. The Newars, the aboriginal inhabitants of Nepal, worship the frog as a creature associated with the demigod Nagas in the production and control of rain and the water supply, on which the welfare of the crops depends. A sacred character is attributed to the little animal, and every care is taken not to molest or injure it. The worship of the frog is performed on the 7th day of the month Kartik, October, usually at AP 295 pool, which is known to be frequented by frogs, although it is not essential to the efficacy of the rite that a frog should be actually seen at the time. After carefully washing his face and hands, the priest takes 5 brazen bowls and places in them 5 separate offerings, namely, rice, flowers, milk and vermilion, ghee and incense, and water. Lighting the pile of ghee and incense, the priest says, "Hail, Paramesvara, Bhumanatha. I pray you receive these offerings and send us timely rain, and bless our crops." 10-15. Siddha note, suggested explanation of connection of frog with rain. Some of these customs and beliefs may be, at least in part, based on the frog's habit of storing up water in its body against seasons of drought. When it is caught at such times, it squirts the water out in a jet. 10-16. On seeing a frog emit a gush of water when all around was dry and parched, savages might easily infer that the creature had caused the drought by swallowing all the water, and that in order to restore its moisture to the thirsty ground they had only to make the frog disgorge its secret store of the precious liquid. Siddha note, stopping rain by means of rabbits and serpents. Among some tribes of South Africa, when too much rain falls, the wizard, accompanied by a large crowd, repairs to the house of a family where there has been no death for a very long time, and there he burns the skin of a coney. As it burns he shouts, "The rabbit is burning," and the cry is taken up by the whole crowd, who continue shouting till they are exhausted. 10-17. This no doubt is supposed to stop the rain. Equally effective is a method adopted by gypsies in Austria. When the rain has continued to pour steadily for a long time, to the great discomfort of these homeless vagrants, the men of the band assemble at a river and divide themselves into 2 parties. Some of them cut branches with which to make a raft, while the others collect hazel leaves and cover the raft with them. A witch thereupon lays a dried serpent, wrapped P296 in white rags, on the raft, which is then carried by several men to the river. Women are not allowed to be present at this part of the ceremony. While the procession moves towards the river, the witch marches behind the raft singing a song, of which the burden is a statement that gypsies do not like water, and have no urgent need of serpent's milk, coupled with the expression of a hope that the serpent may see his way to swallow the water, that he may run to his mother and drink milk from her breasts, and that the sun may shine out, bringing back mirth and jollity to gypsy hearts. Transylvanian gypsies will sometimes expose a dried carcass of a serpent to the pouring rain, in order that the serpent may convince himself of the inclemency of the weather, and so grant the people's wish. 1018. Cite a note, doing violence to the being who controls the weather. This last custom is an example of an entirely different mode of procuring rain, to which people sometimes have recourse in extreme cases, when the drought is long and their temper short. At such times, they will drop the usual hocus-pocus of imitative magic altogether, and being far too angry to waste their breath in prayer, they seek by threats and curses or even downright physical force to extort the waters of heaven from the supernatural being who has, so to say, cut them off at the main. Thus, in Muzaffarnagar, a town of the Punjab, when the rains are excessive, the people draw a figure of a certain Muni or Rishi Agastya on a loincloth and put it out in the rain, or they paint his figure on the outside of the house and let the rain wash it off. This Muni or Rishi Agastya is a great personage in the native folklore, and enjoys the reputation of being able to stop the rain. It is supposed that he will exercise his power as soon as he is thus made to feel in effigy the misery of wet weather. 1019. On the other hand, when rain is wanted at Khattarpur, a native state in Bundelkhand, they paint two figures with their legs up and their heads down on a wall that faces east. One of the figures represents Indra, the other Megha, Raja, the Lord of Rain. They think that in this uncomfortable position, these powerful beings will soon be glad to send P297 the much-needed showers. 1020. In a Japanese village, when the guardian divinity had long been deaf to the peasants' prayers for rain, they at last threw down his image and, with curses loud and long, hurled it head foremost into a stinking rice field. There, they said, you may stay yourself, for a while, to see how you will feel after a few days scorching, in this broiling sun that is burning the life from our cracking fields. 1021. In the like circumstances the Philoops of Senegambia cast down their fetishes and drag them about the fields, cursing them, till rain falls. 1022. In Okunobura, a Japanese village not far from Tokyo, when rain is wanted, an artificial dragon is made out of straw, reeds, bamboos, and magnolia leaves. Preceded by a Shinto priest, attended by men carrying paper flags, and followed by others beating a big drum, the dragon is carried in procession from the Buddhist temple, and finally thrown into a waterfall. 1023. When the spirits withhold rain or sunshine, the Comanches whip a slave. If the gods prove obstinate, the victim is almost flayed alive. 1024. Cite a note, Chinese modes of compelling the gods to give rain. Siamese modes of constraining the gods to give rain. The Chinese are adepts in the art of taking the kingdom of heaven by storm. Thus, when rain is wanted they make a huge dragon of paper or wood to represent the rain god, and carry it about in procession. But if no rain follows, the mock dragon is execrated and torn to pieces. 1025. At other times they threaten and beat the god if he does not give rain. Sometimes they publicly depose him from the rank of deity. On the other hand, if the wished-for rain falls, the god is promoted to a higher rank by an imperial decree. 1026. It is said that in the reign of Kya King, 5th emperor of the P298 Manchu dynasty, a long drought desolated several provinces of northern China. Processions were of no avail. The rain dragon, hardened as hardened, would not let a drop fall. At last the emperor lost patience and condemned the recalcitrant deity to perpetual exile on the banks of the river Ili in the province of Torkut. The decree was in process of execution. The divine criminal, with a touching resignation, was already traversing the deserts of Tartary to work out his sentence on the borders of Turkestan, when the judges of the High Court of Peking, moved with compassion, flung themselves at the feet of the emperor and implored his pardon for the poor devil. The emperor consented to revoke his doom, and a messenger set off at full gallop to bear the tidings to the executors of the imperial justice. The dragon was reinstated in his office on condition of performing his duties a little better in future. 1027. About the year 1710 the island of Tsongming, which belongs to the province of Nanking, was afflicted with a drought. The viceroy of the province, after the usual attempts to soften the heart of the local deity by burning incense sticks had been made in vain, sent word to the idol that if rain did not fall by such and such a day, he would have him turned out of the city and his temple razed to the ground. The threat had no effect on the obdurate divinity. The day of grace came and went, and yet no rain fell. Then the indignant viceroy forbade the people to make any more offerings at the shrine of this unfeeling deity, and commanded that the temple should be shut up and seals placed on the doors. This soon produced the desired effect. Cut off from his base of supplies, the idol had no choice but to surrender at discretion. Rain fell in a few days, and thus the god was restored to the affections of the faithful. 1028. In some parts of China the mandarins procure rain or fine weather by shutting the southern or the northern gates of the city. For the south wind brings drought and the north wind brings showers. Hence by closing the southern and opening the northern gates you clearly exclude drought and admit rain. Whereas, contrariwise by shutting the northern and opening the P299 southern gates you bar out the clouds and the wet and let in sunshine and genial warmth. 1029. In April 1888 the mandarins of Canton prayed to the god Lung Wang to stop the incessant downpour of rain. And when he turned a deaf ear to their petitions they put him in a lockup for 5 days. This had a salutary effect. The rain ceased and the god was restored to liberty. Some years before, in time of drought, the same deity had been chained and exposed to the sun for days in the courtyard of his temple, in order that he might feel for himself the urgent need of rain. 1030. So when the Siamese need rain, they set out their idols in the blazing sun. But if they want dry weather, they unroof the temples and let the rain pour down on the idols. They think that the inconvenience to which the gods are thus subjected will induce them to grant the wishes of their worshippers. 1031. When the rice crop is endangered by long drought, the governor of Battambang, a province of Siam, goes in great state to a certain pagoda and prays to Buddha for rain. Then, accompanied by a suite and followed by an enormous crowd, he adjourns to a plain behind the pagoda. Here a dummy figure has been made up, dressed in bright colors, and placed in the middle of the plain. Wild music begins to play. Maddened by the din of drums and cymbals and crackers, and goaded on by their drivers, the elephants charge down on the dummy and trample it to pieces. After this, Buddha will soon give rain. 1032. Cite a note compelling the saints to give rain in Sicily. The reader may smile at the meteorology of the Far East. But precisely similar modes of procuring rain have been resorted to in Christian Europe within our own lifetime. By the end of April 1893 there was great distress in Sicily for lack of water. The drought had lasted 6 months. Every day the sun rose and set in a sky of cloudless blue. The gardens of the Concadero, which surround Palermo with a magnificent belt of verdure, were P300 withering. Food was becoming scarce. The people were in great alarm. All the most approved methods of procuring rain had been tried without effect. Processions had traversed the streets and the fields. Men, women, and children, telling their beads, had lain whole nights before the holy images. Consecrated candles had burned day and night in the churches. Palm branches, blessed on Palm Sunday, had been hung on the trees. At Salabrota, in accordance with a very old custom, the dust swept from the churches on Palm Sunday had been spread on the fields. In ordinary years these holy sweepings preserve the crops. But that year, if you will believe me, they had no effect whatever. At Nicosia the inhabitants, bareheaded and barefoot, carried the crucifixes through all the wards of the town and scourged each other with iron whips. It was all in vain. Even the great Saint Francis of Paula himself, who annually performs the miracle of rain, and is carried every spring through the market gardens, either could not or would not help. Messes, vespers, concerts, illuminations, fireworks, nothing could move him. At last the peasants began to lose patience. Most of the saints were banished. At Palermo they dumped Saint Joseph in a garden to see the state of things for himself, and, They swore to leave him there in the sun till rain fell. Other saints were turned, like naughty children, with their faces to the wall. Others again, stripped of their beautiful robes, were exiled far from their parishes, threatened, grossly insulted, ducked in horse ponds. At Caltanissetta the golden wings of Saint Michael the Archangel were torn from his shoulders and replaced with wings of pasteboard. His purple mantle was taken away and a cloud wrapped about him instead. At Licata the patron saint, Saint Angelo, fared even worse, for he was left without any garments at all. He was reviled, he was put in irons, he was threatened with drowning or hanging. Rain or the rope? Roared the angry people at him, as they shook their fists in his face. 1033, p. 301. Cite a note, disturbing the rain god in his haunts. Another way of constraining the rain god is to disturb him in his haunts. This seems to be the reason why rain is supposed to follow the troubling of a sacred spring. The Dards believe that if a cow's skin or anything impure is placed in certain springs, storms will follow. 1034. In the mountains of Fargana there was a place where rain began to fall as soon as anything dirty was thrown into a certain famous well. 1035. Again, in Tabaristan there was said to be a cave in the mountain of Tag which had only to be defilled by filth or milk for the rain to begin to fall, and to continue falling till the cave was cleansed. 1036. Gervasis mentions a spring, into which if a stone or a stick were thrown, rain would at once issue from it and drench the thrower. 1037. There was a fountain in Munster such that if it were touched or even looked at by a human being, it would at once flood the whole province with rain. 1038. In Normandy a wizard will sometimes repair to a spring, sprinkle flour on it, and strike the water with a hazel rod, while he chants his spell. A mist then rises from the spring, and condenses in the shape of heavy clouds, which discharge volleys of hail on the orchards and cornfields. 1039. When rain was long of coming in the Canary Islands, the priestesses used to beat the sea with rods to punish the water spirit for his niggardliness. 1040. Among the natural curiosities of Annam are the caves of Coahangy 302 or Truck. You may sail into them in a boat underground for a distance of half a mile, and a little way further in you come to the remains of an ancient altar among magnificent stalactite columns. The Annamites worship the spirit of the cave and offer sacrifices at its mouth in time of drought. From all the villages in the neighborhood come boats, the boatmen singing, "Let it rain! Let it rain!" in time to the measured dip of their oars in the water. Arrived at the mouth of the cave, they offer rice and wine to the spirit, prostrating themselves 4 times before him. Then the master of the ceremonies recites a prayer, ties a written copy of it to the neck of a dog, and flings the animal into the stream which flows from the grotto. This is done in order to provoke the spirit of the cave to anger by defiling his pure water. For he will then send abundant rains to sweep far away the carcass of the dead dog, which pollutes the sacred grotto. 1041. Cite a note, putting compulsion on the rain god. Exciting the pity of the beings who control the rain. 200 miles to the east of the land of the Huichol Indians in Mexico there is a sacred spring, and away to the west of their country stretches the Pacific Ocean. To ensure the fall of rain these Indians carry water from the spring to the sea, and an equal quantity of seawater from the sea to the spring. The 2 waters thus transferred will, they think, feel strange in their new surroundings and will seek to return to their old homes. Hence they will pass in the shape of clouds across the Huichol country and meeting there will descend as rain. 1042. Sometimes an appeal is made to the pity of the gods. When their corn is being burnt up by the sun, the Zulus look out for a heaven bird, kill it, and throw it into a pool. Then the heaven melts with tenderness for the death of the bird. It wails for it by raining, wailing a funeral wail. 1043. In Zululand women sometimes bury their children up to the neck in the ground, and then retiring to a distance keep up a dismal howl for a long time. The sky is supposed to melt with pity at the sight. Then the women dig the children out, and feel sure p. 303 that rain will soon follow. They say that they call to the Lord above and ask him to send rain. If it comes they declare that Chusondo reigns. 1044, in times of drought the Gonches of Tenerife led their sheep to sacred ground, and there they separated the lambs from their dams, that their plaintive bleating might touch the heart of the god. 1045, in Queen a way of stopping rain is to pour hot oil in the left ear of a dog. The animal howls with pain, his howls are heard by Indra, and out of pity for the beast's sufferings, the god stops the rain. 1046, sometimes the Torajas of Central Celebes attempt to procure rain as follows. They place the stalks of certain plants in water, saying, "Go and ask for rain, and so long as no rain falls I will not plant you again, but there shall you die." Also they string some fresh water snails on a cord, and hang the cord on a tree, and say to the snails, "Go and ask for rain, and so long as no rain comes, I will not take you back to the water." Then the snails go and weep and the gods take pity and send rain. 1047, however, the foregoing ceremonies are religious rather than magical, since they involve an appeal to the compassion of higher powers. A peculiar mode of making rain was adopted by some of the heathen Arabs. They tied 2 sorts of bushes to the tails and hind legs of their cattle, and, setting fire to the bushes, drove the cattle to the top of a mountain, praying for rain. 1048, this may be, as Wellhausen suggests, an imitation of lightning on the horizon. 1049, but it may also be a way of threatening the sky, as some West African rainmakers put a pot of inflammable materials on the fire and blow up the flames, threatening that if heaven does not soon give rain they will send up a blaze which will set the sky on fire. 1050, in time of drought the priests of the Muiscas in New Granada ascended a mountain and there burned billets, P304 of wood smeared with resin. The ashes they scattered in the air, thinking thus to condense the clouds and bring rain. 1051. Cite a note, making rain by means of stones. Bees or stones as instruments of rain. Stones are often supposed to possess the property of bringing on rain, provided they be dipped in water or sprinkled with it, or treated in some other appropriate manner. In a Samoan village a certain stone was carefully housed as the representative of the rain-making god, and in time of drought his priests carried the stone in procession, and dipped it in a stream. 1052, among the Tautathi tribe of New South Wales, the rainmaker breaks off a piece of quartz crystal and spits it towards the sky. The rest of the crystal he wraps in emu feathers, soaks both crystal and feathers in water, and carefully hides them. 1053, in the Karaman tribe of New South Wales the wizard retires to the bed of a creek, drops water on a round flat stone, then covers up and conceals it. 1054, among some tribes of northwestern Australia the rainmaker repairs to a piece of ground which is set apart for the purpose of rainmaking. There he builds a heap of stones or sand, places on the top of it his magic stone, and walks or dances round the pile chanting his incantations for hours, till sheer exhaustion obliges him to desist. When his place is taken by his assistant, water is sprinkled on the stone and huge fires are kindled. No layman may approach the sacred spot while the mystic ceremony is being performed. 1055, when the Sulka of New Britain wish to procure rain they blacken stones with the ashes of certain fruits and set them out, along with certain other plants and buds, in the sun. Then, a handful of twigs is dipped in water and weighted with stones, while a spell is chanted. After that rain should follow. 1056, in Manipur, on a lofty hill to the east of the capital, there is a stone which the popular imagination likens to an umbrella. P305 when rain is wanted, the Raja fetches water from a spring below and sprinkles it on the stone. 1057, at Sagami in Japan there is a stone which draws down rain whenever water is poured on it. 1058, when the Wakandu, a tribe of Central Africa, desire rain, they send to the Wawamba, who dwell at the foot of snowy mountains, and are the happy possessors of a rainstone. In consideration of a proper payment, the Wawamba wash the precious stone, anoint it with oil, and put it in a pot full of water. After that the rain cannot fail to come. 1059. In Bough, people think to put an end to drought by keeping a holy stone named Narayan Chakra in a vessel of water. 1060. The Turks of Armenia make rain by throwing pebbles into the water. At Aegean the pebbles are hung in 2 bags in the Euphrates. There should be 70,001 of them. 1061. At Mindus in Asia Minor the number of the stones used for this purpose is 77,000, and each of them should be licked before it is cast into the sea. 1062. In some parts of Mongolia, when the people desire rain, they fasten a bezoar stone to a willow twig, and place it in pure water, uttering incantations or prayers at the same time. 1063. At Yakutsk all classes used firmly to believe they could make rain by means of one of these bezoar stones, provided it had really been found in the stomach of an animal, and the fiercer the beast the more powerful the charm. The rainmaker had to dig the stone in spring water just as the sun rose, and then holding it between the thumb and forefinger of the right hand to present it to the luminary, after which he made 3 turns contrary to the direction of the sun. The virtue of a bezoar stone lasted only 9 days. 1064. Conversely, when Dr. Redloff's Mongolian guide wished to stop the rain, he tied a rock crystal by a short string to a stick, held the stone over the fire, and then swung the stick P306 about in all directions, while he chanted an incantation. 1065. Water is scarce with the fierce Apaches, who roam the arid wastes of Arizona and New Mexico. 4. Springs are few and far between in these torrid wildernesses, where the intense heat would be unendurable were it not for the great dryness of the air. The stony beds of the streams are waterless in the plains. But, if you ascend for some miles the profound canyons that worm their way into the heart of the wild and rugged mountains, you come in time to a current trickling over the sand, and a mile or 2 more will bring you to a stream of a tolerable size flowing over boulders and screened from the fierce sun by walls of rock that tower on either hand 1,000 feet into the air, their parched sides matted with the fantastic forms of the prickly cactus, and their summits crested far overhead with pine woods, like a black fringe against the burning blue of the sky. In such a land we need not wonder that the thirsty Indians seek to procure rain by magic. They take water from a certain spring and throw it on a particular point high up on a rock. The welcome clouds then soon gather, and rain begins to fall. 1066. In the district of Veranda, in Armenia, there is a rock with a hole in it near a sacred place. Women light candles on the rock and pour water into the hole, in order to bring on rain. And in the same district there is another rock on which water is poured and milk boiled as an offering in time of drought. 1067. Cita note, making rain by means of stones in Europe. Dipping images of saints in water as a rain charm. But customs of this sort are not confined to the wilds of Africa and Asia or the torrid deserts of Australia and the New World. They have been practiced in the cool air and under the grey skies of Europe. There is a fountain called Brenton, of romantic fame, in those wild woods of Brocéliande, where, if legend be true, the wizard Merlin still sleeps his magic slumber in the hawthorn shade. Thither the Breton peasants used to resort when they P307 needed rain. They caught some of the water in a tankard and threw it on a slab near the spring. 1068. On Snowdon there is a lonely tarn called Doolin, or the Black Lake, lying in a dismal dingle surrounded by high and dangerous rocks. A row of stepping stones runs out into the lake, and if anyone steps on the stones and throws water so as to wet the farthest stone, which is called the Red Altar, it is but a chance that you do not get rain before night, even when it is hot weather. 1069. In these cases it appears probable that, as in Samoa, the stone is regarded as more or less divine. This appears from the custom sometimes observed of dipping the cross in the fountain of Brenton to procure rain, for this is plainly a Christian substitute for the old pagan way of throwing water on the stone. 1070. At various places in France it is, or used till lately to be, the practice to dip the image of a saint in water as a means of procuring rain. Thus, beside the old priory of Kameni, a mile or 2 to the southwest of Milanges and Gilbert, there is a spring of Saint Gervais, whither the inhabitants go in procession, to obtain rain or fine weather according to the needs of the crops. In times of great drought they throw into the basin of the fountain an ancient stone image of the saint that stands in a sort of niche, from which the fountain flows. 1071, at Calabriers and Carpentras, both in Provence, a similar practice was observed with the images of Saint Pons and Saint Jans respectively. 1072, in several villages of Navarre prayers for rain used to be offered to Saint Peter, and by way of enforcing them the villagers carried the image of the saint in procession to the river, where they thrice invited him to reconsider his resolution and to grant their prayers. Then, if he was still obstinate, they plunged him in the water, despite the remonstrances of the clergy, who P308 pleaded with as much truth as piety that a simple caution or admonition administered to the image would produce an equally good effect. After this the rain was sure to fall within 24 hours. 1073, Catholic countries do not enjoy a monopoly of making rain by ducking holy images in water. In Mingrelia, when the crops are suffering from want of rain, they take a particularly holy image and dip it in water every day till a shower falls. 1074, and in the Far East the Shuns drench the images of Buddha with water when the rice is perishing of drought. 1075, in all such cases the practice is, probably at bottom a sympathetic charm, however it may be disguised under the appearance of a punishment or a threat. Cita note, various rain charms by means of stones. The application of water to a miraculous stone is not the only way of securing its good offices in the making of rain. In the island of Uist, one of the Outer Hebrides, there is a stone cross opposite to St. Mary's Church, which the natives used to call the water cross. When they needed rain, they set the cross up. And when enough rain had fallen, they laid it flat on the ground. 1076, in Aurora, one of the New Hebrides Islands, the rainmaker puts a tuft of leaves of a certain plant in the hollow of a stone. Over it he lays some branches of a pepper tree pounded and crushed, and to these he adds a stone, which is believed to possess the property of drawing down showers from the sky. All this he accompanies with incantations, and finally covers the whole mass up. In time it ferments, and steam, charged with magical virtue, goes up and makes clouds and rain. The wizard must be careful, however, not to pound the pepper too hard, as otherwise the wind might blow too strong. 1077, sometimes the stone derives its magical virtue from its likeness to a real or imaginary animal. Thus, at Kota Kadang in Sumatra, there is a stone which, with the help of a powerful imagination, may perhaps be conceived to bear a faint and distant resemblance to a cat. P309 naturally, therefore, it possesses the property of eliciting showers from the sky, since in Sumatra, as we have seen, a real black cat plays a part in ceremonies for the production of rain. Hence the stone is sometimes smeared with the blood of fowls, rubbed and incensed, while a charm is uttered over it. 1078, at Annette, in Washington State, there is an irregular, basaltic rock on which a face, said to be that of the thunderbird, has been hammered. The Indians of the neighborhood long believed that to shake the rock would cause rain by exciting the wrath of the thunderbird. 1079. Cita note, rain charms in classical antiquity. Like other peoples, the Greeks and Romans sought to obtain rain by magic, when prayers and processions. 1080, had proved ineffectual. 4. Example, in Arcadia, when the corn and trees were parched with drought, the priest of Zeus sticked an oak branch into a certain spring on Mount Lycaeus. Thus troubled, the water sent up a misty cloud, from which rain soon fell upon the land. 1081, a similar mode of making rain is still practiced, as we have seen, in Halmahera near New Guinea. 1082, the people of Crenon in Thessaly had a bronze chariot which they kept in a temple. When they desired a shower they shook the chariot and the shower fell. 1083, probably the rattling of the chariot was meant to imitate thunder. We have already seen that mock thunder and lightning form part of a rain charm in Russia and P310 Japan. 1084, the legendary Salmoneus, king of Elis, made mock thunder by dragging bronze kettles behind his chariot, or by driving over a bronze bridge, while he hurled blazing torches in imitation of lightning. It was as impious, wished to mimic the thundering car of Zeus as it rolled across the vault of heaven. Indeed, he declared that he was actually Zeus, and caused sacrifices to be offered to himself as such. 1085, near a temple of Mars, outside the walls of Rome, there was kept a certain stone known as the lapis monalis. In time of drought the stone was dragged into Rome, and this was supposed to bring down rain immediately. 1086, there were Etruscan wizards who made rain or discovered springs of water, it is not certain which. They were thought to bring the rain, or the water out of their bellies. 1087, the legendary Telchines, in Rhodes are described as magicians who could change their shape, and bring clouds, rain, and snow. 1088, the Athenians sacrificed, boiled, not roast meat to the seasons, begging them to avert drought, and dry heat and to send due warmth and timely rain. 1089, this is an interesting example of the admixture of religion with sorcery, of sacrifice with magic. The Athenians dimly conceived that in some way the water in the pot would be transmitted through the boiled meat to the deities, and then sent down again by them in the form of rain. 1090, in a similar spirit P311 the prudent Greeks made it a rule always to pour honey, but never wine, on the altars of the sun god, pointing out, with great show of reason, how expedient it was, that a god on whom so much depended should keep strictly sober. 1091. Section 3. The magical control of the sun. Cite a note, making the sun to shine. Magical control of the sun. Attempts to help the sun at an eclipse. Various charms to cause the sun to shine. The rule of total abstinence which Greek prudence and piety imposed on the sun god introduces us to a second class of natural phenomena, which primitive man commonly supposes to be in some degree under his control and dependent on his exertions. As the magician thinks he can make rain, so he fancies he can cause the sun to shine, and can hasten or stay its going down. At an eclipse the Ojibways used to imagine that the sun was being extinguished. So they shot fire-tipped arrows in the air, hoping thus to rekindle his expiring light. 1092. The census of eastern Peru also shot burning arrows at the sun during an eclipse, but apparently they did this not so much to relight his lamp as to drive away a savage beast with which they supposed him to be struggling. 1093. Conversely, during an eclipse of the moon, some Indian tribes of the Orinoco used to bury lighted brands in the ground. Because, said they, if the moon were to be extinguished, all fire on earth would be extinguished P312 with her, except such as was hidden from her sight. 1094. During an eclipse of the sun the Kamchatkans were wont to bring out fire from their huts and pray the great luminary to shine as before. 1095. But the prayer addressed to the sun shows that this ceremony was religious rather than magical. Purely magical, on the other hand, was the ceremony observed on similar occasions by the Chilcotin Indians of northwestern America. Men and women tucked up their robes, as they do in traveling, and then leaning on staves, as if they were heavy laden, they continued to walk in a circle till the eclipse was over. 1096. Apparently they thought thus to support the failing steps of the sun as he trod his weary round in the sky. Similarly in ancient Egypt the king, as the representative of the sun, walked solemnly round the walls of a temple in order to ensure that the sun should perform his daily journey round the sky without the interruption of an eclipse or other mishap. 1097. And after the autumnal equinox the ancient Egyptians held a festival called the Nativity of the Sun's Walking Stick, because, as the luminary declined daily in the sky, and his light and heat diminished, he was supposed to need a staff on which to lean. 1098. In New Caledonia when a wizard desires to make sunshine, he takes some plants and corals to the burial ground, and fashions them into a bundle, adding 2 locks of hair cut from a living child of his family, also 2 teeth or an entire jawbone from the skeleton of an ancestor. He then climbs a mountain whose top catches the first rays of the morning sun. Here he deposits 3 sorts of plants on a flat stone, places a branch of dry coral beside them, and hangs the bundle of charms over the stone. Next morning he returns to the spot and sets fire to the bundle at the moment when P313 the sun rises from the sea. As the smoke curls up, he rubs the stone with the dry coral, invokes his ancestors and says, "Sun, I do this that you may be burning hot, and eat up all the clouds in the sky." The same ceremony is repeated at sunset. 1099. The New Caledonians also make a drought by means of a disc-shaped stone with a hole in it. At the moment when the sun rises, the wizard holds the stone in his hand and passes a burning brand repeatedly into the hole, while he says, "I kindle the sun, in order that he may eat up the clouds and dry up our land, so that it may produce nothing." 1100. When the sun rises behind clouds, a rare event in the bright sky of southern Africa, the Sun clan of the Bechuanas say that he is grieving their heart. All work stands still, and all the food of the previous day is given to matrons or old women. They may eat it and may share it with the children they are nursing, but no one else may taste it. The people go down to the river and wash themselves all over. Each man throws into the river a stone taken from his domestic hearth, and replaces it with one picked up in the bed of the river. On their return to the village, the chief kindles a fire in his hut, and all his subjects come and get a light from it. A general dance follows. 1101. In these cases it seems that the lighting of the flame on earth is supposed to rekindle the solar fire. Such a belief comes naturally to people who, like the Sun clan of the Bechuanas, deem themselves the veritable kinsmen of the sun. When the sun is obscured by clouds, the Lengwe Indians of the Grand Chaco hold burning sticks towards him to encourage the luminary. 1102, or rather perhaps to P314 rekindle his seemingly expiring light. The Banks Islanders make sunshine by means of a mock sun. They take a very round stone, called a vatlu or sandstone, wine red braid about it, and stick it with owl's feathers, to represent rays, singing the proper spell in a low voice. Then they hang it on some high tree, such as a banyan or a casuarina, in a sacred place. Or the stone is laid on the ground with white rods radiating from it to imitate sunbeams. 1103. Sometimes the mode of making sunshine is the converse of that of making rain. Thus we have seen that a white or red victim is sacrificed for sunshine, while a black one is sacrificed for rain. 1104. Some of the New Caledonians drench a skeleton to make rain, but burn it to make sunshine. 1105. Cite a note: sun charms among the American Indians. Human sacrifices offered to the sun by the Mexicans. Greek sacrifices of horses to the sun. When the mists lay thick on the sierras of Peru, the Indian women used to rattle the silver and copper ornaments which they wore on their breasts, and they blew against the fog, hoping thus to disperse it and make the sun shine through. Another way of producing the same effect was to burn salt or scatter ashes in the air. 1106. The Guirayo Indians also threw ashes in the air for the sake of clearing up the clouded evening sky. 1107. In Car Nicobar, when it has rained for several days without stopping, the natives roll long bamboos in leaves of various kinds and set them up in the middle of the village. They call these bamboos rods, inviting the sun to shine. 1108. The offering made by the Brahmin in the morning is supposed to produce the sun, and we are told that assuredly it would not rise were he not to make that offering. 1109. The ancient Mexicans conceived the sun as the source of all vital force. Hence they named him Palnemahuani, he by whom men live. But if he bestowed life on the world, he needed also to receive P315 life from it. And as the heart is the seat and symbol of life, bleeding hearts of men and animals were presented to the sun to maintain him in vigor and enable him to run his course across the sky. Thus the Mexican sacrifices to the sun were magical rather than religious, being designed not so much to please and propitiate him, as physically to renew his energies of heat, light, and motion. The constant demand for human victims to feed the solar fire was met by waging war every year on the neighboring tribes and bringing back troops of captives to be sacrificed on the altar. Thus the ceaseless wars of the Mexicans and their cruel system of human sacrifices, the most monstrous on record, sprang in great measure from a mistaken theory of the solar system. No more striking illustration could be given of the disastrous consequences that may flow in practice from a purely speculative error. 1110. The ancient Greeks believed that the sun drove in a chariot across the sky. Hence, the Rhodians, who worshipped the sun as their chief deity, annually dedicated a chariot and 4 horses to him, and flung them into the sea for his use. Doubtless they thought that after a year's work his old horses and chariot would be worn out. 1111. From a like motive, probably, the idolatrous kings of Judah dedicated chariots and horses to the sun. 1112. And the Spartans. 1113. Persians. 1114. And Massageti. 1115. Sacrificed horses to him. The Spartans performed the sacrifice on the P316 top of Mount Aegitus, the beautiful range, behind which they saw the great luminary set every night. It was as natural for the inhabitants of the valley of Sparta to do this as it was for the islanders of Rhodes to throw the chariot and horses into the sea, into which the sun seemed to them to sink at evening. For, thus, whether on the mountain or in the sea, the fresh horses stood ready for the weary god where they would be most welcome, at the end of his day's journey. Cite a note, staying the sun by means of a net or string. Staying the sun by putting a stone or a clod in the fork of a tree. As some people think they can light up the sun or speed him on his way, so others fancy they can retard or stop him. In a pass of the Peruvian Andes down to ruined towers on opposite hills, iron hooks are clamped into their walls for the purpose of stretching a net from one tower to the other. The net is intended to catch the sun. 1116. On a small hill in Fiji grew a patch of reeds, and travelers who feared to be belated used to tie the tops of a handful of reeds together to prevent the sun from going down. 1117. As to this my late friend the Reverend Lorimer Fisson wrote to me, I have often seen the reeds tied together to keep the sun from going down. The place is on a hill in Lakamba, one of the eastern islands of the Fijian group. It is on the side, not on the top, of the hill. The reeds grow on the right side of the path. I asked an old man the meaning of the practice, and he said, we used to think the sun would see us, and know we wanted him not to go down till we got past on our way home again. 1118. But perhaps the original intention was to entangle the sun in the reeds, just as the Peruvians try to catch him in the net. Stories of men who have caught the sun in a noose are widely spread. 1119. When the sun is going southward in the autumn, and sinking lower and lower in the Arctic sky, the Eskimo of Iglolik play the game of cat's cradle in order to catch him in the meshes of the string and so prevent his P317 disappearance. On the contrary, when the sun is moving northward in the spring, they play the game of cup and ball to hasten his return. 1120. Means like those which the Eskimo take to stop the departing sun are adopted by the Negroes of the slave coast to catch a runaway slave. They take 2 sticks, unite them by a string, and then wind the string round one of them, while at the same time they pronounce the name of the fugitive. When the string is quite wound about the stick, the runaway will be bound fast and unable to stir. 1121. In New Guinea, when a motorman is hunting or traveling late in the afternoon and fears to be overtaken by darkness, he will sometimes take a piece of twine, loop it, and look through the loop at the sun. Then he pulls the loop into a knot and says, wait until we get home, and we will give you the fat of a pig. After that he passes the string to the man behind him, and then it is thrown away. In a similar case a Matumoto man of New Guinea says, son, do not be in a hurry. Just wait until I get to the end. And the son waits. The Matumoto do not like to eat in the dark. So if the food is not yet ready, and the sun is sinking, they say, son, stop. My food is not ready, and I want to eat by you. 1122. Here the looking at the sinking sun through a loop and then drawing the loop into a knot appears to be a purely magical ceremony designed to catch the sun in the mesh. But the request that the luminary would kindly stand still till home is reached or the dinner cooked, coupled with the offer of a slice of fat bacon as an inducement to him to comply with the request, is thoroughly religious. Jerome of Prague, traveling among the heathen Lithuanians early in the 15th century, found a tribe who worshipped the sun and venerated a large iron hammer. The priests told him that once the sun had been invisible for several months, because a powerful king had shut it up in a strong tower. But the signs of the zodiac P318 had broken open the tower with this very hammer and released the sun. Therefore they adored the hammer. 1123. When an Australian blackfellow wishes to stay the sun from going down till he gets home, he puts a sod in the fork of a tree, exactly facing the setting sun. 1124. For the same purpose an Indian of Yucatan, journeying westward, places a stone in a tree or pulls out some of his eyelashes and blows them towards the sun. 1125. When the Golos, a tribe of the Bear El Ghazal, are on the march, they will sometimes take a stone or a small ant heap, about the size of a man's head, and place it in the fork of a tree in order to retard the sunset. 1126. South African natives, in traveling, will put a stone in a fork of a tree or place some grass on the path with a stone over it, believing that this will cause their friends to keep the meal waiting till their arrival. 1127. In this, as in previous examples, the purpose apparently is to retard the sun. But why should the act of putting a stone or a sod in a tree be supposed to effect this? A partial explanation is suggested by another Australian custom. In their journeys the natives are accustomed to place stones in trees at different heights from the ground in order to indicate the height of the sun in the sky at the moment when they pass the particular tree. Those who follow are thus made aware of the time of day when their friends in advance pass the spot. 1128. Possibly the natives, thus accustomed to mark the sun's progress, may have slipped into the confusion of imagining that to mark the sun's progress was to arrest it at the point marked. On the other hand, to make it go P319 down faster, the Australians throw sand into the air and blow with their mouths towards the sun. 1129. Perhaps to waft the lingering orb westward and bury it under the sands into which it appears to sink at night. Cite a note, accelerating the moon. As some people imagine they can hasten the sun, so others fancy they can jog the tardy moon. The natives of German New Guinea reckon months by the moon, and some of them have been known to throw stones and spears at the moon in order to accelerate its progress and so to hasten the return of their friends who were away from home for 12 months working on a tobacco plantation. 1130. The Malays think that a bright glow at sunset may throw a weak person into a fever. Hence they attempt to extinguish the glow by spitting out water and throwing ashes at it. 1131. The Shuswap Indians of British Columbia believe that they can bring on cold weather by burning the wood of a tree that has been struck by lightning. The belief may be based on the observation that, in their country, cold follows a thunderstorm. Hence in spring, when these Indians are traveling over the snow on high ground, they burn splinters of such wood in the fire in order that the crust of the snow may not melt. 1132. Section 4. The magical control of the wind. Cite a note, making the wind to blow or be still. Once more, the savage thinks he can make the wind to blow or to be still. When the day is hot and a Yakut has a long way to go, he takes a stone which he has chanced to find in an animal or fish, winds a horsehair several times round it, and ties it to a stick. He then waves the stick about, uttering a spell. Soon a cool breeze begins to blow. 1133. In order to procure a cool wind for 9 days, the stone should first be dipped in the blood of a bird or beast in P320, then presented to the sun, while the sorcerer makes 3 turns, contrary to the course of the luminary. 1134. The Wind Clan of the Omahas flap their blankets to start a breeze which will drive away the mosquitoes. 1135. When a Haida Indian wishes to obtain a fair wind, he fasts, shoots a raven, singes it in the fire, and then going to the edge of the sea sweeps it over the surface of the water 4 times in the direction in which he wishes the wind to blow. He then throws the raven behind him, but afterwards picks it up and sets it in a sitting posture at the foot of a spruce tree, facing towards the required wind. Propping its beak open with a stick, he requests a fair wind for a certain number of days. Then going away he lies, covered up in his mantle till another Indian asks him for how many days he has desired the wind, which question he answers. 1136, when a sorcerer in New Britain wishes to make a wind blow in a certain direction, he throws burnt lime in the air, chanting a song all the time. Then he waves sprigs of ginger and other plants about, throws them up and catches them. Next he makes a small fire with these sprigs, on the spot where the lime has fallen thickest, and walks round the fire chanting. Lastly, he takes the ashes and throws them on the water. 1137, if a Hottentot desires the wind to drop, he takes one of his fattest skins and hangs it on the end of a pole, in the belief that by blowing the skin down the wind will lose all its force and must itself fall. 1138, Fujian wizards throw shells against the wind to make it drop. 1139, on the other hand, when a Persian peasant desires a strong wind to winnow his corn, he rubs a kind of bastard saffron, and throws it up into the air. After that the breeze soon begins to blow. 1140, some of the Indians of Canada believe that the winds were caused by a fish like a lizard. When one of P321 these fish had been caught, the Indians advised the Jesuit missionaries to put it back into the river as fast as possible in order to calm the wind, which was contrary. 1141, if a Cherokee wizard desires to turn aside an approaching storm, he faces it and recites a spell with outstretched hand. Then he gently blows towards the quarter to which he wishes it to go, waving his hand in the same direction as if he were pushing away the storm. 1142, the Ottawa Indians fancied they could calm a tempest by relating the dreams they had dreamed during their fast, or by throwing tobacco on the troubled water. 1143, when the Key Islanders wish to obtain a favorable wind for their friends at sea, they dance in a ring, both men and women, swaying their bodies to and fro, while the men hold handkerchiefs in their hands. 1144, in Melanesia there are everywhere weather doctors who can control the powers of the air and are willing to supply wind or calm in return for a proper remuneration. For instance, in Santa Cruz the wizard makes wind by waving the branch of a tree and chanting the appropriate charm. 1145, in another Melanesian island a missionary observed a large shell filled with earth, in which an oblong stone, covered with red ochre, was set up, while the whole was surrounded by a fence of sticks strengthened by a creeper which was twined in and out the uprights. On asking a native what these things meant, he learned that the wind was here fenced or bound round, lest it should blow hard. The imprisoned wind would not be able to blow again until the fence that kept it in should have rotted away. 1146, in South Africa, when the Kaffirs wish to stop a high wind, they call in a wind doctor, who takes a pot with a spout and points the spout towards the quarter from which the wind is blowing. He then places medicines P322 and some of the dust blown by the wind in the vessel, and seals up every opening of the pot with damp clay. Thereupon the doctor declares, "The head of the wind is now in my pot, and the wind will cease to blow." 1147, the natives of the island of Bibili, off German New Guinea, are reputed to make wind by blowing with their mouths. In stormy weather the Bokajim people say, the Bibili folk art it again, blowing away. 1148, another way of making wind, which is practiced in New Guinea is to strike a windstone lightly, with a stick. To strike it hard would bring on a hurricane. 1149, so, in Scotland witches used to raise the wind by dipping a rag in water, and beating it thrice on a stone, saying, "I knock this rag upon this stain, to raise the wind in the devil's name, it's all not lie till I please again." 1150. Sit a note, raising the wind. At Victoria, the capital of Vancouver's island, there are a number of large stones not far from what is called the Battery. Each of them represents a certain wind. When an Indian wants any particular wind, he goes and moves the corresponding stone a little. Were he to move it too much, the wind would blow very hard. 1151, the natives of Murray Island and Torres Straits used to make a great wind blow from the southeast by pointing coconut leaves and other plants at two granitic boulders on the shore. So long as the leaves remained there, the wind set in that quarter. But, significantly enough, this ceremony was only performed during the prevalence of the southeast monsoon. The natives knew better than to try to raise a southeast wind while the northwest monsoon was blowing. 1152, on the altar of Flata's chapel, in the island of Flatajuan, one of the Hebrides, lay a round, bluish stone which was always moist. Windbound fishermen walked sunwise round the chapel and P323 then poured water on the stone, whereupon a favorable breeze was sure to spring up. 1153, in Gaia, an island off the western coast of Argalicia, there is a well-named Toberath, Puatek or the Lucky Well of Bethag, which used to be famous for its power of raising the wind. It lies at the foot of a hill facing northeast near an isthmus called Tarbat. 6 feet above where the water gushes out there is a heap of stones which forms a cover to the sacred spring. When a person wished for a fair wind either to leave the island or to bring home his absent friends, this part was opened. With great solemnity, the stones were carefully removed, and the well cleaned with a wooden dish or clamshell. This being done, the water was thrown several times in the direction from which the wished-for wind was to blow, and this action was accompanied by a certain form of words which the person repeated every time he threw the water. When the ceremony was over, the well was again carefully shut up to prevent fatal consequences, it being firmly believed that, were the place left open, a storm would arise which would overwhelm the whole island. 1154, the Esthonians have various odd ways of raising a wind. They scratch their finger, or hang up a serpent, or strike an axe into a house beam in the direction from which they wish the wind to blow, while at the same time they whistle. The notion is that the gentle wind will not let an innocent being or even a beam suffer without coming and breathing softly to assuage the pain. 1155. Cita note, winds raised by wizards and witches. In Mabiak, an island between New Guinea and Australia, there were men whose business was to make wind for such as wanted it. When engaged in his professional duties, the wizard painted himself black behind and red on his face and chest. The red in front typified the red cloud of morning, the black represented the dark blue sky of night. Thus, arrayed he took some bushes, and, when the tide was low, fastened them at the edge of the reef so that the flowing P324 tide made them sway backwards and forwards. But if only a gentle breeze was needed, he fastened them nearer to the shore. To stop the wind he again painted himself red and black, the latter in imitation of the clear blue sky, and then removing the bushes from the reef he dried and burnt them. The smoke as it curled up was believed to stop the wind, smoke he go up, and him clear up on top. 1156. In some islands of Torres Straits the wizard made wind by whirling a bull roarer. 1157. The booming sound of the instrument probably seemed to him like the roar or the whistling of the wind. Amongst the Kurnai tribe of Gippsland in Victoria there used to be a noted raiser of storms who went by the name of Bunjil, Kura or Great West Wind. This wind makes the tall slender trees of the Gippsland forests to rock and sway so that the natives could not climb them in search of opossums. Hence the people were forced to propitiate Bunjil Kura by liberal offerings of weapons and rugs whenever the treetops bent before a gale. Having received their gifts, Bunjil Kura would bind his head with swathes of stringy bark and lull the storm to rest with a song which consisted of the words, "Where, string, west wind," repeated again and again. 1158. Apparently the wizard identified himself with the wind, and fancied that he could bind it by tying string round his own head. The Quechuatl Indians of British Columbia, as we have seen, believe that twins can summon any wind by merely moving their hands. 1159. In Greenland a woman in childbed, and for some time after delivery is supposed to possess the power of laying a storm. She has only to go out of doors, fill her mouth with air, and coming back into the house blow it out again. 1160. In antiquity there was a family at Corinth which enjoyed the reputation of being able to still the raging wind. But we do not know in what manner its members exercised a useful function, P325, which probably earned for them a more solid recompense than mere repute among the seafaring population of the isthmus. 1161. Even in Christian times, under the reign of Constantine, a certain Sopater suffered death at Constantinople on a charge of binding the winds by magic, because it happened that the corn ships of Egypt and Syria were detained afar off by calms or headwinds, to the rage and disappointment of the hungry Byzantine rabble. 1162, an ancient charm to keep storms from damaging the crops was to bury a toad in a new earthen vessel in the middle of the field. 1163, Finnish wizards used to sell wind to storm-stayed mariners. The wind was enclosed in 3 knots. If they undid the first knot, a moderate wind sprang up. If the second, it blew half a gale. If the third, a hurricane. 1164, indeed the Estonians, whose country is divided from Finland only by an arm of the sea, still believe in the magical powers of their northern neighbors. The bitter winds that blow in spring from the north and northeast, bringing ache and rheumatic inflammations in their train, are set down by the simple Estonian peasantry to the machinations of the Finnish wizards and witches. In particular, they regard with special dread 3 days in spring to which they give the name of Days of the Cross. One of them falls on the eve of Ascension Day. The people in the neighborhood of Fellin fear to go out on these days lest the cruel winds from Lapland should smite them dead. A popular Estonian song runs: Wind of the cross, rushing and mighty, heavy the blow of thy wings sweeping past. Wild wailing wind of misfortune and sorrow, wizards of Finland ride by on the blast. 1165. It is said too, that sailors, beating up against the wind in the Gulf of Finland, sometimes see a strange sail heave inside astern, and overhaul them hand over hand. On ship P326 comes with a cloud of canvas, all her studding sails out, right in the teeth of the wind, forging her way through the foaming billows, dashing back the spray, in sheets from her cutwater, every sail swollen to bursting, every rope strained to cracking. Then the sailors know that she hails from Finland. 1166. Sit a note, enclosing the winds in knots, bags, and pots. The art of tying up the wind in 3 knots, so that the more knots are loose the stronger will blow the wind, has been attributed to wizards in Lapland and to witches in Shetland, Lewis, and the Isle of Man. Shetland seamen still buy winds in the shape of knotted handkerchiefs, or threads from old women who claim to rule the storms. There are said to be ancient crones in Lerwick now who live by selling wind. 1167. In the early part of the 19th century, Sir Walter Scott visited one of these witches at Stromness in the Orkneys. He says, "We climb by steep and dirty lanes, an eminence rising above the town, and commanding a fine view. An old hag lives in a wretched cabin on this height, and subsists by selling winds. Each captain of a merchantman, between jest and earnest, gives the old woman 6 pence, and she boils her kettle to procure a favorable gale. She was a miserable figure. Upwards of 90, she told us, and dried up like a mummy. A sort of clay-colored cloak, folded over her head, corresponded in color to her corpse-like complexion. Fine light blue eyes, and nose and chin that almost met, and a ghastly expression of cunning, gave her quite the effect of Hecate. 1168, a Norwegian witch has boasted of sinking a ship by opening a bag in which she had shut up the wind. 1169, Ulysses received the winds in a leathern bag from Aeolus, king of the winds. 1170, the P327 Matumodi in New Guinea think that storms are sent by an Oyabu sorcerer. For each wind he has a bamboo which he opens at pleasure. 1171, on the top of Mount Iku in Togo, a district of German West Africa, resides a fetish called Bagba, who is supposed to control the wind and the rain. His priest is said to keep the winds shut up in great pots. 1172. Sit a note, frightening, driving away, and killing the spirit of the wind. Often the stormy wind is regarded as an evil being who may be intimidated, driven away, or killed. When the darkening of the sky indicates the approach of a tornado, a South African magician will repair to a height whither he collects as many people as can be hastily summoned to his assistance. Directed by him, they shout and bellow in imitation of the gust as it swirls roaring about the huts and among the trees of the forest. then at a signal they mimic the crash of the thunder, after which there is a dead silence for a few seconds. Then follows a screech more piercing and prolonged than any that preceded, dying away in a tremulous wail. The magician fills his mouth with a foul liquid which he squirts in defiant jets against the approaching storm as a kind of menace or challenge to the spirit of the wind. And the shouting and wailing of his assistants are meant to frighten the spirit away. The performance lasts until the tornado either bursts or passes away in another direction. If it bursts, the reason is that the magician who sent the storm was more powerful than he who endeavored to avert it. 1173, when storms and bad weather have lasted long and food is scarce with the central Eskimo, they endeavor to conjure the tempest by making a long whip of seaweed, armed with which they go down to the beach and strike out in the direction of the wind, crying, "Tapa, it is enough." 1174, once when northwesterly winds had kept the ice long on the coast and food was becoming scarce, the Eskimo P328 performed a ceremony to make a calm. A fire was kindled on the shore, and the men gathered round it and chanted. An old man then stepped up to the fire and in a coaxing voice invited the demon of the wind to come under the fire and warm himself. When he was supposed to have arrived, a vessel of water, to which each man present had contributed, was thrown on the flames by an old man, and immediately a flight of arrows sped towards the spot where the fire had been. They thought that the demon would not stay where he had been so badly treated. To complete the effect, guns were discharged in various directions, and the captain of a European vessel was invited to fire on the wind with cannon. 1175, on the 21st of February 1883, a similar ceremony was performed by the Eskimo of Point Barrow, Alaska, with the intention of killing the spirit of the wind. Women drove the demon from their houses with clubs and knives, with which they made passes in the air. And the men, gathering round a fire, shot him with their rifles and crushed him under a heavy stone the moment that steam rose in a cloud from the smoldering embers, on which a tub of water had just been thrown. 1176. Siddha note, confronting the storm with swords and drums. In ancient India the priest was directed to confront a storm, armed to the teeth with a bludgeon, a sword, and a firebrand, while he chanted a magical lay. 1177, during a tremendous hurricane the drums of Kaduma, near the Victoria Nyanza, were heard to beat all night. When, next morning a missionary inquired the cause, he was told that the sound of the drums is a charm against storms. 1178, the sea dayaks and kinds of Borneo beat gongs when a tempest is raging. But the dayaks, and perhaps the kinds also, do this, not so much to frighten away the spirit of the storm, as to apprise him of their whereabouts, lest he should inadvertently knock their houses down. Heard at night above the howling of the storm, the distant boom of the P329 gongs has a weird effect. And sometimes, before the notes can be distinguished for the wind and rain, they strike fear into a neighboring village. Lights are extinguished, the women are put in a place of safety, and the men stand to their arms to resist an attack. Then with a lull in the wind the true nature of the gong beating is recognized, and the alarm subsides. 1179. Siddha note, attacking the whirlwind with weapons. On calm summer days in the highlands of Scotland eddies of wind sometimes go past, whirling about dust and straws, though not another breath of air is stirring. The Highlanders think that the fairies are in these eddies carrying away men, women, children, or animals, and they will fling their left shoe, or their bonnet, or a knife, or earth from a molehill at the eddy to make the fairies drop their booty. 1180, when a gust lifts the hay in the meadow, the Breton peasant throws a knife or a fork at it to prevent the devil from carrying off the hay. 1181, similarly in the Estonian island of Ossel, when the reapers are busy among the corn and the wind blows about the ears that have not yet been tied into sheaves, the reapers slash at it with their sickles. 1182, the custom of flinging a knife or a hat at a whirlwind is observed alike by German, Slavonian, and Estonian rustics. They think that a witch or wizard is riding on the blast, and that the knife, if it hits the witch, will be reddened by her blood or will disappear altogether, sticking in the wound it has inflicted. 1183, p. 330. Sometimes Estonian peasants run shrieking and shouting behind a whirlwind, hurling sticks and stones into the flying dust. 1184, the Lengwa Indians of the Grand Chaco ascribe the rush of a whirlwind to the passage of a spirit and they fling sticks at it to frighten it away. 1185, when the wind blows down their huts, the Paguas of South America snatch up firebrands and run against the wind, menacing it with the blazing brands, while others beat the air with their fists to frighten the storm. 1186, when the Guaycuras are threatened by a severe storm, the men go out armed, and the women and children scream their loudest to intimidate the demon. 1187, during a tempest the inhabitants of a Batak village in Sumatra have been seen to rush from their houses armed with sword and lance. The Raja placed himself at their head, and with shouts and yells they hewed and hacked at the invisible foe. An old woman was observed to be specially active in the defense of her house, slashing the air right and left with a long saber. 1188, in a violent thunderstorm, the peals, sounding very near, the Kains of Borneo have been seen to draw their swords threateningly half out of their scabbards, as if to frighten away the demons of the storm. 1189, in Australia the huge columns of red sand that move rapidly across a desert tract are thought by the natives to be spirits passing along. Once p. 331 an athletic young black ran after one of these moving columns to kill it with boomerangs. He was away 2 or 3 hours, and came back very weary, saying he had killed Kuchi, the demon, but that Kuchi had growled at him and he must die. 1190, of the Bedouin of Eastern Africa it is said that no whirlwind ever sweeps across the path without being pursued by a dozen savages with drawn creeses, who stab into the center of the dusty column in order to drive away the evil spirit that is believed to be riding on the blast. 1191. Cite a note, fighting the Simoom. In the light of these examples a story told by Herodotus, which modern critics have treated as a fable, is perfectly credible. He says, without however vouching for the truth of the tale, that once in the land of the Sili, the modern Tripoli, the wind blowing from the Sahara had dried up all the water tanks. So the people took counsel, and marched in a body to make war on the south wind. But when they entered the desert the Simoom swept down on them and buried them to a man. 1192, this story may well have been told by one who watched them, disappearing, in battle array, with drums and cymbals beating, into the red cloud of whirling sand. p. 332. Chapter 6. Magicians as Kings. Cite a note, social importance of magicians and their rise to the position of chiefs or kings. But magic is not the only road by which men have traveled to a throne. Complexity of the social phenomena and the danger of simplifying them unduly by our hypotheses. The foregoing evidence may satisfy us that in many lands and many races magic has claimed to control the great forces of nature for the good of man. If that has been so, the practitioners of the art must necessarily be personages of importance and influence in any society which puts faith in their extravagant pretensions, and it would be no matter for surprise if, by virtue of the reputation which they enjoy, and of the awe which they inspire, some of them should attain to the highest position of authority over their credulous fellows. In point of fact, magicians appear to have often developed into chiefs and kings. Not that magic is the only or perhaps even the main road by which men have traveled to a throne. The lust of power, the desire to domineer over our fellows, is among the commonest and the strongest of human passions, and no doubt men of a masterful character have sought to satisfy it in many different ways and have attained by many different means to the goal of their ambition. The sword, for example, in a strong hand has unquestionably done for many what the magician's wand, in a deft hand appears to have done for some. He who investigates the history of institutions should constantly bear in mind the extreme complexity of the causes which have built up the fabric of human society, and should be on his guard against a subtle danger incidental to all science, the tendency to simplify unduly the infinite variety of the phenomena by fixing our attention on a few of them to the exclusion of the rest. The propensity to excessive simplification is indeed natural to the mind of man, since it is only p333 by abstraction and generalization, which necessarily imply the neglect of a multitude of particulars, that he can stretch his puny faculties so as to embrace a minute portion of the illimitable vastness of the universe. But if the propensity is natural and even inevitable, it is nevertheless fraught with peril, since it is apt to narrow and falsify our conception of any subject under investigation. To correct it partially, for to correct it wholly would require an infinite intelligence, we must endeavor to broaden our views by taking account of a wide range of facts and possibilities. And when we have done so to the utmost of our power, we must still remember that from the very nature of things our ideas fall immeasurably short of the reality. Note: this propensity to excessive simplification has done much to discredit the study of primitive mythology and religion. In no branch of learning, perhaps, has this proneness to an attractive but fallacious simplicity wrought more havoc than in the investigation of the early history of mankind. In particular, the excesses to which it has been carried have done much to discredit the study of primitive mythology and religion. Students of these subjects have been far too ready to pounce on any theory which adequately explains some of the facts, and forthwith to stretch it so as to cover them all. And when the theory, thus unduly strained, has broken, as was to be expected, in their unskillful hands, they have pettishly thrown it aside in disgust, instead of restricting it, as they should have done from the outset, to the particular class of facts to which it is really applicable. So it fared in our youth with the solar myth theory, which after being unreasonably exaggerated by its friends has long been quite as unreasonably rejected altogether by its adversaries. And in more recent times the theories of totemism, magic, and taboo, to take only a few conspicuous examples, have similarly suffered from the excessive zeal of injudicious advocates. This instability of judgment, this tendency of anthropological opinion to swing to and fro from one extreme to another with every breath of new discovery, is perhaps the principal reason why the whole study is still viewed askance by men of sober and cautious temper, who naturally look with suspicion on idols that are set up and worshipped one day only to be knocked down and trampled underfoot the next. To these cool observers Max P334 Muller and the Rosy Dawn in the 19th century stand on the same dusty shelf with Jacob Bryant and Noah's Ark in the 18th, and they expect with a sarcastic smile the time when the fashionable anthropological topics of the present day will in their turn be consigned to the same peaceful limbo of forgotten absurdities. It is not for the anthropologist himself to anticipate the verdict of posterity on his labors. Still it is his humble hope that the facts which he has patiently amassed will be found sufficiently numerous and solid to bear the weight of some at least of the conclusions which he rests upon them, so that these can never again be lightly tossed aside as the fantastic dreams of a mere bookish student. At the same time, if he is wise, he will be forward to acknowledge and proclaim that our hypotheses at best are but partial, not universal, solutions of the manifold problems which confront us, and that in science as in daily life it is vain to look for one key to open all locks. Note: the practice of magic explains the rise of kings in some communities, but not in all. Therefore, to revert to our immediate subject, in putting forward the practice of magic as an explanation of the rise of monarchy in some communities, I am far from thinking or suggesting that it can explain the rise of it in all, or, in other words, that kings are universally the descendants or successors of magicians. And if any one should hereafter, as is likely enough, either enunciate such a theory or attribute it to me, I desire to enter my caveat against it in advance. To enumerate and describe all the modes in which men have pushed, or fought, or wormed their way by force or by fraud, by their own courage and wisdom or by the cowardice and folly of others, to supreme power, might furnish the theme of a political treatise such as I have no pretension to write. For my present purpose it suffices if I can trace the magician's progress in some savage and barbarous tribes, from the rank of a sorcerer to the dignity of a king. The facts which I am about to lay before the reader seem to exhibit various steps of This development from simple conjuring up to conjuring compounded with despotism. Cite a note, social importance of magicians among the Aborigines of Central Australia. Let us begin by looking at the lowest race of men as to whom we possess comparatively full and accurate information, the Aborigines of Australia. These savages are ruled neither by chiefs nor kings. So far as their tribes can be P335 said to have a political constitution, it is a democracy or rather an oligarchy of old and influential men, who meet in council and decide on all measures of importance to the practical exclusion of the younger men. Their deliberative assembly answers to the Senate of later times. If we had to coin a word for such a government of elders, we might call it a gerontocracy. 1193. The elders who in Aboriginal Australia thus meet and direct the affairs of their tribe appear to be for the most part the headmen of their respective totem clans. Now in Central Australia, where the desert nature of the country and the almost complete isolation from foreign influences have retarded progress and preserved the natives on the whole in their most primitive state, the headmen of the various totem clans are charged with the important task of performing magical ceremonies for the multiplication of the totems, and as the great majority of the totems are edible animals or plants, it follows that these men are commonly expected to provide the people with food by means of magic. Others have to make the rain to fall or to render other services to the community. In short, among the tribes of Central Australia the headmen are public magicians. Further, their most important function is to take charge of the sacred storehouse, usually a cleft in the rocks or a hole in the ground, where are kept the holy stones and sticks, sharinga with which the souls of all the people, both living and dead, are apparently supposed to be in a manner bound up. Thus while the headmen have certainly to perform what we should call civil duties, such as to inflict punishment for breaches of tribal custom, their principal functions are sacred or magical. 1194. Cite a note, social importance of magicians among the Aborigines of Southeastern Australia. Again, in the tribes of Southeastern Australia the headman was often, sometimes invariably, a magician. Thus in the Southern Wiradjuri tribe the headman was always a wizard or a medicine man. There was one for each local P336 division. He called the people together for the initiation ceremonies or to discuss matters of public importance. 1195. In the Yurkla mining tribe the medicine men are the headmen. They are called Bough, from Bough, magic. They decide disputes, arrange marriages, conduct the ceremonies of initiation, and in certain circumstances settle the formalities to be observed in ordeals of battle. In fact, they wield authority in the tribe, and give orders where others only make requests. 1196. Again, in the Yuin tribe there was a headman for each local division, and in order to be fitted for his office he had, among other qualifications, to be a medicine man. Above all he must be able to perform magical feats at the initiation ceremonies. The greatest headman of all was he, who on these occasions could bring up the largest number of things out of his inside. 1197. In fact the budding statesman and king must be, first and foremost, a conjurer in the most literal sense of the word. Some 40 or 50 years ago the principal headman of the Dairy tribe, with a certain Jelena Pyramirana, who was known among the colonists as the Frenchman on account of his polished manners. He was not only a brave and skillful warrior, but also a powerful medicine man, greatly feared by the neighboring tribes, who sent him presents even from a distance of 100 miles. He boasted of being the tree of life, for he was the head of a totem consisting of a particular sort of seed which forms at certain times the chief vegetable food of these tribes. His people spoke of him as the plant itself, Maniura, which yields the edible seed. 1198. Again, an early writer on the tribes of southwestern Australia, near King George's Sound, tells us that the individuals who possess most influence are the Mulgaraduks, or doctors. A Mulgaraduk is considered to possess the power of driving away wind or rain, as well as bringing down lightning or disease upon any object of their or others' hatred, and they also attempted to heal the sick. 1199. On the P337 hole, then, It is highly significant that in the most primitive society about which we are accurately informed, it is especially the magicians or medicine men who appear to have been in process of developing into chiefs. Cite a note, social importance of magicians in New Guinea. When we pass from Australia to New Guinea, we find that, though the natives stand at a far higher level of culture than the Australian Aborigines, the constitution of society among them is still essentially democratic or oligarchic, and chieftainship exists only in embryo. Thus Sir William MacGregor tells us that in British New Guinea no one has ever arisen wise enough, bold enough, and strong enough to become the despot even of a single district. The nearest approach to this has been the very distant one of some person becoming a renowned wizard. But that has only resulted in levying a certain amount of blackmail. 1200, to the same effect, a Catholic missionary observes that in New Guinea the Nipu or sorcerers are everywhere. They boast of their misdeeds. Everybody fears them, everybody accuses them, and, after all, nothing positive is known of their secret practices. This cursed brood is as it were the soul of the Papuan life. Nothing happens without the sorcerer's intervention: wars, marriages, diseases, deaths, expeditions, fishing, hunting, always and everywhere the sorcerer. One thing is certain for them, and they do not regard it as an article of faith, but as a fact patent and indisputable, and that is the extraordinary power of the Nipu. He is a master of life and of death. Hence it is only natural that they should fear him and obey him in everything and give him all that he asks for. The Nipu is not a chief, but he domineers over the chiefs, and we may say that the true authority, the only effective influence in New Guinea, is that of the Nipu. Nothing can resist him. 1201, we are told that in the Taripi or Matumoda tribe of British New Guinea, chiefs have not necessarily supernatural powers, but that a sorcerer is looked upon as a chief. Some years ago, for example, one man of the tribe was a chief because he was supposed to rule the sea, calming it or rousing it to fury at his pleasure. P338, another owed his power to his skill in making the rain to fall, the sun to shine, and the plantations to bear fruit. 1202, it is believed that the chief of Moat in British New Guinea can affect the growth of crops for good or ill, and coax the turtle and dugong to come from all parts of the sea and allow themselves to be caught. 1203, at Bartle Bay in British New Guinea, there are magicians, Taniwaka, who are expected to manage certain departments of nature for the good of the community by means of charms, pari, which are known only to them. One of these men, for example, works magic for rain, another for taro, another for wallaby, and another for fish. A magician who is believed to control an important department of nature may be the chief of his community. Thus the present chief of Wedo is a sorcerer who can make rain and raise or calm the winds. He is greatly respected by all and receives many presents. 1204, a chief of Kolim, on Finch Harbor, in German New Guinea, enjoyed a great reputation as a magician. It was supposed that he could make wind and storm, rain and sunshine, and visit his enemies with sickness and death. 1205. Cite a note, supposed magical or supernatural powers of chiefs in Melanesia. Turning now to the natives of the Melanesian Islands, which stretch in an immense quadrant of a circle round New Guinea and Australia on the east, we are told by Dr. Codrington that among these savages, as a matter of fact, the power of chiefs has hitherto rested upon the belief in their supernatural power derived from the spirits or ghosts with which they had intercourse. As this belief has failed, in the Banks Islands for example some time ago, the position of a chief has tended to become obscure. And as this belief is now being generally undermined, a new kind of chief must needs arise, unless the time of anarchy is to begin. 1206, according to a native Melanesian account, the origin of the power of chiefs lies entirely in the belief that they have communication with mighty ghosts, Tindalo, and wield that P339, supernatural power, mana, whereby they can bring the influence of the ghosts to bear. If a chief imposed a fine, it was paid because the people universally dreaded his ghostly power, and firmly believed that he could inflict calamity and sickness upon such as resisted him. As soon as any considerable number of his people began to disbelieve in his influence with the ghost, his power to levy fines was shaken. 1207. In Molo, one of the New Hebrides, the highest nobility consists of those persons who have sacrificed 1,000 little pigs to the souls of their ancestors. No one ever resists a man of that exalted rank, because in him are supposed to dwell all the souls of the ancient chiefs and all the spirits who preside over the tribe. 1208. In the northern New Hebrides the son does not inherit the chieftainship, but he inherits, if his father can manage it, what gives him the chieftainship, namely, his father's supernatural power, his charms, magical songs, stones and apparatus, and his knowledge of the way to approach spiritual beings. 1209. A chief in the island of Parramatta informed a European that he had the power of making rain, wind, storm, thunder and lightning, and dry weather. He exhibited as his magical instrument a piece of bamboo with some party-colored rags attached to it. In this bamboo, he said, were kept the devils of rain and wind, and, when he commanded them to discharge their office or to lie still, they were obliged to obey, being his subjects and prisoners. When he had given his orders to these captive devils, the bamboo had to be fastened to the highest point of his house. 1210. In the Marshall Bennett Islands to the east of New Guinea it was the duty of each chief of a clan to charm the gardens of his clan so as to make them productive. The charm consisted of turning up part of the soil with a long stick, and muttering an appropriate spell. Each special crop, such as yams, bananas, P340 sugar cane, and cocoa nuts, had its special kind of stick, and its special spell. 1211. Cita note, magicians as chiefs in New Britain. With regard to government among the Melanesians of New Britain or the Bismarck Archipelago, I may cite the evidence of an experienced missionary, the Reverend Dr. George Brown, who settled in the islands at a time when no other white man was living in the group, and who resided among the savage islanders for some 5 or 6 years. He says, there was no government so-called in New Britain except that form of jurisdiction or power represented by the secret societies and that exercised by chiefs, who were supposed to possess exceptional powers of sorcery and witchcraft. These powers were very real, owing, I think, principally to 2 reasons, one of which was that the men themselves thoroughly believed that they were the possessors of the powers which they claimed, and the other was that the people themselves believed that the men really possessed them. There was indeed the title of chief, Todara claimed and also given to them by the people. But this was not the result of any election or necessarily by inheritance, it was simply that a certain man claimed to be the possessor of these powers and succeeded in convincing the people that he really possessed them. 1212. Again, Dr. Brown tells us that in New Britain a ruling chief was always supposed to exercise priestly functions, that is, he professed to be in constant communication with the Tebrans, spirits, and through their influence he was enabled to bring rain, or sunshine, fair winds or foul ones, sickness or health, success or disaster in war, and generally to procure any blessing or curse for which the applicant was willing to pay a sufficient price. If his spells did not produce the desired effect he always had a plausible explanation ready, which was generally accepted as a sufficient excuse. I think much of the success which these men undoubtedly had was due to their keen observations of natural phenomena, and to the effects of fear upon the people. 1213, p. 341. Cita note, Dr. Turner on the power of the magical disease makers in Tanna. According to Dr. Turner, the real gods at Tanna may be said to be the disease makers. It is surprising how these men are dreaded, and how firm the belief is that they have in their hands the power of life and death. There are rainmakers and thunder makers, and fly and mosquito makers, and a host of other sacred men, but the disease makers are the most dreaded. It is believed that these men can create disease and death by burning what is called nahak. Nahak means rubbish, but principally refuse of food. Everything of the kind they bury or throw into the sea, lest the disease makers should get hold of it. These fellows are always about, and consider it their special business to pick up and burn, with certain formalities, anything in the nahak line which comes in their way. If a disease maker sees the skin of a banana, for instance, he picks it up, wraps it in a leaf, and wears it all day hanging round his neck. The people stare as they see him go along, and say to each other, "He has got something. He will do for somebody by and by at night." In the evening he scrapes some bark off a tree, mixes it up with a banana skin, rolls all up tightly in a leaf in the form of a cigar, and then puts the one end close enough to the fire to cause it to singe, and smolder, and burn away very gradually. Presently he hears a shell blowing. "There," he says to his friends, "there it is. That is the man whose rubbish I am now burning. He is ill. Let us stop burning, and see what they bring in the morning." When a person is taken ill he believes that it is occasioned by someone burning his rubbish. Instead of thinking about medicine, he calls someone to blow a shell, a large conch or other shell, which, when perforated and blown, can be heard 2 or 3 miles off. The meaning of it is to implore the person, who is supposed to be burning the sick man's rubbish and causing all the pain, to stop burning. And it is a promise as well that a present will be taken in the morning. The greater the pain the more they blow the shell, and when the pain abates they cease, supposing that the disease maker has been kind enough to stop burning. Night after night, the silence is broken by the dismal toot-toot-tooing of these shells. And, in the morning the friends of the sufferer repair to the disease maker, with presents of pigs, mats, hatchets, beans, P342 whale's teeth, or such-like things. 1214. Thus these sorcerers attain to a position of immense power and influence and acquire wealth by purely maleficent magic. It is not by the imaginary benefits which they confer on the community, but by the imaginary evils which they inflict on individuals, that they climb the steps of a throne or the ladder that leads to heaven. For according to Dr. Turner these rascals are on the high road to divinity. The process which they employ to accomplish their ends is a simple application of the principles of contagious magic. Whatever has once been in contact with a person remains in sympathetic connection with him always, and harm done to it is therefore harm done to him. Side by side with the evil which this superstition produces, on the one hand by inspiring men with baseless terrors, and on the other by leading them to neglect effectual remedies for real evils, we must recognize the benefit which it incidentally confers on society by causing people to clear away and destroy the refuse of their food and other rubbish, which if suffered to accumulate about their dwellings, might, by polluting the atmosphere, prove a real, not an imaginary, source of disease. In practice, cleanliness based on motives of superstition may be just as effective for the preservation of health, as if it were founded on the best ascertained principles of sanitary science. 1215. Cite a note. Evolution of chiefs or kings out of magicians, especially out of rainmakers, in Africa. Power of magicians among the Wambugu, Waitachuru, and Wagogo of East Africa. Among the Maasai the supreme chief is always a powerful medicine man. Still rising in the scale of culture we come to Africa, where both the chieftainship and the kingship are fully developed. And here the evidence for the evolution of the chief out of the magician, and especially out of the rainmaker, is comparatively plentiful. Thus, among the Wambugu, a Bantu people of East Africa, the original form of government was a family republic, but the enormous power of the sorcerers, transmitted by inheritance, soon raised them to the rank of petty lords or chiefs. Of the 3 chiefs living in the country, in 1894 2 were much dreaded as magicians, and the wealth of cattle they possessed came to them almost wholly in the shape of presents, bestowed for their services in that capacity. Their principal art was that of rainmaking. 1216. The chiefs of the Waitachuru, another P343 people of East Africa, are said to be nothing but sorcerers, destitute of any direct political influence. 1217. Again, among the Wagogo of German East Africa the main power of the chiefs, we are told, is derived from their art of rainmaking. If a chief cannot make rain himself, he must procure it from someone who can. 1218. Again, in the powerful Maasai nation of the same region the medicine men are not uncommonly the chiefs, and the supreme chief of the race is almost invariably a powerful medicine man. These Liban, as they are called, are priests as well as doctors, skilled in interpreting omens and dreams, in averting ill luck, and in making rain. 1219. The head, chief or medicine man, who has been called the Maasai Pope. 1220, is expected not only to make rain, but to repel and destroy the enemies of the Masaian war by his magic art. 1221. The following is Captain Mercer's account of the Maasai Pope. The most prominent clan of the whole Maasai people is the Enjiden, because to it belong not only the family of the chief, Oloiboni, but also the family of the magicians. The designation chief is, strictly speaking, not quite correct, since the chief, Oloiboni, does not govern directly and exercises no real administrative function. He rules only indirectly. The firm belief of his subjects in his prophetic gifts and in his supernatural power of sorcery gives him an influence on the destinies of the people. Despotism and cruelty, such as we find among all Negro rulers, are alien to him. He is not so much a ruler as a national saint or patriarch. The people speak of his sacred person with Shia, and no man dares to appear before this mighty personage without being summoned. The aim of his policy is to unite and strengthen the Maasai. While he allows free play to the predatory instincts of the warriors, in raids on other tribes, he guards his own people from the scourge of civil war, to which the ceaseless quarrels of the various districts with each other would otherwise continually give occasion. This influence of his is rendered possible by the belief that P344 victory can only be achieved through the secret power of the war medicine which none but he can compound, and that defeat would infallibly follow if he were to predict it. Neither he nor his nearest relatives march with the army to war. He supplies remedies, generally in the shape of magical medicines, for plagues and sicknesses, and he appoints festivals of prayer in honor of the Maasai god Ngi. He delivers his predictions by means of an oracular game like the telling of beads. 1222, and, just as Samson's miraculous strength went from him when his hair was shorn, so it is believed that the head chief of the Maasai would lose his supernatural powers if his chin were shaved. 1223, according to one writer, the Maasai Pope has never more than one eye. The father knocks out his son's eye in order to qualify him for the holy office. 1224. Cite a note, among the Nandi of British East Africa the principal medicine man is the supreme chief. Among the Nandi of British East Africa the Orkoiot, or principal medicine man, holds precisely the same position as the Maasai, Oloiboni, that is to say, he is supreme chief of the whole race. He is a diviner, and foretells the future by casting stones, inspecting entrails, interpreting dreams, and prophesying when he is drunk. The Nandi believe implicitly in his powers. He tells them when to begin planting their crops. In time of drought he procures rain for them, either directly or by means of the rainmakers. He makes women and cattle fruitful. And no war party can expect to be successful if he has not approved of the foray. His office is hereditary and his person is usually regarded as absolutely sacred. Nobody may approach him with weapons in his hand or speak in his presence unless the great man addresses him. And it is most important that nobody should touch his head, else it is feared that his powers of divination and so forth would depart from him. However, one of these sacred pontiffs was clubbed to death, being held responsible for several public calamities, to wit, famine, sickness, and defeat in war. 1225. The Silk and Turkana, P345. Two other peoples of British East Africa distinguish between their chiefs and their medicine men, who wield great power. But very often the medicine man is a chief by virtue of his skill in medicine or the occult arts. 1226. Cite a note, rainmakers as chiefs among the tribes of the Upper Nile. Rainmakers as chiefs among the Latuka. Again, among the tribes of the Upper Nile the medicine men are, generally the chiefs. 1227. Their authority rests above all upon their supposed power of making rain, for rain is the one thing which matters to the people in those districts, as if it does not come down at the right time it means untold hardships for the community. It Is therefore small wonder that men more cunning than their fellows should arrogate to themselves the power of producing it, or that, having gained such a reputation, they should trade on the credulity of their simpler neighbors. Hence most of the chiefs of these tribes are rainmakers, and enjoy a popularity in proportion to their powers to give rain to their people at the proper season. Rainmaking chiefs always build their villages on the slopes of a fairly high hill, as they no doubt know that the hills attract the clouds, and that they are, therefore, fairly safe in their weather forecasts. Each of these rainmakers has a number of rainstones, such as rock crystal, aventurine, and amethyst, which he keeps in a pot. When he wishes to produce rain, he plunges the stones in water, and taking in his hand a peeled cane, which is split at the top, he beckons with it to the clouds to come or waves them away in the way they should go, muttering an incantation the while. Or he pours water and the entrails of a sheep or goat into a hollow in the stone and then sprinkles the water towards the sky. Though the chief acquires wealth by the exercise of his supposed magical powers, he often, perhaps generally, comes to a violent end. For in time of drought the angry people assemble and kill him, believing that it is he who prevents the rain from falling. Yet, the office is usually hereditary and passes from father to son. Among the tribes which cherish these beliefs and observe these customs are the Latuka, Bari, Liluba, and Lakoya. 1228. Thus, p. 346 for example, with regard to the Latuka we are told that amongst the most important, but also the most dangerous occupations of the greater chiefs is the procuring of rain for their country. Almost all the greater chiefs enjoy the reputation of being rainmakers, and the requisite knowledge usually passes by inheritance from father to son. However, there are also here and there among the natives persons who, without being chiefs, busy themselves with rainmaking. If there has been no rain in a district for a long time and the people wish to attract it for the sake of the sowing, they apply to their chief, bringing him a present of sheep, goats, or, in urgent cases, cattle or a girl, and if the present seems to him sufficient he promises to furnish rain. But if it appears to him too little he asks for more. If some days pass without rain, it gives the magician an opportunity for claiming fresh presents, on the ground that the smallness of the offered gifts hinders the coming of the rain. When the cupidity of the rainmaker is satisfied, he goes to work in the usual way, pouring water over two flat stones, one called the male and the other the female, till they are covered to a depth of 3 inches. The male stone is a common white quartz. The female is brownish. If still no rain falls, he makes a smoky fire in the open with certain herbs, and if the smoke mounts straight up, rain is near. Although an unsuccessful rainmaker is often banished or killed, his son always succeeds him in the dignity. 1229. Amongst the Bari the procedure of the rainmaking chief to draw down the water of heaven is somewhat elaborate. He has many rainstones, consisting of rock crystal and pink and green granite. These are deposited in the hollows of some 20 slabs of gneiss, and across the hollows are laid numerous iron rods of various shapes and sizes. When rain is to be made, these iron rods are set up in a perpendicular position, and water is poured on the crystals and stones. Then the rainmaker takes up the stones one by one and oils them, praying to his dead father to send the rain. One of the iron rods is p. 347 provided with a hook, and another is a 2-headed spear. With the hook the rainmaker hooks and attracts the rain clouds. With the 2-headed spear he attacks and drives them away. In this procedure the prayer to the dead ancestor is religious, while the rest of the ceremony is magical. Thus, as so often happens, the savage seeks to compass his object by combining magic with religion. The logical inconsistency does not trouble him, provided he attains his end. Further, the rainmaker chief of the Bari is supposed to be able to make women fruitful. For this purpose he takes an iron rod with a hollow bulb at each end, in which are small stones. Grasping the rod by the middle he shakes it over the would-be mother, rattling the stones and muttering an incantation. 1230. Cite a note, magical powers of chiefs among the Bongo and Dinkas. Again, among the Bongo, a tribe of the same region. The influence of the chiefs is said to rest in great part on a belief in their magical powers. For the chief is credited with the knowledge of certain roots, which are the only means of communicating with the dangerous spirits, of whose mischievous pranks the Bongo stand in great fear. 1231. In the Dinka or Denka nation, to the northeast of the Bongo, men who are supposed to be in close communication with spirits pass for omnipotent. It is believed that they make rain, conjure away all calamities, foresee the future, exorcise evil spirits, know all that goes on even at a distance, have the wild beasts in their service, and can call down every kind of disaster on their enemies. One of these men became the richest and most esteemed chief of the Kik tribe through his skill in ventriloquism. He kept a cage from which the roars of imaginary lions and the howls of imaginary hyenas were heard to proceed. And he gave out that these beasts guarded his house and were ready at his bidding to rush forth on his enemies. The dread which he infused into the tribe and its neighbors was incredible. From all sides oxen were sent to him as presents, so that his herds were the most numerous in the country. Another of these conjurers in the Tubig tribe had a real, tame P348 lion and 4 real fat snakes, which slept in front of his door, to the great awe of the natives, who could only attribute the pacific demeanor of these ferocious animals to sorcery. 1232. But it does not appear that the real lion inspired nearly so much terror as the imaginary one. From which we may perhaps infer that among these people ventriloquism is a more solid basis of political power even than lion taming. Cita note, chiefs and kings as rainmakers in Central Africa. In Central Africa, again, the Lendu tribe, to the west of Lake Albert, firmly believe that certain people possess the power of making rain. Among them the rainmaker either is a chief or almost invariably becomes one. 1233. The Banyuro also have a great respect for the dispensers of rain, whom they load with a profusion of gifts. The great dispenser, he who has absolute and uncontrollable power over the rain, is the king. But he can depute his power to other persons, so that the benefit may be distributed and the heavenly water laid on over the various parts of the kingdom. 1234. A Catholic missionary observes that a superstition common to the different peoples of equatorial Africa attributes to the petty kings of the country the exclusive power of making the rain to fall. In extreme cases the power is ascribed to certain kings more privileged than the rest, such as those of Huela, Ver, Labib, and others. These kings profit by the superstition, in order to draw to themselves many presents of cattle. For the rain must fall after the sacrifice of an ox, and if it tarries, the king, who is never at a loss for excuses to extricate himself from the scrape, will ascribe the failure to the defects of the victim, and will seize the pretext to claim more cattle. 1235. Among the Boyaka, a tribe of the Kasai district in the Congo Free State, magicians are exempt from justice, and the chief is the principal magician. 1236. And among the Boyensi, another P349 tribe of the same district, there is, or was a few years ago, a chief who passed for the greatest magician in the country. 1237. Cita note, medicine men as chiefs in Western Africa. In Western as well as in Eastern and Central Africa we meet with the same union of chiefly with magical functions. Thus in the Fan tribe, this strict distinction between chief and medicine man does not exist. The chief is also a medicine man and a smith to boot. For the Fans esteem the smith's craft sacred, and none but chiefs may meddle with it. 1238. The chiefs of the Osidinge district in the Cameroons have, as such, very little influence over their subjects. But if the chief happens to be also the fetish priest, as he generally is among the Eeks, he has not only powerful influence in all fetish matters, and most of the vital interests of the people are bound up with fetish worship, but he also enjoys great authority in general. 1239. A few years ago the head chief of Itaden on the Cross River, in southern Nigeria, was an old man whom the people had compelled to take office in order that he should look after the fetishes or jujus and work magic, for the benefit of the community. In accordance with an old custom, which is binding on the head chief, he was never allowed to leave his compound, that is, the enclosure in which his house stands. He gave the following account of himself to an English official, who paid him a visit. "I have been shut up 10 years, but, being an old man, I don't miss my freedom. I am the oldest man of the town, and they keep me here, to look after the jujus, and to conduct the rites celebrated when women are about to give birth to children, and other ceremonies of the same kind. By the observance and performance of these ceremonies, I bring game to the hunter, cause the yam crop to be good, bring fish to the fishermen, and make rain to fall. So they bring me meat, yams, fish, etc. To make rain, I drink water, and squirt it out, and pray to our big deities. If I were to go outside this compound, I should fall down, dead on returning to this hut. P350 My wives cut my hair and nails, and take great care of the parings." 1240. Cita note, chiefs as rainmakers in southern Africa. As to the relation between the offices of chief and rainmaker in South Africa, a well-informed writer observes, in very old days the chief was the great rainmaker of the tribe. Some chiefs allowed no one else to compete with them, lest a successful rainmaker should be chosen as chief. There was also another reason: the rainmaker was sure to become a rich man if he gained a great reputation, and it would manifestly never do for the chief to allow anyone to be too rich. The rainmaker exerts tremendous control over the people, and so it would be most important to keep this function connected with royalty. Tradition always places the power of making rain as the fundamental glory of ancient chiefs and heroes, and it seems probable that it may have been the origin of chieftainship. The man who made the rain would naturally become the chief. In the same way, Chaka, the famous Zulu despot, used to declare that he was the only diviner in the country, for if he allowed rivals his life would be insecure. 1241. These South African rainmakers smear themselves with mud and sacrifice oxen as an essential part of the charm. Almost everything is thought to turn on the color of the beasts. The Sambandine, the old king of the Swazis, had huge herds of cattle of a peculiar color, which was particularly well adapted for the production of rain. Hence deputations came to him from distant tribes praying and bribing him to make rain by the sacrifice of his cattle. And he used to threaten to bind up the sky if they did not satisfy his demands. The power P351 which by this means he wielded was enormous. 1242. Similarly, Mablon, a chief of the Banda, in the northeastern corner of the Transvaal, enjoyed a wide reputation and was revered beyond the limits of his own tribe because he was credited with the power of rain-making, a greater power in the eyes of natives than that of the Assegai. Hence he was constantly importuned by other chiefs to exercise his power and received valuable presents of girls, oxen, and red and green beads as inducements to turn on the heavenly water tap. 1243. Cita note, power of rainmakers among the Matabales. The king of the Matabales as rainmaker. Among the Matabales of South Africa, the witch doctors are supposed to be on speaking terms with spirits, and their influence is described as tremendous. In the time of King Lobengula some years ago, their power was as great as, if not greater than, the king's. 1244. Similarly, speaking of the South African tribes in general, Dr. Moffat says that the rainmaker is in the estimation of the people no mean personage, possessing an influence over the minds of the people superior even to that of the king, who is likewise compelled to yield to the dictates of this arch-official. 1245. In Matabeleland the rainy season falls in November, December, January, and February. For several weeks, before the rain sets in, the clouds gather in heavy banks, dark and lowering. Then the king is busy with his magicians compounding potions of wondrous strength to make the laboring clouds discharge their pent-up burden on the thirsty earth. He may be seen gazing at every black cloud, for his people flock from all parts to beg rain from him, the rainmaker, for their parched fields. And they thank and praise him when a heavy rain has fallen. 1246. A letter dated from Bulawayo, the 20th of November 1880, records that Lobengula, king of the Matabales, arrived yesterday evening at his kraal of the White Rocks. He brought with him the rain to his people. For according To the ideas of the Matabeles, it is the king who ought to make the rain. P352 in the good season in all senses of the word. Now lo, Bangula had chosen well the day and the hour, for it was in the midst of a tremendous storm that the king made his solemn entrance into his capital. You must know that the arrival of the king and of the rain gives rise every year to a little festival. For the rain is a great benefit conferred by the king, the pledge of future harvests and of plenty, after 8 months of desolating drought. To bring down the needed showers, the king of the Matabeles boils a magic hell broth in a cauldron, which sends up volumes of steam to the blue sky. But to make assurance doubly sure, he has recourse to religion as well as to magic. For he sacrifices 12 black oxen to the spirits of his fathers, and prays to them, O great spirits of my father and grandfather, I thank you for having granted last year to my people more wheat than to our enemies the Mishanas. This year also, in gratitude for the 12 black oxen which I am about to dedicate to you, make us to be the best fed and the strongest people in the world. 1247, thus the king of the Matabeles acts not only as a magician but as a priest, for he prays and sacrifices to the spirits of his forefathers. Cite a note, thus in Africa kings have probably often been developed out of magicians, and especially out of rainmakers. Kings in Africa punished for drought and dearth. The foregoing evidence renders it probable that in Africa the king has often been developed out of the public magician, and especially out of the rainmaker. The unbounded fear which the magician inspires and the wealth which he amasses in the exercise of his profession may both be supposed to have contributed to his promotion. But if the career of a magician and especially of a rainmaker offers great rewards to the successful practitioner of the art, it is beset with many pitfalls into which the unskillful or unlucky artist may fall. The position of the public sorcerer is indeed a very precarious one. For where the people firmly believe that he has it in his power to make the rain to fall, the sun to shine, and the fruits of the earth to grow, they naturally impute drought and dearth to his culpable negligence or willful obstinacy, and they punish him accordingly. We have seen that in Africa, the chief who fails to procure rain is often exiled or killed. 1248, examples of such punishments could be multiplied. P353 thus, in some parts of West Africa, when prayers and offerings presented to the king have failed to procure rain, his subjects bind him with ropes and take him by force to the grave of his forefathers that he may obtain from them the needed rain. 1249, the Banjars in West Africa ascribe to their king the power of causing rain or fine weather. So long as the weather is fine they load him with presents of grain and cattle. But, if long drought or rain threatens to spoil the crops, they insult and beat him till the weather changes. 1250, when the harvest fails or the surf on the coast is too heavy to allow of fishing, the people of Longo accuse their king of a bad heart and depose him. 1251, on the Grain Coast the high priest or fetish king, who bears the title of Bough, is responsible for the health of the community, the fertility of the earth, and the abundance of fish in the sea and rivers. And, if the country suffers in any of these respects the Bough is deposed from his office. 1252, in Asukuma, a great district on the southern bank of the Victoria Nyanza, the rain and locust question is part and parcel of the Sultan's government. He too must know how to make rain and drive away the locusts. If he and his medicine men are unable to accomplish this, his whole existence is at stake in times of distress. On a certain occasion, when the rain so greatly desired by the people did not come, the Sultan was simply driven out, in Ututwa, near Nassa. The people, in fact, hold that rulers must have power over nature and her phenomena. 1253, again, we are told of the natives of the Nyanza region generally that they are persuaded that rain only falls as a result of magic, and the important duty of causing it to descend devolves on the chief of the tribe. If rain does not come at the proper time, everybody complains. More than one petty king has been banished his country because of drought. 1254, similarly P354, among the Antimors of Madagascar the chiefs are held responsible for the operation of the laws of nature. Hence if the land is smitten with a blight or devastated by clouds of locusts, if the cows yield little milk, or fatal epidemics rage among the people, the chief is not only deposed but stripped of his property and banished, because they say that under a good chief such things ought not to happen. 1255. So, too, of the Antemarona we read that although the chiefs of this tribe are chosen by the people, during their tenure of power they enjoy a respect which borders on adoration. But if a crop of rice fails or any other calamity happens, they are immediately deposed, sometimes even killed. And yet their successor is always chosen from the family. 1256. Among the Latukas of the Upper Nile, when the crops are withering in the fields and all the efforts of the chief to bring down rain have proved fruitless, the people commonly attack him by night, rob him of all he possesses, and drive him away. But often they kill him. 1257. Cite a note. In other parts of the world kings have been punished for failing to regulate the course of nature. In many other parts of the world kings have been expected to regulate the course of nature for the good of their people and have been punished if they failed to do so. It appears that the Scythians, when food was scarce, used to put their king in bonds. 1258. In ancient Egypt the sacred kings were blamed for the failure of the crops. 1259. But the sacred beasts were also held responsible for the course of nature. When pestilence and other calamities had fallen on the land, in consequence of a long and severe drought, the priests took the animals by night and threatened them, but if the evil did not abate they slew the beasts. 1260. On the coral island of New or Savage Island, in the South Pacific, there formerly reigned a line of kings. But as the kings were also high priests, and p355 were supposed to make the food grow, the people became angry with them in times of scarcity and killed them. Till at last, as one after another was killed, no one would be king, and the monarchy came to an end. 1261. Ancient Chinese writers inform us that in Korea the blame was laid on the king whenever too much or too little rain fell and the crops did not ripen. Some said that he must be deposed, others that he must be slain. 1262. The Chinese emperor himself is deemed responsible if the drought is at all severe, and many are the self-condemnatory edicts on this subject published in the pages of the Venerable Peking Gazette. In extreme cases the emperor, clad in humble vestments, sacrifices to heaven and implores its protection. 1263. So too, the kings of Tonquin used to take blame to themselves when the country was visited by such calamities as scanty harvests, dearth, floods, destructive hurricanes and cholera. On these occasions the monarch would sometimes publicly confess his guilt and impose on himself a penance as a means of appeasing the wrath of heaven. 1264. In former days it sometimes happened that when the country suffered from drought and dearth the king of Tonquin was obliged to change his name in the hope that this would turn the weather to rain. But if the drought continued even after the change of name the people would sometimes resort to stronger measures and transfer the title of king from the legitimate monarch to his brother, son, or other near relation. 1265. Cite a note. Power of medicine men among the North American Indians. Among the American Indians the furthest advance towards civilization was made under the monarchical and p356 theocratic governments of Mexico and Peru. But we know too little of the early history of these countries to say whether the predecessors of their deified kings were medicine men or not. Perhaps a trace of such a succession may be detected in the oath which the Mexican kings took when they mounted the throne. They swore that they would make the sun to shine, the clouds to give rain, the rivers to flow, and the earth to bring forth fruits in abundance. 1266. Certainly, in Aboriginal America the sorcerer or medicine man, surrounded by a halo of mystery and an atmosphere of awe, was a personage of great influence and importance, and he may well have developed into a chief or king in many tribes, though positive evidence of such a development appears to be lacking. Thus Catlin tells us that in North America the medicine men are valued as dignitaries in the tribe, and the greatest respect is paid to them by the whole community. Not only for their skill in the materia medica, but more especially for their tact in magic and mysteries, in which they all deal to a very great extent. In all tribes their doctors, are conjurers, are magicians, are soothsayers, and I had like to have, said high priests, inasmuch as they superintend and conduct all their religious ceremonies. They are looked upon by all as oracles of the nation. In all councils of war and peace, they have a seat with the chiefs, are regularly consulted before any public step is taken, and the greatest deference and respect is paid to their opinions. 1267. Among the Lushu of Northwest America, each band is headed by a chief and one or more medicine men. The latter, however, do not possess any secular power as chiefs, but they acquire an authority by shamanism, to which even the chiefs themselves are subject. The Lushu are very superstitious, and place implicit faith in the pretended incantations of their medicine men, for whom they entertain great fear. The power of the medicine men is very great, and they use every means they can to increase it by working on the fears and credulity of the people. Their influence exceeds even that of the chiefs. The power of the P357 latter consists in the quantity of beads they possess, their wealth, and the means it affords them to work ill to those to whom they may be evil disposed. While the power of the medicine man consists in the harm they believe he is able to do by shamanism, should they happen to displease him in any way. It is when sickness prevails that the conjurer rules supreme. It is then that he fills his bead bags and increases his riches. 1268. Amongst the Tin Indians of the same region, the social standing of a medicine man is, on the whole, a desirable one. But it has also its drawbacks and its dark side. The medicine man is decidedly influential among his fellow savages. He is consulted and listened to, on account of the superior knowledge imparted to him by the spirits. He is feared, on account of his power to do evil, viz. To cause the death of a person, to ruin his undertakings, to render him unsuccessful in the hunt by driving away the game from his path, to cause the loss of his property, of his strength, of his health, of his faculties, etc. The medicine man is rich, because his services, when summoned, or even when accepted though uncalled for, are generously remunerated. He is respected on account of his continual intercourse with the supernatural world. His words, when said in a peculiar low tone, with a momentary glow in the eyes, which he seems able to control at will, or when uttered during his sleep, real or feigned, are taken as oracles, as the very words of the spirit. In short, for these tribes who have no chiefs, no religion, no medical knowledge, he is the nearest approach to a chief, a priest, and a physician. 1269. Similarly in California the shaman was, and still is, perhaps the most important individual among the Maidu. In the absence of any definite system of government, the word of a shaman has great weight. As a class they are regarded with much awe, and as a rule are obeyed much more than the chief. 1270. As leader of the local branch P358 of a secret society, the most noted Maidu shaman of each district was supposed to make rain when it was needed, to ensure a good crop of edible acorns and a plentiful supply of salmon, and to drive away evil spirits, disease, and epidemics from the village. Further, it was his business to inflict disease and death on hostile villages, which he did by burning certain roots and blowing the smoke towards the doomed village, while he said, over there, not here. To the other place. Do not come back this way. We are good. Make those people sick. Kill them, they are bad people. 1271. Among the Yokits, another tribe of Californian Indians, the rainmakers exercised great influence. One of them by his insinuating address, eloquence, and jugglery spread his fame to a distance of 200 miles, and cunningly availed himself of 2 years of drought to levy contributions far and wide from the trembling Indians, who attributed to his magic the fall of the rain. 1272. In the same tribe the wizards drew large profits from the rattlesnake dance which they danced every spring, capering about with rattlesnakes twined round their arms. 4. After this exhibition many simpletons paid them for complete immunity from snake bites, which the wizards were believed able to grant for a year. 1273. Cite a note, Power of medicine men among the South American Indians. In South America also the magicians or medicine men seem to have been on the high road to chieftainship or kingship. One of the earliest settlers on the coast of Brazil, the Frenchman David, reports that the Indians hold these pages, or medicine men, in such honor and reverence that they adore, or rather idolize them. You may see the common folk go to meet them, prostrate themselves, and pray to them, saying, "Grant that I be not ill, that I do not die, neither I nor my children," or some such request. And he answers, "You shall not die, you shall not be ill," and such like replies. But sometimes if it happens that these pages do not tell the truth, and things turn out otherwise than they predicted, the people make no scruple of killing them as unworthy of the title and dignity. p. 359 of pages. 1274, the Indians of Brazil, says a modern writer who knew them well, have no priests but only magicians, who at the same time use medical help and exorcism in order to exert influence over the superstition and the dread of spirits felt by the rude multitude. We may perfectly compare them with the shamans of the northeastern Asiatic peoples. But like the shamans, they are not mere magicians, fetish men, soothsayers, interpreters of dreams, visionaries, and casters out of devils. Their activity has also a political character insofar as they influence the decisions of the leaders and of the community in public business, and exert a certain authority, more than anybody else, as judges, sureties, and witnesses in private affairs. 1275, among the Lengua Indians of the Gran Chaco, every clan has its cacique or chief, but he possesses little authority. In virtue of his office he has to make many presents, so he seldom grows rich and is generally more shabbily clad than any of his subjects. As a matter of fact, the magician is the man who has most power in his hands, and he is accustomed to receive presents instead of to give them. It is the magician's duty to bring down misfortune and plagues on the enemies of his tribe, and to guard his own people against hostile magic. For these services he is well paid, and by them he acquires a position of great influence and authority. 1276, among the Indians of Guyana also the magician or medicine man, Pai Pemen, is a personage of great importance. By his magic art he alone, it is believed, can counteract the machinations of the great host of evil spirits, to which these savages attribute all the ills of life. It is almost impossible, we are told, to overestimate the dreadful sense of constant and unavoidable danger in which the Indian would live were it not for his trust in the protecting power of the magician. Every village has one such spiritual guardian, who is physician, priest, and magician in one. His influence is immense. No Indian dare refuse him anything he takes a fancy to, p. 360, from a trifle of food up to a man's wife. Hence these cunning fellows live in idleness on the fat of the land and acquire a large harem. Their houses are commonly full of women who serve them in the capacity of beasts of burden as well as of wives, plodding wearily along under the weight of the baggage on long journeys, while their lord and master, fantastically tricked out in feathers and paint, strolls ahead, burdened only with his magic rattle and perhaps his bow and arrows. 1277. Cite a note, power of medicine men among the pagan tribes of the Malay Peninsula. Among the wild pagan tribes of the Malay Peninsula, the connection between the offices of magician and chief is very close. Indeed, the two offices are often united in the same person. Among these savages, as among the Malays, the accredited intermediary between gods and men is in all cases the medicine man or sorcerer. In the Semang tribes the office of chief medicine man appears to be generally combined with that of chief, but amongst the Sakai and Jacan these offices are sometimes separated, and although the chief is almost invariably a medicine man of some repute, he is not necessarily the chief medicine man, any more than the chief medicine man is necessarily the administrative head of the tribe. In both cases there is an unfailing supply of aspirants to the office, though it may be taken for granted that, all else being equal, a successful medicine man would have much the best prospect of being elected chief, and that in the vast majority of cases, his priestly duties form an important part of a chief's work. The medicine man is, as might be expected, duly credited with supernatural powers. His tasks are to preside as chief medium at all the ceremonies, to instruct the youth of the tribe, to ward off as well as to heal all forms of sickness and trouble, to foretell the future, as affecting the results of any given act, to avert when necessary the wrath of heaven, and even when re-embodied after death in the shape of a wild beast, to extend a benign protection to his devoted descendants. Among the Sakai and the Japanese provided with a distinctive form of dress and P361, body painting, and carries an emblematic one or staff by virtue of his office. 1278. Cita note, development of kings out of magicians among the Malays. Throughout the Malay region the Raja or king is commonly regarded, with superstitious veneration as the possessor of supernatural powers, and there are grounds for thinking that he too, like apparently so many African chiefs, has been developed out of a simple magician. At the present day the Malays firmly believe that the king possesses a personal influence over the works of nature, such as the growth of the crops and the bearing of fruit trees. The same prolific virtue is supposed to reside, though in a lesser degree, in his delegates, and even in the persons of Europeans who chance to have charge of districts. Thus in Selangor, one of the native states of the Malay Peninsula, the success or failure of the rice crops is often attributed to a change of district officers. 1279. The Turtais of southern Celebes hold that the prosperity of the rice depends on the behavior of their princes, and that bad government, by which they mean a government which does not conform to ancient custom, will result in a failure of the crops. 1280. Cita note, belief of the Dayaks in the power of the Raja to fertilize the rice. The Dayaks of Sarawak believed that their famous English ruler, Raja Brooke, was endowed with a certain magical virtue which, if properly applied, could render the rice crops abundant. Hence when he visited a tribe, they used to bring him the seed which they intended to sow next year, and he fertilized it by shaking over it the women's necklaces, which had been previously dipped in a special mixture. And when he entered a village, the women would wash and bathe his feet, first with water, and then with the milk of a young coconut, and lastly with water again, and all this water which had touched his person they preserved for the purpose of distributing it on their farms, believing that it ensured an abundant harvest. Tribes which were too far P362, all for him to visit used to send him a small piece of white cloth and a little gold or silver, and when these things had been impregnated by his generative virtue they buried them in their fields, and confidently expected a heavy crop. Once when a European remarked that the rice crops of the Sambun tribe were thin, the chief immediately replied that they could not be otherwise, since Raja Brooke had never visited them, and he begged that Mr. Brooke might be induced to visit his tribe and remove the sterility of their land. 1281. Cita note, links between Malay Rajas and magicians. Among the Malays the links which unite the king or Raja with the magician happen to be unusually plain and conspicuous. Thus the magician shares with the king the privilege of using cloth dyed yellow, the royal color. He has considerable political influence, and he can compel people to address him in ceremonial language, of which indeed the phraseology is even more copious in its application to a magician than to a king. Moreover, and this is a fact of great significance, the Malay magician owns certain insignia which are said to be exactly analogous to the regalia of the king, and even bear the very same name, Cape Siren. 1282. Now the regalia of a Malay king are not mere jewel baubles designed to impress the multitude with the pomp and splendor of royalty. They are regarded as wonder-working talismans. 1283. The possession of which carries with it the right to the throne. If the king loses them, he thereby forfeits the allegiance of his subjects. It seems, therefore, to be a probable inference that, in the Malay region the regalia of the kings are only the conjuring apparatus of their predecessors the magicians, and that in this part of the world accordingly the magician is the humble grub or chrysalis, which in due time bursts and discloses that gorgeous butterfly the Raja or king. Cita note, in Celebes the regalia are talismans or fetishes, the possession of which carries with it the right to the throne. Nowhere apparently in the Indian archipelago is this view of the regalia as a true fount of regal dignity carried to such lengths, as in southern Celebes. Here the royal P363 authority is supposed to be in some mysterious fashion embodied in the regalia, while the princes owe all the power they exercise, and all the respect they enjoy, to their possession of these precious objects. In short, the regalia reign, and the princes are merely their representatives. Hence, whoever happens to possess the regalia is regarded by the people as their lawful king. For example, if a deposed monarch contrives to keep the regalia, his former subjects remain loyal to him in their hearts, and look upon his successor as a usurper who is to be obeyed, only in so far as he can exact obedience by force. And on the other hand, in an insurrection the first aim of the rebels is to seize the regalia, for if they can only make themselves masters of them, the authority of the sovereign is gone. In short, the regalia are here fetishes, which confer a title to the throne and control the fate of the kingdom. Houses are built for them to dwell in, as if they were living creatures. Furniture, weapons, and even lands are assigned to them. Like the Ark of God, they are carried with the army to battle, and on various occasions the people propitiate them, as if they were gods, by prayer and sacrifice and by smearing them with blood. Some of them serve as instruments of divination, or are brought forth in times of public disaster for the purpose of staying the evil, whatever it may be. For example, when plague is rife among men or beasts, or when there is a prospect of dearth, the Bouginis bring out the regalia, smear them with buffalo's blood, and carry them about. For the most part, these fetishes are heirlooms of which the origin is forgotten. Some of them are said to have fallen from heaven. Popular tradition traces the foundation of the oldest states to the discovery or acquisition of one of these miraculous objects. It may be a stone, a piece of wood, a fruit, a weapon, or what not, of a peculiar shape or color. Often the original regalia have disappeared in course of time, but their place is taken by the various articles of property which were bestowed on them, and to which the people have transferred their pious allegiance. The oldest dynasties have the most regalia, and the holiest regalia consist of relics of the bodies of former princes, which are kept in golden caskets wrapped in silk. At Palapo, the P364 capital of Lu, a kingdom on the coast of Celebes, 2 toy cannons, with barrels like thin gas pipes, are regalia. Their possession is supposed to render the town impregnable. Other regalia of this kingdom are veiled from vulgar eyes in bark cloth. When a missionary requested to see them, the official replied that it was strictly forbidden to open the bundle. Were he to do so, the earth would yawn and swallow them up. In Bhima, the principal part of the regalia or public talismans consists of a sacred, brown horse, which no man may ride. It is always stabled in the royal palace. When the animal passes the government fort on high days and holidays, it is saluted with the fire of 5 guns. When it is led to the river to bathe, the royal spear is carried before it, and any man who does not give way to the beast, or crosses the road in front of it, has to pay a fine. But the horse is mortal, and when it goes the way of all horse flesh, another steed chosen from the same stud reigns in its place. 1284. Cita note: magical virtue of regalia in Egypt and Africa. Regalia venerated in Cambodia, Scythia, and ancient Greece. But if in the Mela region the regalia are essentially wonder-working talismans or fetishes which the kings appear to have derived from their predecessors the magicians, we may conjecture that in other parts of the world the emblems of royalty may at some time have been viewed in a similar light and have had a similar origin. In ancient Egypt the 2 royal crowns, the white and the red, were supposed to be endowed with magical virtues, indeed to be themselves divinities, embodiments of the sun god. One text declares, the white crown is the eye of Horus. The red crown is the eye of Horus. Another text speaks of a crown as a great magician. And applied to the image of a god, the crown was supposed to confirm the deity in the possession of his soul and of his form. 1285. Among the Yorubas of West Africa P365 at the present time the king's crown is sacred and is supposed to be the shrine of a spirit which has to be propitiated. When the king, only of Ife, visited Lagos some years ago, he had to sacrifice 5 sheep to his crown between Ibadan and Ife, a 2 days' journey on foot. 1286, among the Ashantis, the throne or chair of the king or chief is believed to be inhabited by a spirit to which it is consecrated, and to which human sacrifices were formerly offered. At present the victims are sheep. It is a personification of power. Hence a king is not a king, and a chief is not a chief until he has been solemnly installed on the throne. 1287, among the Hos, a Ute tribe of Togoland in German, West Africa, the king's proper throne is small and the king does not sit on it. Usually it is bound round with magic cords and wrapped up in a sheepskin. But from time to time it is taken out of the wrappings, washed in a stream, and smeared all over with the blood of a sheep which has been sacrificed for the purpose. The flesh of the sheep is boiled and a portion of it eaten by every man who has been present at the ceremony. 1288, in Cambodia the regalia are regarded as a palladium on which the existence of the kingdom depends. They are committed to Brahmins for safekeeping. 1289, in antiquity the Scythian kings treasured as sacred a plough, a yoke, a battle axe, and a cup, all of gold, which were said to have fallen from heaven. They offered great sacrifices to these sacred things at an annual festival. And if the man in charge of them fell asleep under the open sky, it was believed that he would die within the year. 1290, the scepter of King Agamemnon, or what passed for such, was worshipped as a god, Apcharonia. A man acted as priest of the scepter for a year at a time, and sacrifices were offered to it daily. 1291, the golden lamp of Mycenae, on the possession of which, according to legend, the two rivals Atreus and Phaeus based their claim to the throne. 1292, may have been a royal talisman of the sort. p. 366. Cite a note, the belief that kings possess magical or supernatural powers to control the course of nature for the good of their subjects seems to have been shared by the ancestors of all the Aryan races from India to Ireland. Swedish and Danish kings. Irish kings. Magical virtue attributed to the chiefs of the MacLeods. The belief that kings possess magical or supernatural powers by virtue of which they can fertilize the earth and confer other benefits on their subjects would seem to have been shared by the ancestors of all the Aryan races from India to Ireland, and it has left clear traces of itself in our own country down to modern times. Thus the ancient Hindu law book called the Laws of Manu describes as follows the effects of a good king's reign. In that country where the king avoids taking the property of mortal sinners, men are born in due time and are long-lived. And the crops of the husbandman spring up, each as it was sown, and the children die not, and no misshaped offspring is born. 1293, in Homeric Greece kings and chiefs were spoken of as sacred or divine. Their houses too were divine and their chariots sacred. 1294, and it was thought that the reign of a good king caused the black earth to bring forth wheat and barley, the trees to be loaded with fruit, the flocks to multiply, and the sea to yield fish. 1295, a Greek historian of a much later age tells us that in the reign of a very bad king of Lydia the country suffered from drought, for which he would seem to have held the king responsible. 1296, there is a tradition that once when the land of the Edonians in Thrace bore no fruit, the god Dionysus intimated to the people that its fertility could be restored by putting their king Lycurgus to death. So they took him to Mount Pongium and there caused him to be torn in pieces by horses. 1297, when the crops failed, the Burgundians used to blame their kings and depose them. 1298, in the time of the Swedish king Domald a mighty famine broke out, which lasted several years, and could be stayed by the blood neither of beasts nor of men. Therefore, in a great popular p. 367 assembly held at Uppsala, the chiefs decided that King Domald himself was the cause of the scarcity and must be sacrificed for good seasons. So they slew him and smeared with his blood the altars of the gods. Again, we are told that the Swedes always attributed good or bad crops to their kings as the cause. Now, in the reign of King Olaf, there came dear times and famine, and the people thought that the fault was the king's, because he was sparing in his sacrifices. So, mustering an army, they marched against him, surrounded his dwelling, and burned him in it, giving him to Odin as a sacrifice for good crops. 1299, in the Middle Ages, when Valdemar I, King of Denmark, traveled in Germany, mothers brought their infants, and husbandmen their seed for him to lay his hands on, thinking that children would both thrive the better for the royal touch, and for a like reason farmers asked him to throw the seed for them. 1300, it was the belief of the ancient Irish that when their kings observed the customs of their ancestors, the seasons were mild, the crops plentiful, the cattle fruitful, the waters abounded with fish, and the fruit trees had to be propped up on account of the weight of their produce. A canon, attributed to St. Patrick, enumerates among the blessings that attend the reign of a just king fine weather, calm seas, crops abundant, and trees laden with fruit. On the other hand, dearth, dryness of cows, blight of fruit, and scarcity of corn were regarded as infallible proofs that the reigning king was bad. For example, in the reign of the usurper King Carberry Kincat, evil was the state of Ireland, fruitless, her corn, for there used to be only one grain on the stalk. Fruitless, her rivers. Milkless her cattle. Plentiless her fruit, for there used to be P368 but one acorn on the stalk. 1301, superstitions of the same sort seem to have lingered in the Highlands of Scotland down to the 18th century. For when Dr. Johnson travelled in Skye, it was still held that the return of the laird to Dunvegan, after any considerable absence, produced a plentiful capture of herring. 1302, the laird of Dunvegan is chief of the clan of the MacLeods, and his family still owns a banner which is called MacLeod's Fairy Banner, on account of the supernatural powers ascribed to it. When it is unfurled, victory in war attends it, and it relieves its followers from imminent danger. But these virtues it can exert only thrice, and already it has been twice unfurled. When the potato crop failed, many of the common people desired that the magical banner should be displayed, apparently in the belief that the mere sight of it would produce a fine crop of potatoes. Every woman with child who sees it is taken with premature labor, and every cow casts her calf. 1303. Cite a note. A relic of this belief is the notion that English kings can heal scrofula by their touch. Charles II. Touching for the king's evil, scrofula. English kings touching for scrofula. Perhaps the last relic of such superstitions which lingered about our English kings was the notion that they could heal scrofula by their touch. The disease was accordingly known as a king's evil. Queen Elizabeth often exercised this miraculous gift of healing. On Midsummer Day 1633, Charles I cured 100 patients at one swoop in the Chapel Royal at Holyrood. 1304, but it was under his son Charles II that the practice seems to have attained its highest vogue. In this respect the merry monarch did not let the grass grow under his feet. It was the 29th of May 1660 when he was brought home in triumph from exile amid a shouting multitude and a forest of brandished swords, over roads strewed with flowers and through streets hung with tapestry, while the fountains ran wide and all the bells of London rang for joy. And it was on the 6th of July that he began to touch for the king's P369 evil. The ceremony is thus described by Evelyn, who may have witnessed it. His Majesty began first to touch for Y evil, according to custom. Thus, his Mottai sitting under his state in the banqueting house, the Carogians caused the sick to be brought or led up to the throne, where the kneeling Y king strokes their faces or cheeks with both his hands at once, at which instant, a chaplain in his formality says, he put his hands upon them and he healed them. This is said to everyone in particular. When they have been all touched they come up again in the same order, and the other chaplain kneeling, and having angel gold strung on white ribbon, on his arm, delivers them one by one to his Mottai, who puts them about the necks of the touched as they pass, whilst the first chaplain repeats, that is Y true light who came into Y world. Then follows an epistle, as at first a gospel, with the liturgy, prayers for the sick, with some alteration, lastly Y blessing. And then the low Chamberlain and the controller of the household bring a basin, ewer, and towel, for His Majesty to wash. 1305, Pepys witnessed the same ceremony at the same place on the 13th of April in the following year, and he has recorded his opinion that it was an ugly office and a simple. 1306, it is said that in the course of his reign Charles II touched near 100,000 persons for scrofula. The press, to get near him, was sometimes terrific. On one occasion 6 or 7 of those who came to be healed were trampled to death. While the hope of a miraculous cure attracted the pious and sanguine, the certainty of receiving angel gold attracted the needy and avaricious, and it was not always easy for the royal surgeons to distinguish between the motives of the applicants. This solemn mummery cost the state little less than £10,000 a year. The cool-headed William III contemptuously refused to lend himself to the hocus-pocus. And, when his palace was besieged by the usual unsavoury crowd, he ordered them to be turned away p. 370 with a dole. On the only occasion when he was importuned into laying his hand on a patient, he said to him, "God give you better health and more sense." However, the practice was continued, as might have been expected, by the dull bigot James II, 1307, and his dull daughter Queen Anne. In his childhood Dr. Johnson was touched for scrofula by the Queen, and he always retained a faint but solemn recollection of her as of a lady in diamonds with a long black hood. 1308, to judge by the too faithful picture which his biographer has drawn of the doctor's appearance in later life, we may conclude that the touch of the Queen's hand was not a perfect remedy for the disorder. Perhaps the stream of divine grace which had flowed so copiously in the veins of Charles II had been dried up by the interposition of the sceptical William. A note, other kings and chiefs have claimed to heal diseases by a touch. The kings of France also claim to possess the same gift of healing by touch, which they are said to have derived from Clovis or from St. Louis, while our English kings inherited it from Edward the Confessor. 1309, we may suspect that these estimates of the antiquity of the gift were far too modest, and that the barbarous, nay savage, predecessors both of the Saxon and of the Merovingian kings had with the same justice claimed the same powers many ages before. Down to the 19th century the West African tribe of the Wallows, in Senegal, ascribed to the royal family a like power of healing by touch. Mothers have been seen to bring their sick children to the Queen, who touched them solemnly with her foot on the back, the stomach, the head, and the legs, after which the women departed in peace, convinced that p. 371 their children had been made whole. 1310, similarly the savage chiefs of Tonga were believed to heal scrofula and cases of indurated liver by the touch of their feet. And the cure was strictly homeopathic, for the disease as well as the cure was thought to be caused by contact with the royal person or with anything that belonged to it. 1311, in fact royal personages in the Pacific and elsewhere have been supposed to live in a sort of atmosphere highly charged with what we may call spiritual electricity, which, if it blasts all who intrude into its charmed circle, has happily also the gift of making them whole again by a touch. 1312, we may conjecture that similar views prevailed in ancient times as to the predecessors of our English monarchs, and that accordingly scrofula received its name of the king's evil from the belief that it was caused as well as cured by contact with the king. 1313, in Loango palsy is called the king's disease, because the Negroes imagine it to be heaven's punishment for treason meditated against the king. 1314. A note, on the whole kings seem to have been often evolved out of magicians, but in course of time to have exchanged magical for religious functions, in other words, to have become priests instead of sorcerers. On the whole, then, we seem to be justified in inferring that in many parts of the world the king is the lineal successor of the old magician or medicine man. When once a special class of sorcerers has been segregated from the community and entrusted by it with the discharge of duties on which the public safety and welfare are believed to depend, these men gradually rise to wealth and power, till their leaders blossom out into sacred kings. But the great social revolution, which thus begins with democracy and ends in despotism, is attended by an intellectual revolution which affects both the conception and the functions of royalty. p. 372. For as time goes on, the fallacy of magic becomes more and more apparent to the acuter minds and is slowly displaced by religion. In other words, the magician gives way to the priest, who, renouncing the attempt to control directly the processes of nature for the good of man, seeks to attain the same end indirectly, by appealing to the gods to do for him what he no longer fancies he can do for himself. Hence the king, starting as a magician, tends gradually to exchange the practice of magic for the priestly functions of prayer and sacrifice. And while the distinction between the human and the divine is still imperfectly drawn, it is often imagined that men may themselves attain to Godhead, not merely after their death, but in their lifetime, through the temporary or permanent possession of their whole nature by a great and powerful spirit. No class of the community has benefited so much as kings by this belief in the possible incarnation of a god in human form. The doctrine of that incarnation, and with it the theory of the divinity of kings in the strict sense of the word, will form the subject of the following chapter. p. 373. Chapter 7. Incarnate Human Gods. Cite a note: the conception of gods has been slowly evolved. As religion grows, magic declines into a black art. The instances which in the preceding chapters I have drawn from the beliefs and practices of rude peoples all over the world, may suffice to prove that the savage fails to recognize those limitations to his power over nature which seem so obvious to us. In a society where every man is supposed to be endowed more or less with powers which we should call supernatural, it is plain that the distinction between gods and men is somewhat blurred, or rather has scarcely emerged. The conception of gods as superhuman beings endowed with powers to which man possesses nothing comparable in degree and hardly even in kind, has been slowly evolved in the course of history. 1315. By primitive peoples the supernatural agents are not regarded as greatly, if at all, superior to man, for they may be frightened and coerced by him into doing his will. At this stage of thought the world is viewed as a great democracy. All beings in it, whether natural or supernatural, are supposed to stand on a footing of tolerable equality. But with the growth of his knowledge, man learns to realize more clearly the vastness of nature and his own littleness and feebleness in presence of it. The recognition of his helplessness does not, however, carry with it a corresponding belief in the impotence of those supernatural beings with which his imagination peoples the universe. On the contrary, it enhances his p. 374 conception of their power. For the idea of the world as a system of impersonal forces acting in accordance with fixed and invariable laws has not yet fully dawned or darkened upon him. The germ of the idea he certainly has, and he acts upon it, not only in magic art, but in much of the business of daily life. But the idea remains undeveloped, and, so far as he attempts to explain the world he lives in, he pictures it as the manifestation of conscious will and personal agency. If then he feels himself to be so frail and slight, how vast and powerful must he deem the beings who control the gigantic machinery of nature? Thus, as his old sense of equality with the gods slowly vanishes, he resigns, at the same time, the hope of directing the course of nature by his own unaided resources, that is, by magic, and looks more and more to the gods as the sole repositories of those supernatural powers which he once claimed to share with them. With the advance of knowledge, therefore, prayer and sacrifice assume the leading place in religious ritual. And magic, which once ranked with them as a legitimate equal, is gradually relegated to the background and sinks to the level of a black art. It is now regarded as an encroachment, at once vain and impious, on the domain of the gods, and as such encounters the steady opposition of the priests, whose reputation and influence rise or fall with those of their gods. Hence, when at a late period the distinction between religion and superstition has emerged, we find that sacrifice and prayer are the resource of the pious and enlightened portion of the community, while magic is the refuge of the superstitious and ignorant. But when, still later, the conception of the elemental forces as personal agents is giving way to the recognition of natural law, then magic, based as it implicitly is on the idea of a necessary and invariable sequence of cause and effect, independent of personal will, reappears from the obscurity and discredit into which it had fallen, and by investigating the causal sequences in nature, directly prepares the way for science. Alchemy leads up to chemistry. Cite a note: the conception of a man-god or deity incarnate in human form belongs to an early stage of religious history. The notion of a man-god, or of a human being endowed with divine or supernatural powers, belongs essentially to that earlier period of religious history in which gods and P375 men are still viewed as beings of much the same order, and before they are divided by the impassable gulf which, to later thought, opens out between them. Strange, therefore, as may seem to us the idea of a god incarnate in human form, it has nothing very startling for early man, who sees in a man-god or a god-man only a higher degree of the same supernatural powers which he arrogates in perfect good faith to himself. Nor does he draw any very sharp distinction between a god and a powerful sorcerer. His gods, as we have seen, 1316, are often merely invisible magicians who behind the veil of nature work the same sort of charms and incantations which the human magician works in a visible and bodily form among his fellows. And as the gods are commonly believed to exhibit themselves in the likeness of men to their worshippers, it is easy for the magician, with the supposed miraculous powers, to acquire the reputation of being an incarnate deity. Thus beginning as little more than a simple conjurer, the medicine man or magician tends to blossom out into a full-blown god and king in one. Only in speaking of him as a god we must beware of importing into the savage conception of deity those very abstract and complex ideas which we attach to the term. Our ideas on this profound subject are the fruit of a long intellectual and moral evolution, and they are so far from being shared by the savage that he cannot even understand them when they are explained to him. Much of the controversy which has raged as to the religion of the lower races has sprung merely from a mutual misunderstanding. The savage does not understand the thoughts of the civilized man, and few civilized men understand the thoughts of the savage. When the savage uses his word for God, he has in his mind a being of a certain sort. When the civilized man uses his word for God, he has in his mind a being of a very different sort. And if, as commonly happens, the two men are equally unable to place themselves at the other's point of view, nothing but confusion and mistakes can result from their discussions. If we civilized men insist on limiting the name of God to that particular conception of the divine nature, which we ourselves have formed, then we must confess that P376 the savage has no God at all. But we shall adhere more closely to the facts of history if we allow most of the higher savages at least to possess a rudimentary notion of certain supernatural beings who may fittingly be called gods, though not in the full sense in which we use the word. That rudimentary notion represents in all probability the germ out of which the civilized peoples have gradually evolved their own high conceptions of deity. And if we could trace a whole course of religious development, we might find that the chain which links our idea of the Godhead with that of the savage is one and unbroken. Cite a note: examples of incarnate human deities. The incarnation either temporary or permanent. With these explanations and cautions I will now do some examples of gods who have been believed by their worshippers to be incarnate in living human beings, whether men or women. The persons in whom a deity is thought to reveal himself are by no means always kings or descendants of kings. The supposed incarnation may take place even in men of the humblest rank. In India, for example, one human god started in life as a cotton bleacher and another as the son of a carpenter. 1317. I shall therefore not draw my examples exclusively from real personages, as I wish to illustrate the general principle of the deification of living men, in other words, the incarnation of a deity in human form. Such incarnate gods are common in rude society. The incarnation may be temporary or permanent. In the former case, the incarnation, commonly known as inspiration or possession, reveals itself in supernatural knowledge rather than in supernatural power. In other words, its usual manifestations are divination and prophecy, rather than miracles. On the other hand, when the incarnation is not merely temporary, When the divine spirit has permanently taken up its abode in a human body, the God-man is usually expected to vindicate his character by working miracles. Only we have to remember that by men at this stage of thought, miracles are not considered as breaches of natural law. Not conceiving the existence of natural law, primitive man cannot p377 conceive a breach of it. A miracle is to him merely an unusually striking manifestation of a common power. Cite a note, temporary incarnation of gods in human form among the Polynesians. The belief in temporary incarnation or inspiration is worldwide. Certain persons are supposed to be possessed from time to time by a spirit or deity. While the possession lasts, their own personality lies in abeyance. The presence of the spirit is revealed by convulsive shiverings and shakings of the man's whole body, by wild gestures and excited looks, all of which are referred not to the man himself, but to the spirit which has entered into him. And in this abnormal state, all his utterances are accepted as the voice of the god or spirit, dwelling in him and speaking through him. Thus, for example, in the Sandwich Islands, the king personating the god uttered the responses of the oracle from his concealment in a frame of wickerwork. But, in the southern islands of the Pacific, the god frequently entered. The priest, who, inflated as it were with the divinity, ceased to act or speak as a voluntary agent, but moved and spoke as entirely under supernatural influence. In this respect there was a striking resemblance between the rude oracles of the Polynesians and those of the celebrated nations of ancient Greece. As soon as the god was supposed to have entered the priest, the latter became violently agitated, and worked himself up to the highest pitch of apparent frenzy. The muscles of the limbs seemed convulsed, the body swelled, the countenance became terrific, the features distorted, and the eyes wild and strained. In this state he often rolled on the earth, foaming at the mouth, as if laboring under the influence of the divinity by whom he was possessed, and, in shrill cries, and violent and often indistinct sounds, revealed the will of the god. The priests, who were attending and versed in the mysteries, received and reported to the people the declarations which had been thus received. When the priest had uttered the response of the oracle, the violent paroxysm gradually subsided, and comparative composure ensued. The god did not, however, always leave him as soon as the communication had been made. Sometimes, the same Tara, or priest, continued for 2 or 3 days possessed by the spirit or deity. A piece of a native cloth, of a peculiar kind, worn round one arm, was an indication p378 of inspiration, or the indwelling of the god with the individual who wore it. The acts of the man during this period were considered as those of the god, and hence, the greatest attention was paid to his expressions, and the whole of his deportment. When Aruhia, under the inspiration of the spirit, the priest was always considered as sacred as the god, and was called, during this period, a Tua, god, though at other times only denominated Tara or priest. 1318. Cite a note, temporary incarnation of gods in Mongolia, Fiji, Bali, and Celebes. Temporary incarnation of gods in human form. In Mongolia, an island of the South Pacific, the priests in whom the gods took up their abode from time to time were called god boxes, or, for shortness, gods. Before giving oracles as gods, they drank an intoxicating liquor, and in the frenzy thus produced their wild, whirling words were received as the voice of the deity. 1319. In Fiji there is in every tribe a certain family who alone are liable to be thus temporarily inspired or possessed by a divine spirit. Their qualification is hereditary, and any one of the ancestral gods may choose his vehicle from among them. I have seen this possession, and a horrible sight it is. In one case, after the fit was over, for some time the man's muscles and nerves twitched and quivered in an extraordinary way. He was naked except for his breech clout, and on his naked breast little snakes seemed to be wriggling for a moment or two beneath his skin, disappearing and then suddenly reappearing in another part of his chest. When the meat, which we may translate priest for want of a better word, is seized by the possession, the god within him calls out his own name in a stridulous tone, "It is I." Ketuiver, or some other name. At the next possession some other ancestor may declare himself. 1320. In Bali there are certain persons, called Permas, who are predestined or fitted by nature to become the temporary abode of the invisible deities. When a god is to be consulted, the villagers go and compel some of these mediums to lend their services. Sometimes the medium leaves his consciousness at home, and is then conducted with marks of honor to the temple, ready to, p. 379, receive the godhead into his person. Generally, however, some time passes before he can be brought into the requisite frame of body and mind. But the desired result may be hastened by making him inhale the smoke of incense or surrounding him with a band of singing men or women. The soul of the medium quits for a time his body, which is thus placed at the disposal of the deity, and up to the moment when his consciousness returns all his words and acts are regarded as proceeding, not from himself but from the god. So long as the possession lasts he is a duokapirgan, that is, a god who has become man, and in that character he answers the questions put to him. During this time his body is believed to be immaterial and hence invulnerable. A dance with swords and pikes follows the consultation of the oracle. But these weapons could make no impression on the ethereal body of the inspired medium. 1321. In Poso, a district of central Celebes, sickness is often supposed to be caused by an alien substance, such as a piece of tobacco, a stick, or even a chopping knife, which has been introduced, unseen, into the body of the sufferer by the magic art of an insidious foe. To discover and eject this foreign matter is a task for God, who, for this purpose, enters into the body of a priestess, speaks through her mouth, and performs the necessary surgical operation with her hands. An eyewitness of the ceremony has told how, when the priestess sat beside the sick man, with her head covered by a cloth, she began to quiver and shake and to sing in a strident tone, at which someone observed to the writer, "Now her own spirit is leaving her body and a god is taking its place." On removing the cloth from her head she was no longer a woman but a heavenly spirit, and gazed about her with an astonished air as if to ask how she came from her own celestial region to this humble abode. Yet the divine spirit condescended to chew betel, and to drink palm wine like any poor mortal of earthly mold. After she had pretended to extract the cause of the disease by laying the cloth from her head on the patient's stomach and pinching it, she veiled her face once more, sobbed, p. 380, quivered, and shook violently, at which the people said, "The human spirit is returning into her." 1322. Siddha note, deification of the sacrificer in Brahmin ritual. The new birth. A Brahmin householder who performs the regular half-monthly sacrifices is supposed thereby to become himself a deity for a time. In the words of the Satapatha Brahmana, he who is consecrated draws nigh to the gods and becomes one of the deities. 1323. All formulas of the consecration are ajrapana, elevatory, since he who is consecrated elevates himself at grab from this world to the world of the gods. He elevates himself by means of these same formulas. 1324. He who is consecrated indeed becomes both Vishnu and the sacrificer. For when he is consecrated, he is Vishnu, and when he sacrifices, he is the sacrificer. 1325. After he has completed the sacrifice he becomes man again, divesting himself of his sacred character with the words, "Now I am he who I really am," which are thus explained in the Satapatha Brahmana. In entering upon the vow, he becomes, as it were, non-human. And as it would not be becoming for him to say, "I enter from truth into untruth," and as, in fact, he now again becomes man, let him therefore divest himself of the vow, with the text, "Now I am he who I really am." 1326. The means by which the sacrificer passed from untruth to truth, from the human to the divine, was a simulation of a new birth. He was sprinkled with water as a symbol of seed. He feigned to be an embryo, and shut himself up in a special hut, which represented the womb. Under his robe he wore a belt, and over it the skin of a black antelope. The belt stood for the navel string, and the robe and the black antelope skin represented the inner and outer membranes, the amnion and the chorion, in which an embryo is wrapped. He might not scratch himself with his nails or a stick because he was an embryo, and were an embryo scratched with nails or a stick, it would die. If he moved about in P381 the hut, it was because the child moves about in the womb. If he kept his fists doubled up, it was because an unborn babe does the same. If in bathing he put off the black antelope skin but retained his robe, it was because the child is born with the amnion but not with the chorion. By these practices he acquired, in addition to his old natural and mortal body, a new body that was sacramental and immortal, invested with superhuman powers, encircled with an aureole of fire. Thus, by a new birth, a regeneration of his carnal nature, the man became a god. At his natural birth, the Brahmin said, man is born but in part. It is by sacrifice that he is truly born into the world. The funeral rites, which ensured the final passage from earth to heaven, might be considered as a phase of the new birth. In truth, they said, man is born thrice. At first he is born of his father and mother. Then when he sacrifices he is born again. And, lastly, when he dies and is laid on the fire, he is born again from it, and that is his third birth. That is why they say that man is born thrice. 1327. Cita note, temporary incarnation or inspiration produced by drinking blood. But examples of such temporary inspiration are so common in every part of the world and are now so familiar through books on ethnology that it is needless to multiply illustrations of the general principle. 1328. It may be well, however, to refer to two particular modes of producing temporary inspiration, because they are perhaps less known than some others, and because we shall have occasion to refer to them later on. One of these modes of producing inspiration is by sucking the fresh blood of a sacrificed victim. In the temple of Apollo Diarrhidiodes at Argos, a lamb was sacrificed by night once a month. A woman, who had to observe a rule of chastity, tasted the blood of the lamb, and thus, being inspired by the god, she prophesied or divined. 1329. At Aegera, in Achaia, the priestess of earth drank the fresh blood of a P382 bull before she descended into the cave to prophesy. 1330. In southern India, a devil dancer cuts and lacerates his flesh till the blood flows, lashes himself with a huge whip, presses a burning torch to his breast, drinks the blood which flows from his own wounds, or drink the blood of the sacrifice, putting the throat of the decapitated goat to his mouth. Then, as if he had acquired new life, he begins to brandish his staff of bells, and to dance with a quick but wild unsteady step. Suddenly the afflatus descends. There is no mistaking that glare, or those frantic leaps. He snorts, he stares, he gyrates. The demon has now taken bodily possession of him. And, though he retains the power of utterance and of motion, both are under the demon's control, and his separate consciousness is in abeyance. The bystanders signalize the event by raising a long shout, attended with a peculiar vibratory noise, which is caused by the motion of the hand and tongue, or of the tongue alone. The devil dancer is now worshipped as a present deity, and every bystander consults him respecting his disease, his wants, the welfare of his absent relatives, the offerings to be made for the accomplishment of his wishes, and, in short, respecting everything for which superhuman knowledge is supposed to be available. 1331. Similarly, among the Karuthakorans, a class of bird catchers and beggars, in southern India, the goddess Kali is believed to descend upon the priest, and he gives oracular replies after sucking the blood which streams from the cut throat of a goat. 1332. At a festival of the Alphars of Minahasa, in northern Celebes, after a pig has been killed, the priest rushes furiously at it, thrusts his head into the carcass, and drinks of the blood. Then he is dragged away from it by force and set on a chair, whereupon he begins to prophesy how the rice crop will turn out that year. A second time he runs at the carcass and drinks of the blood. A second time P383 he is forced into the chair and continues his predictions. It is thought that there is a spirit in him which possesses the power of prophecy. 1333. At Ritra, a great religious capital of the Western Slavs, the priest tasted the blood of the sacrificed oxen and sheep in order the better to prophesy. 1334. The true test of a daniel or diviner among some of the Hindu Kush tribes is to suck the blood from the neck of a decapitated goat. 1335. The Takas on the border of Kashmir have prophets who act as inspired mediums between the deity and his worshippers. At the sacrifices, the prophet inhales the smoke of the sacred cedar in order to keep off evil spirits, and sometimes he drinks the warm blood as it spouts from the neck of the decapitated victim before he utters his oracle. 1336. The heathen of Hiran regarded blood as unclean, but nevertheless drank it, because they believed it to be the food of demons, and thought that, by imbibing it they entered into communion with the demons, who would thus visit them and lift the veil that hides the future from mortal vision. 1337. Cite a note. Temporary incarnation or inspiration produced by means of a sacred tree or plant. The other mode of producing temporary inspiration, to which I shall here refer, consists in the use of a sacred tree or plant. Thus in the Hindu Kush a fire is kindled with twigs of the sacred cedar, and the daniel or sibyl, with a cloth over her head, inhales the thick, pungent smoke till she is seized with convulsions and falls senseless to the ground. Soon she rises and raises a shrill chant, which is P384, caught up and loudly repeated by her audience. 1338. So Apollos, prophetess, ate the sacred laurel and was fumigated with it before she prophesied. 1339. The Bacchanals ate ivy, and their inspired fury was, by some believed to be due to the exciting and intoxicating properties of the plant. 1340. In Uganda the priest, in order to be inspired by his god, smokes a pipe of tobacco fiercely till he works himself into a frenzy. The loud excited tones in which he then talks are recognized as the voice of the god speaking through him. 1341. In Madura, an island off the north coast of Java, each spirit has its regular medium, who is oftener a woman than a man. To prepare herself for the reception of the spirit she inhales the fumes of incense, sitting with her head over a smoking censer. Gradually she falls into a sort of trance accompanied by shrieks, grimaces, and violent spasms. This spirit is now supposed to have entered into her, and when she grows calmer her words are regarded as oracular, being the utterances of the indwelling spirit, while her own soul is temporarily absent. 1342. Cite a note. Inspired victims. It is worth observing that many peoples expect the victim as well as the priest or prophet to give signs of inspiration by convulsive movements of the body. And if the animal remains obstinately steady, they esteem it unfit for sacrifice. Thus when the yak its sacrifice to an evil spirit, the beast must bellow and roll about, which is considered a token that the evil spirit has entered into it. 1343. Apollo's prophetess could give no oracles unless the sacrificial victim trembled in every limb when the wine was poured on its head. But for ordinary Greek sacrifices it was enough that the victim should shake its head. To make it do so, water was poured on it. 1344. Many other peoples, Tonquinese, P385 Hindus, Chuash, and so forth, have adopted the same test of a suitable victim. They pour water or wine on its head. If the animal shakes its head it is accepted for sacrifice. If it does not, it is rejected. 1345. Among the Kafirs of the Hindu Kush the priest or his substitute pours water into the ear and all down the spine of the intended victim, whether it be a sheep or a goat. It is not enough that the animal should merely shake its head to get the water out of its ear. It must shake its whole body as a wet dog shakes himself. When it does so, a kissing sound is made by all present, and the victim is forthwith slaughtered. 1346. Cite a note. Divine power acquired by temporary inspiration. The person temporarily inspired is believed to acquire, not merely divine knowledge, but also, at least occasionally, divine power. In Cambodia, when an epidemic breaks out, the inhabitants of several villages unite and go with a band of music at their head to look for the man whom the local god is supposed to have chosen for his temporary incarnation. P386. When found, the man is conducted to the altar of the god where the mystery of incarnation takes place. Then the man becomes an object of veneration to his fellows, who implore him to protect the village against the plague. 1347, a certain image of Apollo, which stood in a sacred cave at Hyle near Magnesia, was thought to impart superhuman strength. Sacred men, inspired by it, leaped down precipices, tore up huge trees by the roots, and carried them on their backs along the narrowest defiles. 1348, the feats performed by inspired dervishes belong to the same class. Note: human gods, or men permanently possessed by deity. Human gods in the Pacific. Thus far we have seen that the savage, failing to discern the limits of his ability to control nature, ascribes to himself and to all men certain powers which we should now call supernatural. Further, we have seen that, over and above this general supernaturalism, some persons are supposed to be inspired for short periods by a divine spirit, and thus temporarily to enjoy the knowledge and power of the indwelling deity. From beliefs like these it is an easy step to the conviction that certain men are permanently possessed by deity, or in some other, undefined way are endued with so high a degree of supernatural power as to be ranked as gods and to receive the homage of prayer and sacrifice. Sometimes these human gods are restricted to purely supernatural or spiritual functions. Sometimes they exercise supreme political power in addition. In the latter case they are kings as well as gods, and the government is a theocracy. Thus in the Marquesas or Washington Islands, there was a class of men who were deified in their lifetime. They were supposed to wield a supernatural power over the elements. They could give abundant harvests or smite the ground with barrenness. And they could inflict disease or death. Human sacrifices were offered to them to avert the wrath. There were not many of them, at the most one or two in each island. They lived in mystic seclusion. p. 387. Their powers were sometimes, but not always, hereditary. A missionary has described one of these human gods from personal observation. The god was a very old man who lived in a large house within an enclosure. In the house was a kind of altar, and on the beams of the house and on the trees round it were hung human skeletons, head down. No one entered the enclosure except the persons dedicated to the service of the god. Only on days when human victims were sacrificed might ordinary people penetrate into the precinct. This human god received more sacrifices than all the other gods. Often he would sit on a sort of scaffold in front of his house and call for 2 or 3 human victims at a time. They were always brought, for the terror he inspired was extreme. He was invoked all over the island, and offerings were sent to him from every side. 1349. Again, of the Southern Islands in general we are told that each island had a man who represented or personified the divinity. Such men were called gods, and their substance was confounded with that of the deity. The man-god was sometimes the king himself. Oftener he was a priest or subordinate chief. 1350. Tonatoa, king of Raiatea, was p. 388 deified by a certain ceremony performed at the chief temple. As one of the divinities of his subjects, therefore, the king was worshipped, consulted as an oracle and had sacrifices and prayers offered to him. 1351. This was not an exceptional case. The kings of the island regularly enjoyed divine honors, being deified at the time of their accession. 1352. At his inauguration the king of Tahiti received a sacred girdle of red and yellow feathers, which not only raised him to the highest earthly station, but identified him with their gods. 1353. A new piece, about 18 inches long, was added to the belt at the inauguration of every king, and 3 human victims were sacrificed in the process. 1354. The king's houses were called the Clouds of Heaven. The rainbow was the name of the canoe in which he voyaged. His voice was spoken of as thunder, and the glare of the torches in his dwelling as lightning. And when the people saw them in the evening, as they passed near his house, instead of seeing the torches were burning in the palace, they would remark that the lightning was flashing in the clouds of heaven. When he moved from one district to another on the shoulders of his bears. He was said to be flying. 1355. The natives of Futuna, an island in the South Pacific, are not content with deifying the evils that afflict them. They place gods everywhere, and even go so far as to suppose that the greatest of all the spirits resides in the person of their prince as in a living sanctuary. From this belief springs a strange motive regarding their king, and of behaving under his authority. In their eyes the sovereign is not responsible for his acts. They deem him inspired by the divine spirit whose tabernacle he is. Hence his will is sacred. Even his whims and rages are revered. And if it pleases him to play the tyrant, his subjects submit from conscientious motives to p389 the vexations he inflicts on them. 1356. The gods of Samoa generally appeared in animal form, but sometimes they were permanently incarnate in men, who gave oracles, received offerings, occasionally of human flesh, healed the sick, answered prayers, and so on. 1357. In regard to the old religion of the Fijians, and especially of the inhabitants of Somosomo, it is said that there appears to be no certain line of demarcation between departed spirits and gods, nor between gods and living men, for many of the priests and old chiefs are considered as sacred persons, and not a few of them will also claim to themselves the right of divinity. I am a god, to a Killa would say. And he believed it, too. 1358. In the Palau Islands it is thought that every god can take possession of a man and speak through him. The possession may be either temporary or permanent. In the latter case the chosen person is called a korong. The god is free in his choice, so the position of korong is not hereditary. After the death of a korong the god is for some time unrepresented, until he suddenly makes his appearance in a new avatar. The person thus chosen gives signs of the divine presence by behaving in a strange way. He gapes, runs about, and performs a number of senseless acts. At first people laugh at him, but his sacred mission is in time recognized, and he is invited to assume his proper position in the state. Generally this position is a distinguished one and confers on him a powerful influence over the whole community. In some of the islands the god is political sovereign of the land. And hence, his new incarnation, however humble his origin, is raised to the same high rank and rules as god and king over all the other chiefs. 1359. Cite a note: Human gods in ancient Egypt. Human gods in ancient Greece. The ancient Egyptians, far from restricting their P390 adoration to cats and dogs and such small deer, very liberally extended it to men. One of these human deities resided at the village of Anubis, and burnt sacrifices were offered to him on the altars. After which, says Porphyry, he would eat his dinner just as if he were an ordinary mortal. 1360. In classical antiquity the Sicilian philosopher Empedocles gave himself out to be not merely a wizard but a god. Addressing his fellow citizens in verse he said, "O friends, in this great city that climbs the yellow slope of Agrigentum's citadel, who make good works your scope, who offer to the stranger a haven quiet and fair, all hail. Among you honored I walk with lofty air. With garlands, blooming garlands you crown my noble brow, a mortal man no longer, a deathless godhead now. Where'er I go, the people crowd round and worship hay, and thousands follow seeking to learn the better way. Some grave prophetic visions, some smit with anguish sore, would fain hear words of comfort and suffer pain no more." He asserted that he could teach his disciples how to make the wind to blow or be still, the rain to fall and the sun to shine, how to banish sickness and old age and to raise the dead. 1361. When Demetrius Poliorcetes restored the Athenian democracy in 307 BC, the Athenians decreed divine honors to him and his father Antigonus, both of them being then alive, under the title of the Satyr gods. Altars were set up to the satyrs, and a priest appointed to attend to their worship. The people went forth to meet their deliverer with hymns and dances, with garlands and incense and libations. They lined the streets and sang that he was the only true God, for the other gods slept, or dwelt far away, or were not. In the words of a contemporary poet, which were chanted in public and sung in private. P 391. Of all the gods the greatest and the dearest, to the city are come. For Demeter and Demetrius, together time has brought. She comes to hold the maiden's awful rites, and he joyous and fair and laughing, as befits a god. A glorious sight, with all his friends about him, he in their midst, they like two stars, and he the sun. Son of Poseidon the mighty, Aphrodite's son, all hail. The other gods dwell far away, or have no ears, or are not, or pay us no heed. But thee we present see, no god of wood or stone, but Godhead true. Therefore to thee we pray. 1362. Cite a note, human goddesses among the ancient Germans. The ancient Germans believed that there was something holy in women, and accordingly consulted them as oracles. Their sacred women, we are told, looked on the eddying rivers and listened to the murmur or the roar of the water, and from the sight and sound foretold what would come to pass. 1363. But often the veneration of the men went further, and they worshipped women as true and living goddesses. For example, in the reign of Vespasian a certain Veleda, of the tribe of the Bructeri, was commonly held to be a deity, and in that character reigned over her people, her sway being acknowledged far and wide. She lived in a tower on the river Lippe, a tributary of the Rhine. When the people of Cologne sent to make a treaty with her, the ambassadors were not admitted to her presence. The negotiations were conducted through a minister, who acted as the mouthpiece of her divinity and reported her oracular utterances. 1364. The P 392 example shows how easily among our root forefathers the ideas of divinity and royalty coalesced. It is said that among the Getae down to the beginning of our era there was always a man who personified a god and was called God by the people. He dwelt on a sacred mountain and acted as advisor to the king. 1365. Cite a note, human gods in Southeast Africa. An early Portuguese historian informs us that the Khedive or king of Sofala, in southeastern Africa, is a woolly-haired Kafir, a heathen who adores nothing whatever, and has no knowledge of God. On the contrary, he esteems himself the god of all his lands, and is so looked upon and reverenced by his subjects. When they suffer necessity or scarcity they have recourse to the king, firmly believing that he can give them all that they desire or have need of, and can obtain anything from his dead predecessors, with whom they believe that he holds converse. For this reason they ask the king to give them rain when it is required, and other favorable weather for their harvest, and in coming to ask for any of these things they bring him valuable presents, which the king accepts, bidding them return to their homes and he will be careful to grant their petitions. They are such barbarians that though they see how often the king does not give them what they ask for, they are not undeceived, but make him still greater offerings, and many days are spent in these comings and goings, until the weather turns to rain, and the Kafirs are satisfied, believing that the king did not grant the request until he had been well bribed and importuned, as he himself affirms, in order to maintain them in their error. 1366. The Zimbas, or Musmbas, another people of southeastern Africa, do not adore idols or recognize any god, but instead they venerate and honor their king, whom they regard as a divinity, and they say he is the greatest and best in the world. And the said king says of himself that he alone is god of the earth, for which reason if it rains when he does not wish it to do so, or is too hot, he shoots arrows at the sky for not obeying him. 1367. Amongst the Barits, a tribe on the upper Zambesi, there is an old but waning, P 393 belief that a chief is a demigod, and in heavy thunderstorms the Barits flock to the chief's yard for protection from the lightning. I have been greatly distressed at seeing them fall on their knees before the chief, entreating him to open the water pots of heaven and send rain upon their gardens. The king's servants declare themselves to be invincible, because they are the servants of God, meaning the king. 1368. Cite a note, human gods in South Africa. The Moravs of South Africa have a spiritual head to whom they ascribe supernatural powers, revering him as a prophet and designating him by the name of Chisump. Besides a considerable territory, which he owns and rules, he receives tribute from all, even from the king, and They believe that this being is invisible and immortal, and they consult him as an oracle, in which case he makes himself heard. He is personified by a female Chisum, that is, by an intimate of the Chisum, whose dignity is hereditary and who is revered exactly like the supposed Chisum, with whom he is naturally identical. As he names his own successor, disputes as to the succession do not arise. His oracles are as unintelligible and ambiguous as can well be imagined. He derives great profit from impostors of both sexes, who purchase the gift of soothsaying from him. In the settlement, Musnda of the Chisum, there are women whom the people regard as his wives, but who, according to the universal belief, cannot bear children. If these women are convicted of an offense with a man, they are burnt along with the partner of their guilt. 1369, the Mishona of Southern Africa informed their bishop that they had once had a god, but that the Matabales had driven him away. This last was in reference to a curious custom in some villages of keeping a man they called their god. He seemed to be consulted by the people and had presents given to him. There was one at a village belonging to a chief P394 Magondi, in the old days. We were asked not to fire off any guns near the village, or we should frighten him away. 1370, his Mishona god was formerly bound to render an annual tribute to the king of the Matabales in the shape of 4 black oxen and 1 dance. A missionary has seen and described the deity discharging the latter part of his duty in front of the royal hut. For 3 mortal hours, without a break, to the banging of a tambourine, the click of castanets, and the drone of a monotonous song, the swarthy god engaged in a frenzied dance, crouching on his hams like a tailor, sweating like a pig, and bounding about with an agility which testified to the strength and elasticity of his divine legs. 1371. Sita note, human god of the Makalakas. In the Makalaka hills, to the west of Matabeland, the natives all acknowledge there dwells a god whom they name Ngwali, much worshipped by the Bushmen and Makalakas, and feared even by the Matabele, even though Bangula paid tribute and sent presents to him often. This individual has only been seen by a few of those who live close by, and who doubtless profit by the numberless offerings made to this strange being. But the god never dies, and the position is supposed to be hereditary in the one family who are the intermediaries for and connection between Ngwali and the outer world. 1372. This Makalaka god resides in the depths of a cave, in the midst of a labyrinth. Nobody has ever seen him, but he has sons and daughters, who are priests and priestesses and dwell in the neighborhood of the grotto. It is rather odd that not long ago 3 sons of this god were put to death like common mortals for having stolen wheat from the king. Lo, Bangula probably thought that they should practice justice even more strictly than other folk. In the middle of the cavern, they say, there is a shaft, very deep and very black. From this gulf there issue from time to time terrible noises like the crash of thunder. On the edge of the abyss the worshippers tremblingly lay flesh in P395, wheat, fowls, cakes, and other presents to appease the hunger of the dreadful god and secure his favor. After making this offering the poor suppliants declare aloud their wishes and the object of their application. They ask to know hidden things, future events, the names of those who have cast a spell on them, the issue of such and such an enterprise. After some moments of profound silence there are heard, amid the crash of subterranean thunder, inarticulate sounds, strange, broken words, of which it is hard to make out the sense, and which the medicine men, Amathazes, who are hand in glove with the makers of thunder, explain to these credulous devotees. 1373. Sita note, human gods in Central and East Africa. The Baganda of Central Africa believed in a god of Lake Nyanza, who sometimes took up his abode in a man or woman. The incarnate god was much feared by all the people, including the king and the chiefs. When the mystery of incarnation had taken place, the man, or rather the god, removed about 1.5 miles from the margin of the lake, and there awaited the appearance of the new moon before he engaged in his sacred duties. From the moment that the crescent moon appeared faintly in the sky. The king and all his subjects were at the command of the divine man, or Lubar, God, as he was called, who reigned supreme not only in matters of faith and ritual, but also in questions of war and state policy. He was consulted as an oracle. By his word he could inflict, or heal sickness, withhold rain, and cause famine. Large presents were made him when his advice was sought. 1374, the chief of Urwa, a large region to the west of Lake Tanganyika, arrogates to himself divine honors and power and pretends to abstain from food for days, without feeling its necessity. And, indeed, declares that as a god he is altogether above requiring food and only eats, drinks, and smokes, for the pleasure it affords him. 1375, among the Galas, when a woman grows tired of the cares of housekeeping, she p396 begins to talk incoherently and to demean herself extravagantly. This is a sign of the descent of the Holy Spirit Kala upon her. Immediately her husband prostrates himself and adores her. She ceases to bear the humble title of wife and is called Lord. Domestic duties have no further claim on her, and her will is a divine law. 1376. Cita note, Human gods in West Africa. The king of Longo is honored by his people as though he were a god. And he is called Sambine Pango, which mean God. They believe that he can let them have rain when he likes. And once a year, in December, which is the time they want rain, the people come to beg of him to grant it to them. On this occasion the king, standing on his throne, shoots an arrow into the air, which is supposed to bring on rain. 1377, much the same is said of the king of Mombasa. 1378, down to a few years ago, when his spiritual reign on earth was brought to an abrupt end by the carnal weapons of English marines in blue jackets, the king of Benin was the chief object of worship in his dominions. He occupies a higher post here than the Pope does in Catholic Europe. 4. He is not only God's vicegerent upon earth, but a god himself, whose subjects both obey and adore him as such, although I believe their adoration to arise rather from fear than love. 1379, the king of Ida told the English officers of the Niger expedition, God made me, after his own image. I am all the same as God. And he appointed me a king. 1380, in the language of the Hos, a Yu tribe of Togoland, the word for God is no and the great God is no Ga. They personify the blessing of God and say that the great God dwells p397 with a rich man. From the personification of the divine blessing to the deification of the man himself, this step is not a long one, and as a matter of fact it is taken. The Hos know men in whose life are to be seen so many resemblances to the great God that they call them simply Mau. In the neighborhood of Ho there lived a good many years ago a man who enjoyed an extraordinary reputation in the whole of the neighborhood, and who accordingly named himself Wuo, that is, more than the others. The people actually paid him divine honors, not indeed in the sense that they sacrificed to him, but in the sense that they followed his words absolutely. They worked on his fields, and brought him rich presents. On the coast there lived a respected old chief, who called himself Mau. He was richer than all the other chiefs, and the inhabitants of 27 towns rendered him unconditional obedience. In the circumstance that he was richer and more honored than all the other chiefs, he saw his resemblance to the deity. 1381. Cita note, divinity of kings and chiefs in Madagascar. Among the Hovas and other tribes of Madagascar there is said to be a deep sense of the divinity of kings. And down to the acceptance of Christianity by the late Queen, the Hova sovereigns were regularly termed the visible God, and Triamanitra and other terms of similar import were also applied to them. 1382, the chiefs of the Bitsilio in Madagascar are considered as far above the common people, and are looked upon almost as if they were gods. For the chiefs are supposed to have power as regards the words they utter, not, however, merely the power which a king possesses, but power like that of God. A power which works of itself on account of its inherent virtue, and not power exerted through soldiers and strong servants. 1383, the Ampanjaka Manjaka or sovereign whom the Sakalava of the north, often called P398 also Zanaharyantani, God on earth, is surrounded by them with a veneration which resembles idolatry, and the vulgar are simple enough to attribute the creation of the world to his ancestors. The different parts of his body and his least actions are described by nouns and verbs which are foreign to the ordinary language, forming a separate vocabulary called Vula folly, sacred words, or Vula, and Ampanjaka, princely words. The person and the goods of the Ampanjaka Manjaka are folly, sacred. 1384. Siddha note, divine kings in the Mela region. Miraculous powers attributed to regalia. The theory of the real divinity of a king is said to be held strongly in the Mela region. Not only is the king's person considered sacred, but the sanctity of his body is supposed to communicate itself to his regalia and to slay those who break the royal taboos. Thus it is firmly believed that anyone who seriously offends the royal person, who imitates or touches even for a moment the chief objects of the regalia, or who wrongfully makes use of the insignia or privileges of royalty, will be Kanadolat, that is, struck dead by a sort of electric discharge of that divine power which the Malay suppose to reside in the king's person and to which they give the name of Dalit or sanctity. 1385. The regalia of every petty Malay state are believed to be endowed with supernatural powers. 1386. And we are told that the extraordinary strength of the Malay belief in the supernatural powers of the regalia of their sovereigns can only be thoroughly realized after a study of the romances, in which their kings are credited with all the attributes of inferior gods, whose birth, as indeed every subsequent act of their afterlife, is attended by the most amazing prodigies. 1387. Siddha note, divine kings and men in the East Indies. Among the Batas of central Sumatra there is a prince who bears the hereditary title of Singamangaraja and is worshipped as a deity. He reigns over Bukhara, a village on the southwestern shore of Lake Toba. But his worship is diffused among the tribes both near and far. All sorts of strange stories are told of him. It is said that P399 he was 7 years in his mother's womb, and thus came into the world a 7-year-old child. That he has a black hairy tongue, the sight of which is fatal, so that in speaking he keeps his mouth as nearly shut as possible and gives all his orders in writing. Sometimes he remains 7 months without eating, or sleeps for 3 months together. He can make the sun to shine or the rain to fall at his pleasure. Hence, the people pray to him for a good harvest, and worshippers hasten to Bukhara from all sides with offerings in the hope of thereby securing his miraculous aid. Wherever he goes, the gongs are solemnly beaten, and the public peace may not be broken. He is said to eat neither pork nor dog's flesh. 1388. The Batas used to cherish a superstitious veneration for the Sultan of Minangkabau, and shewed a blind submission to his relations and emissaries, real or pretended, when these persons appeared among them for the purpose of levying contributions. Even when insulted and put in fear of their lives they made no attempt at resistance. For they believed that their affairs would never prosper, that the rice would be blighted and their buffaloes die, and that they would remain under a sort of spell if they offended these sacred messengers. 1389. In the kingdom of Lu the great majority of the people have never seen the king, and they believe that were they to see him their belly would swell up and they would die on the spot. The farther you go from the capital, the more firmly rooted is this belief. 1390. In time of public calamity, as during war or pestilence, some of the Molucca Islanders used to celebrate a festival of heaven. If no good result followed, they bought a slave, took him at the next festival to the place of sacrifice, and set him on a raised place, under a certain bamboo tree. This tree represented heaven, and had been honored as its image P400 at former festivals. The portion of the sacrifice which had previously been offered to heaven was now given to the slave, who ate and drank it in the name and stead of heaven. Henceforth he was well treated, kept for the festivals of heaven, and employed to represent heaven and receive the offerings in its name. 1391. Every Alpha village of northern Ceram has usually 6 priests, of whom the most intelligent discharges the duties of high priest. This man is the most powerful person in the village. All the inhabitants, even the regent, are subject to him and must do his bidding. The common herd regard him as a higher being, a sort of demigod. He aims at surrounding himself with an atmosphere of mystery, and for this purpose lives in great seclusion, generally in the council house of the village, where he conceals himself from vulgar eyes behind a screen or partition. 1392. However, in this case the god seems to be in process of incubation rather than full-fledged. Cita note: Divine kings in Burma and Siam. Divine men in Tonquin. Divine head of the Babites. A peculiarly bloodthirsty monarch of Burma, by name Badinsakan, whose very countenance reflected the inbred ferocity of his nature, and under whose reign more victims perished by the executioner than by the common enemy, conceived the notion that he was something more than mortal, and that this high distinction had been granted him as a reward for his numerous good works. Accordingly he laid aside the title of king, and aimed at making himself a god. With this view, and in imitation of Buddha, who, before being advanced to the rank of a divinity, had quitted his royal palace and seraglio and retired from the world, Badinsakan withdrew from his palace to an immense pagoda, the largest in the empire, which he had been engaged in constructing for many years. Here he held conferences with the most learned monks, in which he sought to persuade them that the 5,000 years assigned for the observance of the law of Buddha were now elapsed, and that he himself was the god who was destined to appear after that period, and to abolish the old law by P401 substituting his own. But to his great mortification many of the monks undertook to demonstrate the contrary. And this disappointment, combined with his love of power and his impatience under the restraints of an ascetic life, quickly disabused him of his imaginary godhead, and drove him back to his palace and his harem. 1393. The king of Siam is venerated equally with divinity. His subjects ought not to look him in the face. They prostrate themselves before him when he passes, and appear before him on their knees, their elbows resting on the ground. 1394. There is a special language devoted to his sacred person and attributes, and it must be used by all who speak to or of him. Even the natives have difficulty in mastering this peculiar vocabulary. The hairs of the monarch's head, the soles of his feet, the breadth of his body, indeed every single detail of his person, both outward and inward, have particular names. When he eats or drinks, sleeps or walks, a special word indicates that these acts are being performed by the sovereign, and such words cannot possibly be applied to the acts of any other person whatever. There is no word in the Siamese language by which any creature of higher rank or greater dignity than a monarch can be described. And the missionaries, when they speak of God, are forced to use the native word for king. 1395. In Tonquin every village chooses its guardian, P402 spirit, often in the form of an animal, as a dog, tiger, cat, or serpent. Sometimes a living person is selected as patron divinity. Thus, a beggar persuaded the people of a village that he was their guardian spirit. So they loaded him with honors and entertained him with their best. 1396. At the present day the head of the great Persian sect of the Babites, Abbas Effendi by name, resides at Acre in Syria, and is held by Frenchmen, Russians, and Americans, especially by rich American ladies, to be an incarnation of God himself. The late Professor S.I. Curtis of Chicago had the honor of dining with the master, as he is invariably called by his followers, when the incarnation expressed a kindly hope that he might have the pleasure of drinking tea with the professor in the kingdom of heaven. 1397. Cita note: Human gods in India. Divine dairymen among the Todas. But perhaps no country in the world has been so prolific of human gods as India. Nowhere has the divine grace been poured out in a more liberal measure on all classes of society from kings down to milkmen. Thus amongst the Todas, a pastoral people of the Nilgiri hills of southern India, the dairy is a sanctuary, and the milkman who attends to it has been described as a god. On being asked whether the Todas salute the sun, one of these divine milkmen replied, "Those poor fellows do so, but I tapping his chest, "I, a god. Why should I salute the sun?" Everyone, even his own father, prostrates himself before the milkman, and no one would dare to refuse him anything. No human being, except another milkman, P403, may touch him. And he gives oracles to all who consult him, speaking with the voice of a god? 1398. Siddha note, kings and Brahmins considered as gods in India. Other human gods in India. Further, in India every king is regarded as little short of a present god. 1399. The Hindu law book of Manu goes farther and says that even an infant king must not be despised from an idea that he is a mere mortal. For he is a great deity in human form. 1400. As to the Brahmins, it is laid down in the same treatise that a Brahmin, be he ignorant or learned, is a great divinity, just as the fire, whether carried forth for the performance of a burnt oblation, or not carried forth, is a great divinity. Further, it is said that though Brahmins employ themselves in all sorts of mean occupations, they must be honored in every way. For each of them is a very great deity. 1401. In another ancient Hindu book we read that verily, there are two kinds of gods. 4. Indeed, the gods are the gods. And the Brahmins who have studied and teach sacred lore are the human gods. The sacrifice of these is divided into two kinds. Oblations constitute the sacrifice to the gods, and gifts to the priests that to the human gods, the Brahmins who have studied and teach sacred lore. 1402. The spiritual power of a Brahmin priest is described as unbounded. His anger is as terrible as that of the gods. His blessing makes rich, his curse withers. Nay, more, he is himself actually worshipped as a god. No marvel, no prodigy in nature is believed to be beyond the limits of his power to accomplish. If the priest were to threaten to bring down the sun from the sky or arrest it in its daily course in the heavens, no villager would for a moment doubt his ability to do so. 1403. As to the mantras, or sacred texts by means of which the Brahmins exercise, P404, their miraculous powers, there is a saying everywhere current in India: the whole universe is subject to the gods. The gods are subject to the mantras. The mantras to the Brahmins. Therefore the Brahmins are our gods. 1404. There is said to have been a sect in Orissa, some years ago, who worshipped the late Queen Victoria in her lifetime as their chief divinity. And to this day in India all living persons, remarkable for great strength or valor or for supposed miraculous powers, run the risk of being worshipped as gods. Thus, a sect in the Punjab worshipped a deity whom they called Nicholson. This Nicholson was no other than the redoubted General Nicholson, and nothing that the general could do or say damped the ardor of his adorers. The more he punished them, the greater grew the religious awe with which they worshipped him. 1405. At Benares a few years ago a celebrated deity was incarnate in the person of a Hindu gentleman who rejoiced in the euphonious name of Swami Bhaskaranandaji Saraswati, and looked uncommonly like the late Cardinal Manning, only more ingenuous. His eyes beamed with kindly human interest, and he took what is described as an innocent pleasure in the divine honors paid him by his confiding worshippers. 1406. Siddha note, Lingayat priests worshipped as gods. Human incarnations of the elephant-headed god Ganpati. The Lingayats are the Unitarians of Hinduism, for they believe in only one god, Shiva, rejecting the other two persons of the Hindu Trinity. Yet they esteem the Jangam or priest as superior even to the deity. They pay homage to the Jangam first and to Shiva afterwards. The Jangam is regarded as an incarnation of the deity. In practice, the Jangam is placed first and, as stated above, is worshipped as P405 God upon earth. 1407. In 1900 a hillman in Visakhapatnam gave out that he was an incarnate god, and his claims to divinity were accepted by a following of 5,000 people, who, when a skeptical government sent an armed force to suppress the movement, which threatened political trouble, testified to the faith that was in them by resisting even to the shedding of their blood. 2 policemen, who refused to bow the knee to the new god, were knocked on the head. However, In the scuffle the deity himself was arrested and laid by the hills in jail, where he died just like a common mortal. 1408, at Chinkford, a small town about 10 miles from Pune in western India, there lives a family of whom one in each generation is believed, by a large proportion of the Marathas, to be an incarnation of the elephant-headed god Ganpati. That celebrated deity was first made flesh about the year 1640 in the person of a Brahmin of Pune, by name Mirabaka Sain, who sought to work out his salvation by abstinence, mortification, in prayer. His piety had its reward. The god himself appeared to him in a vision of the night and promised that a portion of his, that is, of Ganpati's Holy Spirit, should abide with him and with his seed after him even to the 7th generation. The divine promise was fulfilled. 7 successive incarnations, transmitted from father to son, manifested the light of Ganpati to a dark world. The last of the direct line, a heavy-looking god with very weak eyes, died in the year 1810. But the cause of truth was too sacred, and the value of the church property too considerable, to allow the Brahmins to contemplate with equanimity the unspeakable loss that would be sustained by a world which knew not Ganpati. Accordingly they sought and found a holy vessel in whom the divine spirit of the Master had revealed itself anew, and the revelation has been happily continued in an unbroken succession of vessels from that time to this. But a mysterious law of spiritual economy, whose operation in the history of religion we may deplore though we cannot alter, has decreed that the miracles P406, wrought by the God-man in these degenerate days, cannot compare with those which were wrought by his predecessors in days gone by. And it is even reported that the only sign vouchsafed by him to the present generation of vipers is the miracle of feeding the multitude whom he annually entertains to dinner at Chinkford. 1409. Siddha note, worship of the Maharajas as incarnations of Krishna. A Hindu sect, which has many representatives in Bombay and central India, holds that its spiritual chiefs or Maharajas, as they are called, are representatives or even actual incarnations on earth of the god Krishna. Hence in the temples where the Maharajas do homage to the idols, men and women do homage to the Maharajas, prostrating themselves at their feet, offering them incense, fruits, and flowers, and waving lights before them, as the Maharajas themselves do before the images of the gods. One mode of worshipping Krishna is by swinging his images in swings. Hence, in every district presided over by Maharaja, the women are wont to worship not Krishna but the Maharaja by swinging him in pendula seats. The leavings of his food, the dust on which he treads, the water in which his dirty linen is washed, are all eagerly swallowed by his devotees, who worship his wooden shoes, and prostrate themselves before his seat and his painted portraits. And as Krishna looks down from heaven with most favor on such as minister to the wants of his successors and vicars on earth, a peculiar rite called self-devotion has been instituted, whereby his faithful worshippers make over their bodies, their souls, and, what is perhaps still more important, their worldly substance to his adorable incarnations. And women are taught to believe that the highest bliss for themselves and their families is to be attained by yielding themselves to the embraces of those beings in whom the divine nature P407 mysteriously coexists with the form and even the appetites of true humanity. 1410. Siddha note, pretenders to divinity among Christians. Christianity itself has not uniformly escaped the taint of these unhappy delusions. Indeed, it has often been sullied by the extravagances of vain pretenders to a divinity equal to or even surpassing that of its great founder. In the 2nd century Montanus, the Phrygian claimed to be the incarnate Trinity, uniting in a single person God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. 1411, nor is this an isolated case, the exorbitant pretension of a single, ill-balanced mind. From the earliest times down to the present day many sects have believed that Christ, nay God himself, is incarnate in every fully initiated Christian, and they have carried this belief to its logical conclusion by adoring each other. Tertullian records that this was done by his fellow Christians at Carthage in the 2nd century. The disciples of Saint Columba worshipped him as an embodiment of Christ. and in the 8th century Alapandus of Toledo spoke of Christ as a God among gods, meaning that all believers were gods just as truly as Jesus himself. The adoration of each other was customary among the Albigenses, and is noticed hundreds of times in the records of the Inquisition at Toulouse in the early part of the 14th century. It is still practiced by the Paulicians of Armenia and the Bogomils about Moscow. The Paulicians, indeed, presume to justify their faith, if not their practice, by the authority of St. Paul, who said, "It is not I that speak, but Christ that dwelleth in me." 1412, hence the members of this Russian sect are known as the Christs. Among them men and women alike take upon themselves the calling of teachers and prophets, and in this character they lead a strict, ascetic life, refrain from the most ordinary and innocent pleasures, exhaust themselves by long fasting P408 and wild ecstatic religious exercises, and abhor marriage. Under the excitement caused by their supposed holiness and inspiration, they call themselves not only teachers and prophets, but also saviors, redeemers, Christs, mothers of God. Generally speaking, they call themselves simply gods, and pray to each other as to real gods and living Christs or Madonnas. 1413. Cita note, Brethren and Sisters of the Free Spirit. Incarnation of the Holy Ghost. In the 13th century there arose a sect called the Brethren and Sisters of the Free Spirit, who held that by long and assiduous contemplation any man might be united to the deity in an ineffable manner and become one with the source and parent of all things, and that he who had thus ascended to God and been absorbed in his beatific essence, actually formed part of the Godhead, was the Son of God in the same sense and manner with Christ himself, and enjoyed thereby a glorious immunity from the trammels of all laws human and divine. Inwardly transported by this blissful persuasion, though outwardly presenting in their aspect and manners a shocking air of lunacy and distraction, the sectaries roamed from place to place, attired in the most fantastic apparel and begging their bread with wild shouts and clamor, spurning indignantly every kind of honest labor and industry as an obstacle to divine contemplation and to the ascent of the soul towards the Father of Spirits. In all their excursions they were followed by women with whom they lived on terms of the closest familiarity. Those of them who conceived they had made the greatest proficiency in the higher spiritual life dispensed with the use of clothes altogether in their assemblies, looking upon decency and modesty as marks of inward corruption, characteristics of a soul that still grovelled under the dominion of the flesh and had not yet been elevated into communion with the divine spirit, its center and source. Sometimes their progress towards this mystic communion was accelerated by the Inquisition, P409, and they expired in the flames, not merely with unclouded serenity, but with the most triumphant feelings of cheerfulness and joy. 1414. In the same century a Bohemian woman named Wilhelmina, whose head had been turned by brooding over some crazy predictions about a coming age of the Holy Ghost, persuaded herself and many people besides that the Holy Ghost had actually become incarnate in her person for the salvation of a great part of mankind. She died at Milan in the year 1281 in the most fragrant odor of sanctity, and her memory was held in the highest veneration by a numerous following, and even honored with religious worship both public and private. 1415. Cita note, Modern Incarnations of Jesus Christ. About the year 1830 there appeared, in one of the states of the American Union bordering on Kentucky, an impostor who declared that he was the Son of God, the Savior of mankind, and that he had reappeared on earth to recall the impious, the unbelieving, and sinners to their duty. He protested that if they did not mend their ways within a certain time, he would give the signal, and in a moment the world would crumble to ruins. These extravagant pretensions were received with favor even by persons of wealth and position in society. At last, a German humbly besought the new Messiah to announce the dreadful catastrophe to his fellow countrymen in the German language, as they did not understand English, and it seemed a pity that they should be damned merely on that account. The would-be Savior in reply confessed, with great candor, that he did not know German. "What?" retorted the German, "ye the Son of God, and don't speak all languages, and don't Even no German? Come, come, you are a knave, a hypocrite, and a madman. Bedlam is the place for you." The spectators laughed, and went away ashamed of their credulity. 1416, about 30 years ago, a new sect was founded at Patiala in the Punjab by a wretched creature named Hakim Singh, who lived in extreme poverty and filth, gave himself out to be a P410 reincarnation of Jesus Christ, and offered to baptize the missionaries who attempted to argue with him. He proposed shortly to destroy the British government, and to convert and conquer the world. His gospel was accepted by 4,000 believers in his immediate neighborhood. 1417, cases like these verge on, if they do not cross the wavering and uncertain line which divides the raptures of religion from insanity. Cita note, transmigrations of human deities. Sometimes, at the death of the human incarnation, the divine spirit transmigrates into another man. In the kingdom of Kaffa, in eastern Africa, the heathen part of the people worship a spirit called Dios, to whom they offer prayer and sacrifice, and whom they invoke on all important occasions. This spirit is incarnate in the Grand Magician, or Pope, a person of great wealth and influence, ranking almost with the king, and wielding the spiritual, as the king wields the temporal, power. It happened that, shortly before the arrival of a Christian missionary in the kingdom, this African pope died, and the priests, fearing lest the missionary might assume the position vacated by the deceased prelate, declared that the Dios had passed into the king, who henceforth, uniting the spiritual with the temporal power, reigned as God and king. 1418, before beginning to work at the salt pans in a Latian village, the workmen offer sacrifice to the divinity of the salt pans. This divinity is incarnate in a woman and transmigrates at her death into another woman. 1419, in Bhutan the spiritual head of the government is a dignitary called the Dharma Raja, who is supposed to be a perpetual incarnation of the deity. At his death the new, incarnate God shows himself in an infant by the refusal of his mother's milk and a preference for that of a cow. 1420. Cita note, transmigrations of the divine lamas. Divinity of the Grand Lama of Lhasa. The Buddhist starters believe in a great number of living Buddhas, who officiate as Grand Lamas at the P411 head of the most important monasteries. When one of these Grand Lamas dies, his disciples do not sorrow, for they know that he will soon reappear, being born in the form of an infant. Their only anxiety is to discover the place of his birth. If at this time they see a rainbow, they take it as a sign sent them by the departed Lama to guide them to his cradle. Sometimes the divine infant himself reveals his identity. "I am the Grand Lama," he says, "the living Buddha of such and such a temple. Take me to my old monastery. I am its immortal head." In whatever way the birthplace of the Buddha is revealed, whether by the Buddha's own avowal or by the sign in the sky, tents are struck, and the joyful pilgrims, often headed by the king or one of the most illustrious of the royal family, set forth to find and bring home the infant God. Generally he is born in Tibet, the Holy Land, and to reach him the caravan has often to traverse the most frightful deserts. When at last they find the child, they fall down and worship him. Before, however, he is acknowledged as the Grand Lama whom they seek, he must satisfy them of his identity. He is asked the name of the monastery of which he claims to be the head, how far off it is, and how many monks live in it. He must also describe the habits of the deceased Grand Lama and the manner of his death. Then various articles, as prayer books, teapots, and cups, are placed before him, and he has to point out those used by himself in his previous life. If he does so without a mistake, his claims are admitted, and he is conducted in triumph to the monastery. 1421, at the head of all the lamas is the Dalai Lama of Lhasa, P412 the Rome of Tibet. He is regarded as a living God, and at death his divine and immortal spirit is born again in a child. According to some accounts, the mode of discovering the Dalai Lama is similar to the method, already described, of discovering an ordinary Grand Lama. Other accounts speak of an election by drawing lots from a golden jar. Wherever he is born, the trees and plants put forth green leaves. At his bidding flowers, bloom and springs of water rise. And his presence diffuses heavenly blessings. His palace stands on a commanding height. Its gilded cupolas are seen sparkling in the sunlight for miles. 1422. In 1661 or 1662, Fathers Gruber and Dorval, on their return from Peking to Europe, spent 2 months at Lhasa waiting for a caravan, and they report that the Grand Lama was worshipped as a true and living God, that he received the title of the Eternal and Heavenly Father, and that he was believed to have risen from the dead no less than 7 times. He lived withdrawn from the business of this passing world in the recesses of his palace, where, seated aloft on a cushion and precious carpets, he received the homage of his adorers in a chamber screened from the garish eye of day, but glittering with gold and silver, and lit up by the blaze of a multitude of torches. His worshippers, with heads bowed to the earth, attested their veneration by kissing his feet, and even bribed the attendant lamas with great sums to give them a little of the natural secretions of his divine person, which they either swallowed with their food or wore about their necks as an amulet that fortified them against the assaults of every ailment. 1423. Cite a note: incarnate human gods in the Chinese Empire. But he is by no means the only man who poses as a god in these regions. A register of all the incarnate gods in the Chinese Empire is kept in the Li Fan Yuan or Colonial P413 office at Peking. The number of gods who have thus taken out a license is 160. Tibet is blessed with 30 of them, Northern Mongolia rejoices in 19, and Southern Mongolia basks in the sunshine of no less than 57. The Chinese government, with a paternal solicitude for the welfare of its subjects, forbids the gods on the register to be reborn anywhere but in Tibet. They fear lest the birth of a god in Mongolia should have serious political consequences by stirring the dormant patriotism and warlike spirit of the Mongols, who might rally round an ambitious native deity of royal lineage and seek to win for him, at the point of the sword, a temporal as well as a spiritual kingdom. But besides these public or licensed gods there are a great many little private gods, or unlicensed practitioners of divinity, who work miracles and bless their people in holes and corners. And of late years, the Chinese government has winked at the rebirth of these pettifogging deities outside of Tibet. However, once they are born, the government keeps its eye on them as well as on the regular practitioners, and, if any of them misbehaves, he is promptly degraded, banished to a distant monastery, and strictly forbidden never to be born again in the flesh. 1424. Cite a note: divine head of the Taoist religion in China. At the head of Taoism, the most numerous religious sect of China, is a pope who goes by the name of the Heavenly Master and is believed to be an incarnation and representative on earth of the God of Heaven. His official title is Chen Yen, or the True Man. When one of these pontiffs or incarnate deities departs this life, his soul passes into a male member of his family, the ancient house of Qing. In order to determine the chosen vessel, all the male members of the clan assemble at the palace. Their names are engraved on tablets of lead. The tablets are thrown into a vase full of water, and the one which bears the name of the new incarnation floats on the surface. The reputation and power of the Pope are very great. He lives in princely style at his palace on the Dragon and Tiger P414 mountains in the province of Jiangxi, about 25 miles to the southwest of Qi. The road, which is kept in good repair, partly flagged, and provided at regular intervals with stone halls for the repose of weary pilgrims, leads gradually upward through a bleak and barren district, treeless, and thinly peopled, to the summit of a pass, from which a beautiful prospect suddenly opens up of a wide and fertile valley watered by a little stream. The scene charms the traveler all the more by contrast with the desert country which he has just traversed. This is the beginning of the Pope's patrimony, which he holds from the emperor, free of taxes. The palace stands in the middle of a little town. It is new and of no special interest, having been rebuilt after the Taiping Rebellion. For in their march northward the rebels devastated the papal domains with a great fury. About a mile to the east of the palace lie the ruins of stately temples, which also perished in the Great Rising, and have only in part been rebuilt. However, The principal temple is well preserved. It is dedicated to the god of heaven and contains a colossal image of that deity. The papal residence naturally swarms with monks and priests of all ranks. But the courts and gardens of the monasteries, littered with heaps of broken bricks and stones, and moldering wood, present a melancholy spectacle of decay. And the ruinous state of the religious capital reflects the decline of the papacy. The number of pilgrims had fallen off, and with them the revenues of the Holy See. Of old the Pope ranked with viceroys and the highest dignitaries of the empire. Now he is reduced to the level of a mandarin of the third class, and wears a blue button instead of a red. Formerly he repaired every year to the imperial court at Peking or elsewhere in order to procure peace and prosperity for the whole kingdom by means of his ceremonies. And on his journey the gods and spirits were bound to come from every quarter to pay him homage, unless he considerately hung out on his palanquin aboard with a notice, "You need not trouble to salute." The people too gathered up the dust or mud from under his feet to preserve it as a priceless talisman. Nowadays, if he goes to court at all, it seems to be not oftener than once in 3 years. And his P415 services are seldom wanted except to ban the demons of plague. But he still exercises the right of elevating deceased mandarins to the rank of local deities, and, as he receives a fee for every divocation, the ranks of the celestial hierarchy naturally receive many recruits. He also draws a considerable revenue from the manufacture and sale of red and green papers inscribed with Kabbalistic characters, which are infallible safeguards against demons, disease, and calamities of every sort. 1425. Cita note: Divine Kings of Peru. Divine Rulers among the Chibcas. Divine Kings of Mexico. From our survey of the religious position occupied by the king in root societies, we may infer that the claim to divine and supernatural powers put forward by the monarchs of great historical empires like those of Egypt, China, Mexico, and Peru was not the simple outcome of inflated vanity or the empty expression of a grovelling adulation. It was merely a survival and extension of the old savage apotheosis of living kings. Thus, for example, as children of the sun, the Incas of Peru were revered like gods. They could do no wrong, and no one dreamed of offending against the person, honor, or property of the monarch, or of any of the royal race. Hence too, the Incas did not, like most people, look on sickness as an evil. They considered it a messenger, sent from their father the sun to call them to come and rest with him in heaven. Therefore the usual words in which an Inca announced his approaching end were these: "My father calls me to come and rest with him." They would not oppose their father's will by offering sacrifice for recovery, but openly declared that he had called them to his rest. 1426. Issuing from the sultry valleys upon the lofty P416 tableland of the Colombian Andes, the Spanish conquerors were astonished to find, in contrast to the savage hordes they had left in the sweltering jungles below, a people enjoying a fair degree of civilization, practicing agriculture, and living under a government which Humboldt has compared to the theocracies of Tibet and Japan. These were the Chibcas, Muiscas, or Moscas, divided into 2 kingdoms, with capitals at Bogotá and Tonja, but united apparently in spiritual allegiance to the High Pontiff of Sogamoso or Araga. By a long and ascetic novitiate, this ghostly ruler was reputed to have acquired such sanctity that the waters and the rain obeyed him, and the weather depended on his will. 1427. The Mexican kings at their accession, as we have seen. 1428. Took an oath that they would make the sun to shine, the clouds to give rain, the rivers to flow, and the earth to bring forth fruits in abundance. 1429. We are told that Montezuma, the last king of Mexico, was worshipped by his people as a god. 1430. Cita note: Divinity of the Chinese emperors. Divinity of the Mikado. In China, if the emperor is not himself worshipped as a deity, he is supposed by his subjects to be the lord and master of all the gods. On this subject a leading authority on Chinese religion observes, too, no son of China would it ever occur to question the supreme authority wielded by the emperor and his proxies, the mandarins, not only over mankind, but also over the gods. For the gods or Shin are souls of intrinsically the same nature as those existing in human beings. Why, then, simply because they have no human bodies, should they be placed above the emperor, who is no less than a son of heaven, that is to say, a magnitude second to none but heaven, or the power above P417, whom there is none, who governs the universe and all that moves and exists therein? Such absurdity could not possibly be entertained by Chinese reason. So it is a first article of China's political creed that the emperor, as well as heaven, is lord and master of all the gods, and delegates this dignity to his mandarins, each in his jurisdiction. With them then rests the decision which of the gods are entitled to receive the people's worship, and which are not. It is the imperial government which deifies disembodied souls of men, and also divests them of their divine rank. Their worship, if established against its will or without its consent, can be exterminated at its pleasure, without revenge, having to be feared from the Father God for any such radical measure. For the power of even the mightiest and strongest God is as not compared with that of the august celestial being with whose will and under whose protection the sun reigns supreme over everything existing below the empyrean, unless he forfeits this omnipotent support through neglect of his imperial duties. 1431. As the Emperor of China is believed to be a son of heaven, so the Emperor of Japan, the Mikado, is supposed to be an incarnation of the sun goddess, the deity who rules the universe, gods and men included. Once a year all the gods wait upon him, and spend a month at his court. During that month, the name of which means without gods, no one frequents the temples, for they are believed to be deserted. 1432. Cita note, divinity of early Babylonian kings. The early Babylonian kings, from the time of Sargon I till the 4th dynasty of Ur or later, claimed to be gods in their lifetime. The monarchs of the 4th dynasty of Ur in particular had temples built in their honor. They set up their statues in various sanctuaries, and commanded the people to sacrifice to them. The 8th month was especially dedicated to the kings, and sacrifices were offered to them at the new moon and on the 15th of each month. 1433. Again, the Parthian monarchs of the Arsacid house P418 styled themselves brothers of the sun and moon and were worshipped as deities. It was esteemed sacrilege to strike even a private member of the Arsacid family in a brawl. 1434. Cita note, divinity of Egyptian kings. The kings of Egypt were deified in their lifetime, sacrifices were offered to them, and their worship was celebrated in special temples, and by special priests. Indeed, the worship of the kings sometimes cast that of the gods into the shade. Thus in the reign of Merenra a high official declared that he had built many holy places in order that the spirits of the king, the ever-living Merenra, might be invoked more than all the gods. 1435. It has never been doubted that the king claimed actual divinity. He was the great god, the golden Horus, and son of Ra. He claimed authority not only over Egypt, but over all lands and nations, the whole world in its length and its breadth, the east and the west, the entire compass of the great circuit of the sun, the sky and what is in it, the earth and all that is upon it, every creature that walks upon 2 or upon 4 legs, all that fly or flutter, the whole world offers her productions to him. Whatever, in fact, might be asserted of the sun god, was dogmatically predicable of the king of Egypt. His titles were directly derived from those of the sun god. 1436. In the course of his existence, we are told, the king of Egypt exhausted all the possible conceptions of divinity, which the Egyptians had framed for themselves. A superhuman god by his birth and by his royal office, he became the deified man after his death. P419. Thus all that was known of the divine was summed up in him. 1437. The divinity of the king was recognized in all the circumstances of the public life of the sovereign. It was not enough to worship Pharaoh in the temple. Beyond the limits of the sanctuary, he remained the good God to whom all men owed a perpetual adoration. The very name of the sovereign was sacred like his person. People swore by his name as by that of the gods, and he who took the oath in vain was punished. 1438. In particular, the king of Egypt was identified with the great sun god Ra, son of the sun, decked with the solar crowns, armed with the solar weapons. Gods and men adored him as Ra, defended him as Ra from the attacks which menaced in him the divine being who, in his human existence, knew the glory and the dangers of being an incarnate son and the living image on earth of his father, Tum of Heliopolis. 1439. Even the life of the gods depended on the divine life of the king. Gods and men, it is said, live by the words of his mouth. 1440. O gods, said the king before celebrating divine worship, you are safe, if I am safe. Your doubles are safe if my double is safe at the head of all living doubles. I'll live, if I live. 1441. The king was addressed as Lord of Heaven, Lord of Earth, Sun, life of the whole world, Lord of Time, measurer of the sun's course, time for men, Lord of well-being, creator of the harvest, maker and fashioner of mortals, bestower of breath upon all men, giver of life to all the host of gods, pillar of heaven, threshold of the earth, weaker of the equipoise of both worlds, Lord of rich gifts, increaser of the corn, and so forth. 1442. Yet, as we should expect, the exalted powers thus ascribed to the king differ in degree rather than in kind from those which every Egyptian claimed for himself. Professor Teal observes that as every good man at his death became Osiris, as everyone in danger or need could by the use of magic sentences assume the form of a deity, it is quite comprehensible how the king, not only after P420 death, but already during his life, was placed on a level with the deity. 1443. Cite a note, evolution of sacred kings out of magicians. Magicians or medicine men, the oldest professional class. We have now completed our sketch, for it is no more than a sketch, of the evolution of that sacred kingship which attained its highest form, its most absolute expression, in the monarchies of Peru and Egypt, of China and Japan. Historically, the institution appears to have originated in the order of public magicians or medicine men. Logically, it rests on a mistaken deduction from the association of ideas. Men mistake the order of their ideas for the order of nature, and hence, imagine that the control which they have, or seem to have, over their thoughts, permitted them to exercise a corresponding control over things. The men who for one reason or another, because of the strength or the weakness of their natural parts, were supposed to possess these magical powers in the highest degree, were gradually marked off from their fellows and became a separate class, who were destined to exercise a most far-reaching influence on the political, religious, and intellectual evolution of mankind. Social progress, as we know, consists mainly in a successive differentiation of functions, or, in simpler language, a division of labor. The work which in primitive society is done by all alike and by all equally ill, or nearly so, is gradually distributed among different classes of workers and executed more and more perfectly. And so far as the products, material or immaterial, of this specialized labor are shared by all, the whole community benefits by the increasing specialization. Now magicians or medicine men appear to constitute the oldest artificial or professional class in the evolution of society. 1444. For sorcerers are found in every savage tribe known to us. And among the lowest savages, such as the Australian Aborigines, they are the only professional class that exists. As time goes on, and the process of differentiation continues, P421 the order of medicine men is itself subdivided into such classes as the healers of disease, the makers of rain, and so forth. 1445. While the most powerful member of the order wins for himself a position as chief and gradually develops into a sacred king, his old magical functions falling more and more into the background and being exchanged for priestly or even divine duties, in proportion as magic is slowly ousted by religion. Still later, a partition is effected between the civil and the religious aspect of the kingship, the temporal power being committed to one man and the spiritual to another. Meanwhile, the magicians, who may be repressed but cannot be extirpated by the predominance of religion, still addict themselves to their old occult arts in preference to the newer ritual of sacrifice and prayer. And in time the more sagacious of their number perceive the fallacy of magic, and hit upon a more effectual mode of manipulating the forces of nature, for the good of man. In short, they abandon sorcery for science. I am far from affirming that the course of development has everywhere rigidly followed these lines. It has doubtless varied greatly in different societies. I merely mean to indicate in the broadest outline what I convey to have been its general trend. Regarded from the industrial point of view, the evolution has been from uniformity to diversity of function. Regarded from the political point of view, it has been from democracy to despotism. With the later history of monarchy, especially with the decay of despotism and its displacement by forms of government better adapted to the higher needs of humanity, we are not concerned in this inquiry. Our theme is the growth, not the decay, of a great and, in its time, beneficent institution. p. 423. Appendix. Hegel on Magic and Religion. My friend Professor James Ward has pointed out to me that the view, which I have taken of the nature and historical relations of magic and religion was anticipated by Hegel in his lectures on the philosophy of religion. 1446, so far as I understand the philosopher's exposition, the agreement between us amounts to this: we both hold that in the mental evolution of humanity an age of magic preceded an age of religion, and that the characteristic difference between magic and religion is that, whereas magic aims at controlling nature directly, religion aims at controlling it indirectly through the mediation of a powerful supernatural being or beings to whom man appeals for help and protection. That I take to be the substance of Hegel's meaning in the following passages which I extract from his lectures on the philosophy of religion. Speaking of what he calls the religion of nature, he observes, fear of the powers of nature, of the sun, of thunderstorms, etc., is here not as yet fear which might be called religious fear, for this has its seat in freedom. The fear of God is a different fear from the fear of natural forces. It is said that fear is the beginning of wisdom. This fear cannot present itself in immediate religion. It first appears in man when he knows himself to be powerless in his particularity, when his particularity trembles within him. It is not, however, fear in this higher sense only that is not present here, but even the fear of the powers of nature, so far as it enters at all at this first stage of the religion of nature, changes round into its opposite, and becomes magic. The absolutely primary form of religion, to which we give the name of magic, consists in this, that the spiritual is the ruling power over nature. This spiritual element does not yet exist, p. 424, however, as spirit. It is not yet found in its universality, but is merely the particular, contingent, empirical self-consciousness of man, which, although it is only mere passion, knows itself to be higher in its self-consciousness than nature, knows that it is a power ruling over nature. This power is a direct power over nature in general, and is not to be likened to the indirect power which we exercise by means of implements over natural objects in their separate forms. Here, the power over nature acts in a direct way. It thus is magic or sorcery. As regards the external mode in which this idea actually appears, it is found in a form which implies that this magic is what is highest in the self-consciousness of those peoples. But in a subordinate way magic steals up to higher standpoints too, and insinuates itself into higher religions, and thus into the popular conception of witches, although in the form it is recognized as something which is partly impotent, and partly improper and godless. There has been an inclination on the part of some, as, for example, in the Kantian philosophy, to consider prayer too as magic, because man seeks to make it effectual, not through mediation, but by starting direct from spirit. The distinction here, however, is that man appeals to an absolute will, for which even the individual or unit is an object of care, and which can either grant the prayer or not, and which in so acting is determined by general purposes of good. Magic, however, in the general sense, simply amounts to this, that man has the mastery as he is in his natural state, as possessed of passions and desires. Such is the general character of this primal and wholly immediate standpoint, namely, that the human consciousness, any definite human being, is recognized as a ruling power over nature in virtue of his own will. The natural has, however, by no means that wide range, which it has in our idea of it. For here the greater part of nature still remains indifferent to man, or is just as he is accustomed to see it. Everything is stable. Earthquakes, thunderstorms, floods, animals, which threaten him with death, enemies, and the like, are another matter. To defend himself against these recourses had to magic? 1447. Such is the oldest mode of religion, the wildest, most barbarous form. By recent travelers, such as Captain Parry, and before him Captain Ross, this religion has been found among the Eskimo, wholly without the element of mediation and as the crudest consciousness. Among other peoples a mediation is already present. p. 425. Captain Parry says of them, 1448. They have not the slightest idea of spirit, of a higher existence, of an essential substance as contrasted with their empirical mode of existence. On the other hand, they have amongst them individuals whom they call angikuks, magicians, conjurers. Those assert that they have it in their power to raise a storm, to create a calm, to bring whales near, etc., and say that they learned these arts from old angikuks. The people regard them with fear. In every family, however, there is at least one. A young angikok wished to make the wind rise, and he proceeded to do it by dint of phrases and gestures. These phrases had no meaning and were directed toward no supreme being as a medium, but were addressed in an immediate way to the natural object over which the angikok wished to exercise power. He required no aid from anyone whatever. This religion of magic is very prevalent in Africa, as well as among the Mongols and Chinese. Here, however, it is no longer found in the absolute crudeness of its first form, but mediations already come in, which owe their origin to the fact that the spiritual has begun to assume an objective form for self-consciousness. In its first form this religion is more magic than religion. It is, in Africa among the Negroes that it prevails most extensively. In this sphere of magic the main principle is the direct domination of nature by means of the will, of self-consciousness, in other words, that spirit is something of the higher kind than nature. However bad this magic may look regarded in one aspect, still in p. 426 another it is higher than a condition of dependence upon nature in fear of it. Such, then, is the very first form of religion, which cannot indeed, as yet be properly called religion. To religion essentially pertains the moment of objectivity, and this means that spiritual power shows itself as a mode of the universal relatively to self-consciousness, for the individual, for the particular empirical consciousness. This objectivity is an essential characteristic, on which all depends. Not until it is present does religion begin, does a God exist, and even in the lowest condition there is at least a beginning of it. The mountain, the river, is not in its character as this particular mass of earth, as this particular water, the divine, but as a mode of the existence, of the divine, of an essential, universal being. But we do not yet find this in magic as such. It is the individual consciousness as this particular consciousness, and consequently the very negation of the universal, which is what has the power here. Not a god in the magician, but the magician himself is the conjurer and conqueror of nature. Out of magic the religion of magic is developed. 1449. Notes. Chapter I, The King of the Wood. 1. Strictly speaking, Nemus is a natural opening or glade in a forest. Thus Lucan says, Frazer. I. 453 SQ. That the Druids inhabited deep glades in sacred groves far from the haunts of men, Nemora alta remotus inquilitus lucis, as the words are rendered, by Haskins in his edition, who compares property as v. 9. 24. Lucas, ubi umbroso fecerat orb nemus. But commonly nemus means no more than a wood or grove. See for example Lucan, Frazer. E. 396, Procambon Nemorit Spolientero Silvae. At Nemi the sacred grove, Lucas formed part of the woodland, Nemus, as we learn, from Cato, quoted by Priston, Inst. Iv. 21, Vol. I. Pages 129, ed. M. Hertz, Lucum Dianem in Nemo Arachino, etc. As to the thick woods of Nemi in antiquity see Ovid, Fasti, E. 263 SQ. Id. Medum. XV. 485. 2. Cato, Loxit. Ovid, Fasti, Vi. 756. Statius, Salve, E. 1. 56. Philostratus, Vit. Apollon. Iv. 36. A loose expression of Appian, Bellum Civil, v. 24, has sometimes given rise to the notion that there was a town called Nemus. But this is a mistake. C. Desjardins, Essai sur la topographie du Latium, Paris, 1854, pages 214, and on the other side, A. Bormann, Alta Italisch Chirography, Hal, 1852, pages 135 SQ. 3. The site was excavated in 1885 and 1886 by Sir John Savile Lumley, now Lord Savile, who was then English ambassador at Rome. Further, excavations were conducted in 1886 to 1888 by Signor Luigi Boccanera, and again in 1895 by Signor Eliseo Borghi. See Notice degli Scavi, 1885, pages 159 SQ. 192 SQ. 227 SQ. 254 SQ. 317 to 321, 344, 428 SQ. 478 SQ. Id. 1887, pages 23 to 25, 120 SQ. 195 to 198. Id. 1888, pages 193 SQ. 392 SQ. Id. 1889, pages 20 to 22. Id. 1895, pages 106 to 108, 206, 232, 324, 424 to 438. Bollettino dell'Istituto di Corrispondenza Archeologica, 1885, pages 149 to 157, 225 to 242. Arlenziani, in the Athenaeum, October 10, 1885, pages 477 SQ. R. P. Pullen, in Archaeologia, Miscellaneous Tracts Relating to Antiquity, L. 1887, pages 58 to 65. Rosbach, in Verhandlungen der Wehrsichtenversammlung, Deutscher Philologen und Schulmanneren Gorlitz, Leipzig, 1890, pp. 147 to 164. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated Catalogue of Classical Antiquities, from the site of the Temple of Diana, Nemi, Italy, preface dated 1893. The temple measured 30 meters in length by 15.90 inches breadth. Notice degli Scavi, 1885, pages 193. It had columns on either side of the Pernaise, Vitruvius, Iv. 7. 4. A few votive offerings found on the site in earlier times are described in Gravius's Thesaurus, Antiquitatem Romanorum, Zcol 752 to 757, 808. For the inscriptions of Nemi and Erisha see Corpus Inscriptionum Latinorum, Ziv. Nos. 2156 to 2226, 4180 to 4210, 4268-4275a. W. Henson, in Hermes, Vi. 1872, pages 6 to 13. G. Tomasetti, in Museo Italiano di Antichità Classica, E. 1888, Com. 481 SQQ. Among these inscriptions the many dedications to Diana serve to identify the site beyond a doubt. The evidence of ancient writers is collected by Cluverius, Italia Antiqua, EPP. 920 to 935. See also H. Nissen, Italisch Landeskund, E. Berlin, 1902, pages 588 to 592. And for the topography, Sir W. Gell, The Topography of Rome and its Vicinity, London, 1834, I pages 182 to 191, EPP 112 to 117. 4. Appian, Bellum Civil, v. 24. 5. Suetonius, Divus Julius, 54. Serving his own gods thus, he naturally felt no compunction at relieving the barbarous Gaulish gods of their little savings. Suetonius, Ib. 6. Appian, Loxit. 7. Fasti, E. 267 SQ. 8. Juvenal, Sativ. 117 SQ. Perseus, Sat Vi. 56, with a scholiast's note. Martial, Epigr. E. 19. 3. Z. 32. 10. Perseus calls this part of the road the slope of Virbius. Juvenal and Martial call it the Arician slope. But the former was probably the correct name, for at Rome also there was a slope of Virbius on the Esquiline, near a sanctuary of Diana, Livy, I. 48. 6. The double coincidence with Aricia is probably significant, as has been acutely pointed out by Mr. A. B. Cook, Classical Review, XVI. 1902, pages 380, n. 3. We shall return to this later on. As to Virbius, we shall hear more of him presently. 9. W. Henson, in Hermes, vi. 1872, pages 6 to 12. Corpus Inscriptionum, Latinarum, Ziv. Nos 2215, 2216, 2218. 10. At the place called S. Maria, in the commune of Nemi, there have been found remains of a magnificent villa of the 1st or 2nd century, built in terraces just above the lake and adorned with variegated marbles, frescoes, and works of art. See Notice Degli, Scovi, 1888, pages 194 to 196, 393 SQ. The place is near the mouth of the ancient emissary, below the village of Genzano. The vineyards beside the lake are here littered with fragments of fine marbles. In January 1901 I visited this site in the company of Mr. St. Clair Baddeley, who has kindly furnished me with some notes on the subject. 11. Cicero, ad Atticum, XV. 4. 5. 12. Suetonius, Divus Julius, 46. From a letter of Cicero to Atticus, vi. 1. 25. We infer that the house was building in 50 BC. 13. Some of the timbers and fittings of these vessels were fished up from the bottom of the lake in 1895. Especially remarkable are the beautiful bronze heads of lions and wolves with mooring rings in their mouths. Caligula's name, Caesar's average. Germanici, is stamped on the lead and water pipes, and the style of the bronzes is that of the 1st century. See Notice Degli Scovi, 1895, pages 361 to 396, 461 to 474. J.C.G. Boot, in Verslichen en Mededelingen der Kunde. Academie, van Wetenschappen, Afdeling Letterkunde, 3. Reeks, Zedeel, Amsterdam, 1895, pages 278 to 285. Arlanziani, New Tales of Old Rome, London, 1901, pages 205 to 214. 14. Tacitus, Hister. E. 36. 15. Corpus Inscriptionum Latinarum, Ziv. Nos 2213, 2216, 4191. Hadrian also had a monument in the grove dedicated to him by the Senate and people of Aricia. Notice Degli Scovi, 1895, pages 430 SQ. A bust of Caesar and a statue of Tiberius have been found on the spot. C.G.H. Wallace, Illustrated Catalogue, pages 31. Rosbach, in Verhandlungen der Verzeg. Versammelt Deutscher Philologen, pages 159. 16. Catullus, XXXIV. 9 SQQ. 17. Bollettino dell'Istituto di Corrispondenza Archeologica, 1885, pages 228 SQ. Notizie degli Scavi, 1887, pages 24, 195. Id. 1888, pages 393. Arosbach, in Verhandel. D. Verzig. Versammel Deutscher, Philologian, pages 150 note, 161. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated Catalogue, pages 4, 15, 34 SQ. 18. Notizie degli Scavi, 1887, pages 195. Id. 1888, pages 393. Bollettino di Cor. Archeo. 1885, pages 230. Arosbach, Opsit. Pages 150 note, 151 note, 163. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated Catalogue, pp. 35, 40. Greek hunters dedicated spears and javelins to Pan, Anthologia, Palatina, vi. 57, 177. Compare W. H. G. Rouse, Greek votive, offerings, Cambridge, 1902, pages 71. 19. W. Helbig, in Bollettino dell'Istituto. Archeo. 1885, pp. 231 SQ. Notizie degli Scavi, 1887, pages 195. Id. 1888, pages 393. Helbig observes that the ancients sometimes used tridents in boar hunts. 20. Pliny, Epist. I. 6. In the 2nd century of our era the mountains and oak woods of Greece harbored numbers of wild boars. C. Pausanias, I. 32. 1. E. 20. 4. V. 6. 6. Vi. 26. 10. V. 23. 9. X. 23. 7. 21. W. Roscoe, Life and Pontificate of Leo X, Cubed Iv. 376. 22. Arosbach, Opsit. Pages 157 SQ. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated, Catalogue, pages 3, 31, with the plate facing pages 43. 23. Bollettino dell'Istituto. Archeo. 1885, pages 153. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated Catalogue, pages 23. 24. Polybius, Hist. Iv. 18 and 19. 25. Xenophon, Anabasis, v. 3. 4-13. 26. Pausanias, X. 35. 7. 27. Arendry, Votive und Wehegeben des Katholischen Volks in Süddeutschland, Brunswick, 1904, pages 37, 50, 152 SQQ. 28. Arendry, Opsit. Pages 41. 29. Arendry, Opsit. Pages 41-50. 30. CVN, Kulturpflanzen und Haustiere near Mübergang, Aussehen 7, Berlin, 1902, pages 520 SQ. In the course of history, the flora of the Italian peninsula assumed more and more a southern character. When the first Greeks landed in Lower Italy, the forests consisted predominantly of deciduous trees. The beaches reached lower down than now, when they are confined to the highest mountain regions. Centuries later, in the landscapes on the walls of Pompeii, we see nothing but evergreen trees: the Laurus nobilis, the olive, the cypress, the oleander. In the latest times of the empire and in the Middle Ages, the lemon trees and orange trees appear, and since the discovery of America, the magnolias, the agaves, and the Indian figs. There can be no question that this revolution has been wrought mainly by the hand of man. 31. F. St. E. P. S. P. T. P. Say. T. Macro. Macro. S. A. Is Strabo's description, v. 3. 12. Who may have seen him, pacing there alone. 32. E. W. Nelson, The Eskimo About Bering Strait, 18th Annual, Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1899, pages 293. 33. Servius on Virgil, in. Vi. 136. Licet hoc remo haec qui, de sacris proserpines crisis decentur, quid damus mysticum, et ferment, publica tamen opinio hoc habet. Orestes post oxysum regem, foentum, etc. Id. On Virgil, in. E. 116. Valerius Flaccus, Argonaut. E. 304 SQ. Strabo, v. 3. 12. Pausanias, E. 27. 4. Solinus, E. 11. Suetonius, Caligula, 35. The custom of breaking the branch, and its supposed connection with the golden bough of Virgil, are recorded by Servius alone, on Virgil, in. Vi. 136. For the title, King of the Wood see Suetonius, L.C. and compare Statius, Sylv. E. 1. 55 SQ. Jam dies aderat, profucis cum regibus aptum, fumat ericinum trivianimus. Ovid, Fasti, E. 271 SQ. Regna tenent fortes manu, petiibus fugaces. It pared exemplo post modo quisque suo. Id. Ars mi. 259 SQ. Et superbani templum nemoral dani, portac perclaudios regna nocent monu. Valerius Flaccus, Argon. E. 304 SQ. Jam nemus egeri, jam t sit altus ab alba, Jupiter et soli non medes eritia regi. An archaic Greek relief, found in 1791 near the outlet of the lake, in the Valericia, has been sometimes thought to portray the combat between a priest and a candidate for the office. But the subject is, rather the murder of Aegisthus by Orestes in presence of Clytemnestra and Electra. See Sir W. Gell, Topography of Rome, E. 116 SQ. Ojan, in Archäologische Zeitung, Vi. 1849, Com. 113-118. Baumeister's Denkmäler, pages 1112. Erasbach, Obsit. Pages 148, SQ. Arlenziani, New Tales of Old Rome, pages 204. 34. Thus there have been found many models of the organs of generation, both male and female, including wombs. Figures of women, with infants on their laps or on their arms. And couples seated side by side, the woman pregnant or carrying a child. See Bolletino del Ins Decorusp. Archaeologica, 1885, pages 183 SQ. Notice Degli, Scovi, 1885, pages 160, 254. Id. 1895, pages 424. Erasbach, Obsit. Pages 160. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated Catalogue, pages 4, 15, 17. Another group represents a woman just after delivery, supported by the midwife, who holds the child in her lap. See Gravius, Thesaurus Antiquitatum, Romanorum, Z. Col 808. As to the huntress Diana, see above, pages 6. 35, Statius, Sylv. E. 1. 52-60. Gratius Faliscus, Synergeticon, I. 484 SQ. As to the date we know from the calendars, W. Ward, Fowler, The Roman Festivals of the Republic, pages 198, and from Festus, p. 343 ed. Muller. Compare Plutarch, Quest. Rom. 100, that the Festival of Diana on the Aventine at Rome fell on the Ides, that is, the 13th of August. Further, the Ides of August was held as the birthday of Diana at Lanuvium, Corpus Inscriptionum Latinorum, Ziv, number 2112. G. Woolman's, Exempla Inscriptionum Latinorum, number 319. C. G. Bruns, Fontes Juris Romani, 7 ed. O. Gradenwitz, pages 389. H. Desi, Inscriptions Latinae Salite, number 7212. Moreover, Marshall, Z. 67. 2. And Ausonius, De Feriis Romanis, 5 sq. Speak of the Ides of August as Diana's Day. Hence we may safely conclude that the Hecataeus, Ides which Statius, L.C. mentions as the date of the festival of Diana at Nemi were no other than the Ides of August, all the more that the poet describes the time as the hottest of the year. Compare G. Wishawa, Religion und Kultus der Römer, Munich, 1902, pages 201. 36, Erasbach, Ob Sit. Pages 150 note, 161. A coin of P. Clodius, Turinus, 43 BC portrays Diana with a long torch in either hand. C. Babylon, Monoliths de l'Art Public Romain, Paris, 1885, I. 355. 37, Ovid, Fasti, E. 269 sq. Propertius, E. 24. 30, 9 sq. Ed. Paley. 38, Notisi degli Scavi, 1888, pages 193 sq. Erasbach, Ob Sit. Pages 164. 39, Bollettino dell'Ins di Corrisp. Archaeologica, 1885, pages 157. Notisi degli Scavi, 1888, pages 393. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated, Catalogue, pages 24 to 26. 40. On the dedication of burning lamps and candles in antiquity, C. M. P. Nilsson, Griechisch Fest, Leipzig, 1906, pages 345, note 5. As to the derivation of the Catholic from the old heathen custom, C. Arndry, Votive und Wehegeben des Katholischen Volks in Süddeutschland, Brunswick, 1904, pages 77. 41. Corpus Inscriptionum Latinorum, Ziv, number 2213. G. Woolman's, Exempla Inscriptionum Latinorum, number 1767. H. Desi, Inscriptions, Latinae Salite, number 3243. 42. Notisi degli Scavi, 1885, pages 478. Erasbach, Ob Sit. Pages 158. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated Catalogue, pages 9 sq. The true character of the circular basement was first pointed out by Mr. A. B. Cook, Classical Review, XVI. 1902, pages 376. Previous writers had taken it for an altar or a pedestal. But the mosaic pavement and the bases of 2 columns which were found in position on it exclude the hypothesis of an altar and cannot easily be reconciled with that of a pedestal, for which, moreover, it appears to be too large. A rainwater gutter runs round it and then extends in the direction of the larger temple. As to the Temple of Vesta at Rome, C. J. H. Middleton, The Remains of Ancient Rome, I. 297 sq. O. Richter, Topography der Stadtraum Squared, Munich, 1902, pages 88 sq. G. Boni, in Notisi degli Scavi, May 1900, pages 159 sqq. 43. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated Catalogue, pages 30. 44. J. Marquardt, Römische Staatsverwaltung, E. Squared 336. 45. Juvenal, Iv. 60 sq. Asconius, in Melonianum, pages 35, ed. Kiesling and Scholl. Symmachus, Epist. X. 128 and 129, Mignes, Patrologia Latina, XVIII. Call 355. Corpus Inscriptionum, Latinorum, Vi, number 2172, Ziv, number 4120. Woolman's, Exempla, Inscriptionum Latinarum, number 1750. The open vestals gave evidence, at Milo's trial in 52 BC, Asconius, L.C. One of them was tried, for breaking her vow of chastity late in the 4th century AD. Symmachus, L.C. 46, Corpus Inscriptionum Latinarum, Ziv, Nos 3677, 3679. 47, Servius on Virgil, in E. 296. Macrobius, Saturn. E. 4. 11. 48, Statius, Salve, E. 1. 55 SQQ. Gratius Faliscus, Synergeticon, I. 483-492. 49, J. Rendell Harris, The Annotators of the Codex Bezae, London, 1901, pages 93-102. 50, see below, Voli pages 324 SQQ. 51, Journal of Sacred Literature and Biblical Record, New Series, Vi. London, 1865, The Departure of My Lady Mary from This World, pages 153. The Greek original of the treatise was discovered by Tischendorf. This passage was kindly indicated to me by my learned friend Mr. J. Rendell Harris. He writes to me, in these late Therian calendars the festivals are simply taken over from the Greek and Roman calendars without any adjustment at all, as a study of the detailed saints' days shows. 52. Johanni Apostoli de Transitabitti Marie Virginis Liber X, Recensioni et cum interpretationi Maximiliani Ingeri, El Berfoldo, 1854, pages 101, 103. This and the preceding passage are both cited by the late Professor E. Lucius in his book Die Unfeigned des Heiligen Kults, in der Christlichen Kirche, Tübingen, 1904, pages 488 SQ, 521. From them and from the entries in the Syrian calendars, see the next note. Lucius rightly inferred that the Assumption of the Virgin Mary had been assigned by the Church to the 15th of August with reference to the ripening of the grapes and other fruits, and that the Christian festival replaced an old heathen festival of first fruits, which must have been held about the same time. But he appears to have overlooked the occurrence of Diana's festival on the 13th of August. 53. N. Niles, Calendarium Manuali Utriusque Ecclesiae Orientalis et Occidentalis Squared, Innsbruck, 1896-7, I pages 249, 480. Professor Niles compares the blessing of the herbs, Krautweih, which still takes place in various parts of German-speaking lands on August 15 for the purpose of defeating the charms of witches. 54. B. Schmidt, Das Volksleben der Neugriechen, Leipzig, 1871, p. 58. My learned friend Dr. W. H. G. Rouse, who is well acquainted with Greece, both ancient and modern, gave me similar information. 55. Pauli Wishawa, Real Encyclop. D. Class. Wissenschaffen, E. 1342. Pausanias, Vi. 18. 12. Zedphon, Anabasis, v. 3. 12. On the other hand, the very sight of the image of Artemis at Pelion was said to render trees barren and to blight the fruits of the earth. C. Plutarch, Erdus, 32. 56. A. Diederich, Sommertag, Archiv für Religionswissenschaft, v. 1905, B. Heft, pages 108 SQQ. With Fick 2. 57. Furtwängler, Die Antikongemen, E. 231, with plates XX. 66, XXII. 18, 26, 30, 32, all cited by Mr. A. B. Cook, Classical Review, XVI. 1902, pages 378, note 4. Furtwängler held that these gems portray Diana of Nemi herself. 58, Catullus, XXXIV. 17 SQQ. 59, G. Peiter, Spettacoli e Fest Popolari Siciliane, Palermo, 1881, pages 356, 358, 360, 361, 362. G. Finnemore, Cretans, usi costumi, Abruzzese, Palermo, 1890, pages 176. G. Amalfi, Tradizioni ed Usinella, Peninsula Sorrentina, Palermo, 1890, pages 50. 60. Alas Magnus, Historia de Gentium Septentrionalium Varies, Conditionibus, XVI. 9. 61. Note of Mr. F. C. Coniaber. 62. Strabo, Xi. 8. 12. Xi. 14. 16. Z. 3. 37. 63. This is inferred from entries in the ancient Celtic calendar of which numerous fragments, engraved on bronze, were found in 1897 at Colony near Lyons. In this calendar the month Rivra seems to mean the harvest month and to correspond to August. Sir John Rhys believes that the harvest god Rivos, who is only known from this calendar, answers to the better-known Celtic god Lugh. See Sir John Rhys, in Transactions of the Third International Congress for the History of Religion, Oxford, 1908, e. 222 SQQ. And as to the Colony calendar in general, see further Sir John Rhys, Celtae and Galli, Proceedings of the British Academy, 1905-1906, pages 71 SQQ. Ed. Notes on the Colony calendar, Proceedings of the British Academy, Vol. Iv. 64. Dedications to Juno and Venus have been found in the Grove, Notice E. Dudley Scovey, 1888, pages 393. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated Catalogue, pages 44. Also a bronze statuette of Jupiter, a Rossbach, Opsit. Pages 162, and a mutilated or unfinished bust supposed to represent that deity, Notice E. Dudley Scovey, 1885, pages 344. G. H. Wallace, Opsit. Pages 54. 65, Virgil, in Vi. 762 SQQ. Ovid, Fasti, E. 273 SQQ. Id. Medum. XV. 482 SQQ. Strabo, V. 3. 12. As to the stream, C.P. Rosa, in Monumenti Eternali Public. Dal Instituto di Corrispondenza Archeologica nel 1856, pages 7. Arlenziani, in Athenaeum, October 10, 1885, pages 477. The water was diverted some years ago to supply Albano. 66. Festus, pages 77, ed. C. O. Muller. 67. Ovid, Fasti, E. 273 SQQ. Id. Medum. XV. 482 SQQ. Cicero, De Legibus, I. 1. 4. Livy, I. 19. 5. I. 21. 3. Plutarch, Numa, 4. 8. 13. 15. Dionysius Lecarn. Antiquit. Roman. E. 60. SQ. Juvenal, Sati. 12. Lactantius, Divin. Inst. I. 22. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, Vi. 35. Servius on Virgil, in Vi. 763. Ovid, Livy, Lactantius, and Augustine speak of Egeria as a wife of Numa, whereas Juvenal and Servius call her his mistress. The language of Plutarch is somewhat ambiguous, but he uses the phrase Macro. E. Macro. C. 4. 68. Plutarch, Numa, 4. 69. Juvenal, Sati. 10 SQQ. Livy, I. 21. 3. As to the position of this grove and spring, C.O. Gilbert, Geschichte und Topography, der Stadtraum im Altertum, I. 109 SQQ. E. pages 152 SQQ. O. Richter, Topography der Stadtraum squared, Munich, 1902, pages 342 SQ. According to the latter writer, the valley of Egeria was outside the Servian wall, at the foot of the Caelian Mount, and is now traversed by the streets Via del Molde Sisto and Via della Ferratella. He identifies the sacred spring with a copious source at the Villa Fonseca. On the other hand, Stadius, Salve, v. 3. 290 SQ. Lactantius, Divin. Inst. E. 22, and Servius, on Virgil, vi. 763, how that Numa's Egeria was not at Rome but at Nemi. The grove of Egeria is now popularly identified with a little wood called the Bosco Sacro, which stands in a commanding situation to the left of the Appian Way, about a mile and a half from Rome, Baedeker's Central, Italy and Rome, to the first Q pages 378. 70. Plutarch, Numa, 13. That they carried the water in pitchers on their heads may be inferred from Propertius, v. 4. 15 SQ. Ovid, Fasti, e. 11-14. 71. This is the view of A. Schweikler, Römisch Geschichte, I. 548. Note, O. Gilbert, Geschichte und Topographie der Stadt Rom Alterdam, I. 111, and G. Wieshauer, in W. H. Roscher's Lexikon der Grieche und Rom. Mythologie, S.V. Egeria. 72. Erasbach, Obsit. Pages 151. The old bath is mentioned in an inscription found on the spot, Corpus Inscriptionum Latinarum, Ziv, number 4190. 73. Notice a Degli Scavi, 1885, pages 159 SQ. 192, 254. Id. 1888, pages 193. Bollettino del Ins di Corrisp. Archaeologica, 1885, pp. 153, 154 SQ. Erasbach, Obsit. Pages 160. Archaeologia, or Miscellaneous Tracts Relating to Antiquity, L. 1887, pt. I. pages 61, SQ. 64. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated Catalogue, pages 2, 4, 22. Amongst these models may be specially noted the torso of a woman clad in a long robe, with her breast cut open so as to expose the bowels. It may be the offering of a woman who suffered from some internal malady. 74. For an example of the custom in modern times, see J. Blunt, Vestiges of Ancient Manners and Customs Discoverable in Modern Italy and Sicily, London, 1823, pages 135. The custom is still widespread among the Catholic population of southern Germany. See Arndry, Votive und Wehegeben des Katholischen Volks in Süddeutschland, Brunswick, 1904, pages 94 SQQ. 112 SQQ. 123 SQQ. 75, Arlenziani, in Athenaeum, October 10, 1885, pages 477. 76, Zedfin, Synagogue. I. 2 and 11. Euripides, Hippolytus, 10th to 19th 1092 SQ. 77, Euripides, Hippolytus, 20 SQQ. Apollodorus, Epitoma, I. 18, SQ. Ed. R. Wagner. Hyginus, Fabulae, 47. Ovid, Medum. XV. 497, SQQ. 78, Virgil, in. Vi. 761 SQQ. With the commentary of Servius. Ovid, Fasti, e. 263 SQQ. Vi. 735 SQQ. Id. Medum. XV. 497, SQQ. Scholiast on Perseus, Set Vi. 56, pages 347 SQ. Ed. O. Jan. Lactantius, Divin. Inst. I. 17. Pausanias, E. 27. 4. Apollodorus, E. 10. 3. Scholiast on Pinder, Pith. E. 96. It was perhaps in his character of the serpent that Aesculapius was said to have brought the dead Hippolytus to life. See my note on Pausanias, E. 10. 3. 79. An inscription in the public museum at Naples mentions a Flamen Verbialis, Corpus Inscriptionum Latinarum, X, number 1493. Another inscription mentions a similar priesthood at Aricia, but the inscription is forged, orally, inscript. Latin. Number 1457. Compare, H. Desion Corpus Inscriptionum Latinarum, Ziv, number 2213. The same title Flamen Verbialis has sometimes been wrongly read, in an inscription of Gratianopolis, in Narbonensian Gaul, Corpus Inscriptionum Latinarum, Z, number 2238. Orally, inscript. Latin. Nos 2212, 4022. For the worship of Virbius we have also the testimony of Servius, on Virgil, in Vi. 776, Num et Virbius inter Dios, colliter. 80, Virgil, in Vi. 779 SQ. Ovid, Fasti, E. 265 SQ. 81, Servius on Virgil, in Vi. 776. Helmich proposed to identify as Virbius some bronze statuettes found at Nemi, which represent a young man naked except for a cloak thrown over his left arm, holding in his extended right hand a shallow bowl, while in his raised left hand he seems to have held a spear or staff on which he leaned. See Bolletino, del Ins de Corresp. Archaeologica, 1885, pages 229. But to this it has been objected by Rosbach, Obs. Cit. Pages 162, that Virbius appears to have been portrayed as an older, probably bearded man, Ovid, Medum. XV. 538 SQQ. 82, Servius on Virgil, in Vi. 761. Compare id. On in Vi. 84. See also Ovid, Medum. XV. 545 SQ. Hoc nemus in colo de dis mineribus unis nemine subdomine, lateo 8 exensir illi. 83, P. Rebatanera, Flo Sanctorum, Venice, 1763, E. 93 SQ. Acta Sanctorum, August 13, pages 4 SQQ. Paris and Rome, 1867. The merit of tracing the saint's pedigree belongs to Mr. J. Rendell, Harris. See his Annotators of Codex Bezae, London, 1901, pages 101, SQ. Prudentius has drawn a picture of the imaginary martyrdom which might melt the stoniest heart, Paris Def. Xi. Pages 282 SQQ. Ed. Th. Aberius. According to the Acta Sanctorum the saint shared the crown of martyrdom with 20 members of his household, of whom 19 were beheaded, while one of them, his nurse Concordia, was scourged to death, Plimbatus Sisa. It is an odd coincidence that his Greek prototype Hippolytus dedicated just 20 horses to Aesculapius, Pausanias, E. 27. 4. And it is another odd coincidence, if it is nothing worse, that the bones of Orestes, the other mythical hero of Nemi, were buried beside the Temple of Concordia in Rome, and that Servius, who mentions this tradition, on Virgil, in E. 116, should immediately afterwards quote the words Virgin Sisa. If we knew why the hero Hippolytus dedicated just 20 horses to the god who raised him from the dead, we might perhaps know why the Saint Hippolytus went to heaven attended by a glorious company of just 20 martyrs. Bunsen courageously stood out for the historical reality of the martyr, whom he would fain identify with his namesake, the well-known writer of the 3rd century, Hippolytus and his age, London, 1852, I pages 212 SQQ. 84, Cato, Origenes, I, quoted by Priston, Inst. Iv. 21, Vol. I. pages 129, ed. Hertz. MCAT Nis Prater Librum de Re Rustica Quae, extant, ed. H. Jordan, pages 12. 85, Livy, E. 25. Dionysius Halicarnus. Antiquit. Roman. Vi. 29. 86, Festus, pages 145, ed. C. O. Muller. 87, Perseus, Set Vi. 55 SQQ. 88, Wizowa suggests that Manius Egeris was a half-forgotten male, counterpart of Egeria, W. H. Roscher's Lexicon D. Greek and Rom. Mythology, S.V. Egeria. And Desi observes that the name, Egeris sine dubio coherit cum Rio font, corpus inscriptionum, Latinorum, Ziv. Pages 204. The same view is taken by Messrs. A. B. Cook, and E. Pays. Mr. Cook holds that the original form of the names was Aegeris and Aegeria, which he would interpret as the oat god and the oat goddess. C. A. B. Cook, The European Sky God, Folklore, XVI. 1905, pages 291 SQ. E. Pays, Ancient Legends of Roman History, London, 1906, pages 142. 89, as Claveri seems to do, Italia Antiqua, pages 931. 90. This is substantially the view of Professor Wizowa, who holds that the reference is to the foundation of a common altar in the grove by all the members of the League, Religion und Kultus Romer, pages 199. 91. Scholars are not agreed as to whether the list of Confederate Latin cities in Cato is complete, and whether the Latin dictator he mentions was the head of the League or only of Tusculum. In regard to the former question, we must remember that the passage of Cato is known to us only from Priscian, who seems to have quoted no more than suited his purpose, which was merely to illustrate a grammatical termination, arditas for the later rds. Probably, therefore, the original passage contained many more names of towns which Priscian did not think it needful to cite. This is the view of H. Desi, in Corpus Inscriptionum Latinorum, Ziv. Pages 204. With regard to the second question, Mommsen held that the dictatorship in question was merely the chief magistracy of Tusculum, the presidency of the Latin League being vested in two praetors, not in a dictator, Livy, v. 3. 9. Most scholars, however, appear to be of opinion that the dictator referred to was head of the League. C. H. Jordan, MCAT Nis Prater Librum, de Re Rustica Quae extant, ppxli. SQQ. J. Bloch, Der Italisch, Bun unter Roms Hegemony, Leipzig, 1880, pages 188. H. Nissen, Italisch Landeskund, E. Berlin, 1902, pages 557 SQ. 92. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated Catalogue, pages 5, 36. Corpus Inscriptionum Latinorum, Ziv, number 4186. 93. Bolletino di Corrisp. Archaeologica, 1885, pages 232. Notizi, degli Scavi, 1885, pages 255, 320. Id. 1895, pages 108. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated Catalogue, pages 5, 55. The use of this rude currency is said to have been superseded in the reign of Servius Tullius, who substituted stamped ingots of copper. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXXIII. 43. 94, Livy, XXVI. 11. 9. Tacitus, History, Iv. 53. E. Babylon, Monolise de la République Romaine, IPP. SQ. 95, Herodotus, Iv. 103. Euripides, Iphigenia in Taurus, 38 SQQ. Strabo, Vi. 4. 2, pages 308. Pausanias, E. 16. 7-10. K.O. Muller, Die, Dorier, Squared I. 385 SQQ. 96, Pausanias, E. 32. 1. Euripides, Hippolytus, 1423–1430, with Paley's comment. Diodorus Siculus speaks, Iv. 62, of the godlike honors accorded to Hippolytus at Troezen. 97. Pausanias, I. 22. 1. E. 32. 1. 98. S. Wide, De Sacris Troezeniarum, Hermianensium, Epidoriarum, Uppsala, 1898, pages 86 sq. C. Boutiger thought that the whole legend of Hippolytus represents simply the conflict of the worship of Aphrodite with that of Artemis at Troezen. Der Baumkult der Hellenen, pages 445, n. 2. 99. Pausanias, E. 32. 3. 100. Servius on Virgil, in v. 72. Pausanias, vi. 24. 7. As to the Myrtle and Aphrodite, C. C. Boutiger, Der Baumkult der Hellenen, pages 444 sqq. V. Hen, Kulturpflanzen on Haustier 7, Berlin, 1902, pages 220 sqq. 101. Pausanias, I. 22. 1. Euripides, Hippolytus, 30 sqq. With a scholiast's note. Diodorus Siculus, Iv. 62. Jade Sets, Scholia on Lycophron, 1329. 102. Pausanias, E. 32. 6. F. D. T. S. A. A. Where Becker and all subsequent editors have changed S. A. A. into A. A. But S. A. A. has the better manuscript authority. The title is derived from Askra, a fruitless oak, Hesychius, S.V. S. A. See Mr. A. B. Cook, Zeus, Jupiter, and the Oak, Classical Review, XVII, 1903, pages 415 sq. 103. Pausanias, E. 32. 10. In Greek Saronis is a hollow oak. C. Callimachus, Hymn to Zeus, 22. Hesychius and Etymologica Magnum, S.V. Sa. Da. A. B. Cook, Zeus, Jupiter, and the Oak, Classical Review, XVII. 1904, pages 370. Mythology derived the name Saronian from a certain Sarin, an ancient king of Troezen and a mighty hunter, who had been drowned while swimming after a doe. Pausanias, E. 30. 7. In this mythical hunter associated with Artemis we may perhaps detect a duplicate of Hippolytus. 104. Pausanias, E. 31. 4, 8, and 9. 105. See Cluner Bless, Grammatic der Grieche. Sprache, E. 288 sq. 106. Pausanias, E. 27. 4. 107. Pausanias, E. 33. 2 with my commentary, Volii pages 285 sq. Vol. V pages 596 sqq. 108. Strabo, V. 1. 4, 8, and 9, pages 212, 214 sq. As to the topography, see Bunbury in Smith's Dictionary of Greek and Roman Geography, S.V. Timaeus. H. Nissen, Italisch Landeskund, E. 233. I have to thank my friend Mr. A. B. Cook for drawing my attention to the association of the horse and wolf in the early Celts of Greece and Italy. 109. M. Salomon Reinach would explain Hippolytus at Troezen as a sacred horse, which was turned to pieces by his worshippers at his solemn sacrifice, just as Dionysus Saures was said to have been rent in pieces by his worshippers. C.S. Reinach, Hippolyte, Archifer, Religionswissenschaft, X. 1907, pages 47 to 60. Id. Cults, Mas, It, Religions, E. Paris, 1908, pages 54 to 67. 110. No argument can be drawn from the bronze wolf heads of Caligula's ships, above, pages 5, note 5, since these may have been purely ornamental. 111. Lucian, De Syria, 60. 112. Plutarch, Theseus, 5. 113. Athenaeus, G. 83, pages 605a. 4 dedications of hair to Apollo, see Anthologia Palatina, vi. 198, 279. 114. Statius, Theb. E. 253 SQQ. 115. Pausanias, I. 43. 4. 116. Herodotus, Iv. 33 SQ. Callimachus, Hymn to Delos, 291, SQQ. Pausanias, I. 43. 4. 117. Anthologia Palatina, vi. 276, 277. Pollux, E. 38. Hesychius, S.V. Macro. Pollux seems to imply that the hair was dedicated to Hera and the Fates as well as to Artemis. 118. G. Deschamps G. Cousin, in Bulletin de Correspondance, Hellenique, Xi. 1887, pages 390 SQ. Id. Z. 1888, pages 97 SQ. 249 SQQ. 479 to 490. 119. Lucian, De Syria, 60. 120. J. Marquardt, Private Albender Romer, pages 599 SQ. 121. Suetonius, Nero, 12. On hair offerings in general cg. A. Wilken, Über das Herauffer, Amsterdam, 1886, reprinted from the Revue Coloniale Internationale. On the hair offerings of the Greek CFR. Wieseler, in Philologus, X. 1854, pages 711 to 715. G. Deschamps G. Cousin, in Bulletin de Correspondance Hellenique, Z. 1888, pages 479 to 490. W. H. G. Rouse, Greek Votive Offerings, Cambridge, 1902, pages 240 to 245. 122. Herodotus, E. 65. Diodorus Siculus, I. 83. The latter writer's account is the fuller, and has been followed in the text. 123. Lucian, De Syria, 6. 124. W. Robertson Smith, Religion of the Semites, squared pages 329. He refers to Sozomenus, Hister. Eccles. V. 10. 7. Socrates, Hister. Eccles. I. 18. And Eusebius, Vita Constant. E. 58, from whose testimonies we learn that at Heliopolis, in Syria, it was the custom to prostitute maidens to strangers before marriage. Eusebius speaks of the religious prostitution of married women as well as of maidens. Constantine destroyed the temple of the goddess in which these impure rites seem to have been performed. To moderns, Heliopolis, the city of the sun, is better known as Baalbek. Its magnificent ruins are the finest remains of Greek architecture in the East. 125. This is recognized by G. A. Wilken, Über das Herauffer, p. 105. 126. G. A. Wilken, Das Herauffer, pages 61 SQQ. W. Robertson, Smith, Religion of the Semites, squared pages 323 SQQ. I. Golger, Muhammadanish Studian, I. Halle. S. 1888, pages 247 SQQ. C. Also below, pages 102. 127. Pausanias, v. 41. 3. To the references given in my note on the passage at Pollux, E. 30. 128, Callimachus, hymn to Delos, 278 SQQ. Pliny, Nat. Hist. Iv. 91. Strabo, Vi. 1. 15, pages 264. Plutarch, De Pitti Auriculus, 16. In Apollo's temple at Delphi there were dedicated a radish of gold, a bead of silver, and a turnip of lead, which was thought to signify the respective value of these vegetables. Pliny, Nat. Hist. Zix. 86. A poet speaks of tithes and first fruits hung up for Apollo on a high pillar at Delphi. Clement of Alexandria, Strom. I. 24. 164, pages 419, ed. Potter. 129, Diogenes Laertius, Vit. Philos. E. 44, E. 2. Plutarch, Quest. Conviv. V. 1. 2. J.T. Wood, Discoveries at Ephesus, Inscriptions from the Great Theatre, pages 4, 16. Apollo's birthday, the 7th of Thargelion, was probably the festival known in the Delian calendar as the Apollonia, not the Delia as was formerly supposed. The Delia seems to have fallen in early spring, not in early summer. C.C. Robert in Hermes, XXI. 1886, pages 161 to 169. Augmundsen, Fester, Stadt Athen, Leipzig, 1898, pages 451. On this harvest festival at Delos, C.W. Menard, Antique Waldunfeld, pages 232 SQQ. Who, however, took the festival to be the Delia. 130, Hesiod, Works and Days, 383 SQ. L. Adeler, Handlichter, Mathematischen und Technischen Chronologie, I. 242. 131, Folklore, I. 1890, pages 518. As to the season of the ripening of the corn in Greece both in ancient and modern times, C. G. Busseld's Discussion of the Evidence, Griechisch Geschichte, E. 2, Gotha, 1904, pages 909 SQQ. Note. 132, Philostratus, Heroica, XX. 24. 133, Bulletin de Correspondance Hellenique, XVIII. 1894, pages 87 to 93. Id. XX. 1896, pages 639 to 641. E. Curtius in Archäologischer Anzeiger, 1895, pages 109 SQ. Dittenberger, Sylloge Inscriptionum Graecarum, squared, no 611, 665, 718. 134, Strabo, X. 2. 11, pages 404. 135, Plutarch, Aristides, 20. Probably the custom of sending out new fire from Delos and Delphi was common, though the existing evidence of it is scanty. The same remark applies to the practice of bringing tithes of the harvest to these sanctuaries. 136, Herodotus, Iv. 33. Callimachus, hymn to Delos, 278 SQQ. Herodotus does not tell us in what the sacred offerings consisted. Pausanias says, I. 31. 2, that no one knew what they were. But from the evidence of Callimachus, compared with that of Pliny, Nat. Hist. Iv. 91, and Mela, E. 37, it appears that they were believed to be the first fruits of the corn. 137, H. Stein on Herodotus, Iv. 33. L. Crucis in W. H. Roscher's Lexicon der Grieche und Rom. Mythologie, I. 2813, 2831. Preller Robert, Griechisch Mythologie, I. 298 SQ. Wernick, in Paläozoa, Real Encyclopädie der Klasse. Altertumswissenschaft, Ecole. 1355, 1356, 1357, 1358, 1359, 1380, 1383, 1393, 1402. The names of the maidens were variously given as Hyperic and Leotis, Herodotus, Iv. 33, or Hecate and Opis, Pausanias, I. 43. 4. V. 7. 8. Servius on Virgil, in. Xi. 532, or Eupus, Loxo, and Hecate, Callimachus, hymn to Delos, 292. Herodotus further mentions, Iv. 35, another pair of Hyperborean maidens, Arch and Opis by name, who came with Apollo and Artemis to Delos, and were buried behind the sanctuary of Artemis in the island. They are clearly the equivalents of the Hecate and Opis or Eupus of the other writers. For Hecate as an epithet of Artemis, see Servius, Loxit. Clement of Alexandria, Strom. V. 8. 49, pages 674, ed. Potter, quoting Apollodorus of Corcyra, Macro. Pete. Pa. Da. E. A. 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 For Opis or Eupus as a name of Artemis, see Macrobius, Saturn. V. 22. 3-6. Callimachus, hymn to Artemis, 204. Pelephatus, the Incredib. 32. 138, Pseudo-Plato, Axiarchus, pages 371a. Servius on Virgil, in. Xi. 532, Aliputant opim et Hesiargon nutritors Apollonis et Dini, Fis. Hinc itac opim ipsum dienum cognominatem, quod supradictum, est, Apollinum vero Hesiargon. 139, Herodotus, Iv. 34 SQ. According to Herodotus, each grave contained the dust of a pair of Hyperborean damsels. 140, Porphyry, Vita Pythagorae, 16. 141, Wernick, in Polywazo's Frill Encyclopédie der Klasse. Altertum Wissenschaft, E. 1339. This general statement the writer supports with a wealth of detailed evidence, to which I can only refer the reader. 142. This appears from the name Parthenoi applied at Sparta to the men who were born of the Parthenoi, unmarried women, during the absence of the married men at the Messenian War. See Ephraim, cited by Strabo, vi. 3. 3, pages 279. Whether this explanation was historically correct or not, and other explanations of it were given, C.W.L. Newman on Aristotle, Politics, vi. v. 7, pages 1306b-29, it proves that in Greek of the best period Parthenos did not connote chastity. Compare what Herodotus says of the Thracians, v. 6, t. d. pa. f. ss. s. s. t. s. a. ta. ss. ta. d. s. macro. s. s. a. As to the worship of unmarried goddesses in Western Asia, Sir W. M. Ramsay observes, it is, in fact, probable, though with our present knowledge, not susceptible of proof, that the term Parthenos in connection with the Anatolian system should be rendered simply as the unmarried, and should be regarded as evidence of the religious existence of the pre-Greek social system. The Parthenos goddess was also the mother. And, however much the Parthenoi who formed part of her official retinue may have been modified by Greek feeling, it is probable that originally the term indicated only that they were not cut off by marriage from the divine life, cities and bishoprics of Phrygia, I. Pages 96. Similarly, in a celebrated passage of Isaiah, vi. 14, the Hebrew word, which is translated virgin in our English version, means no more than young woman. A correct translation would have obviated the necessity for the miracle which so many generations of devout but unlearned readers have discovered in the text. For while it would unquestionably be a miracle if a virgin were to conceive and bear a son, there is nothing whatever miraculous or even unusual about a young woman doing so. 143. L.R. Farnell, The Cults of the Greek States, e. 444. The whole of Dr. Farnell's treatment of this subject is excellent, pp 442 to 449. He suggests doubtfully that the epithets Pitho, hegemon, and eukleia may possibly refer to marriage. But clearly, persuasion, leader, and good fame do not in themselves imply any allusion to wedlock. The passage of Euripides referred to in the text is Supplices, 958 SQ. D. T. Micro. AP. SF. A. T. 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 144. Thus she was identified with Anatus, Plutarch, Artaxerxes, 27. Dittenberger, Syllogion Scr. Greek. Squared number 775, and with Nana, Corpus Inscriptionum Atticarum, E. 131, or Nanaya, the goddess, of Elame, 2 Maccabees, I. 13 and 15, compared with Polybius, XXXI. 11, and Josephus, Antiquit. Judd. Z. 9. This Nanaya was sometimes identified with Aphrodite instead of with Artemis, Appian, Cyrus, 66. She seems to have been the old Babylonian goddess Nana, Nanai, or Nanaya, who was identical with the Ishtar, Astarte, of Erech. C.H. Zimmern, in Schrader's Die Schriften und das Alttestament, cubed, pages 422. R.F. Harper, Assyrian and Babylonian Literature, New York, 1901, pages 116 SQ. 245. W. H. Roscher's Lexikon der Griechenland, Rom. Mythologie, E. 4 SQ. SV. Nana. For the identification of Artemis with another Semitic mother goddess, C. W. Robertson Smith, Kinship and Marriage in Early Arabia Squared, London, 1903, pages 298. As to the dissolute worship of Anatus, see Strabo, Xi. 14, 16, pages 532. And, as to the identification of Artemis with Asiatic goddesses of this type, C.L.R. Farnell, Cults of the Greek States, E. 478 SQQ. Wernick, in Polywizoa, ENCYCL. D. Class. Alter. E. 1369 SQQ. 145, Pausanias, Iv. 31. 8. Dittenberger, Syllogian Script. Griticarum, squared number 656. 146. The statues on which this description is based are in the Vatican, the Lateran, and the Palazzo dei Conservatori on the Capitol, at Rome. The first of these is figured and described in Baumeister's Denkmaler, I. 130 SQ. And the second is described by Obendorf and R. Schein, Die Antiken Bauwerk des Lateranischen Museums, pp. 260 SQ. See also Roscher's Lexic. D. Greek and Rom. Myth. I. 588, SQQ. Esranich, Repertoire de l'Ostauchi or Grec et Romain, I pages 298, 299, 300, 302, E pages 321 SQ. Both the Vatican and the Lateran statues have the necklace of acorns, and the Lateran copy, No. 768, has in addition a circlet of acorns hanging on the bosom. The acorns probably refer to the oak tree under which the Amazons were said to have set up the image of the goddess at Ephesus, Callimatrus, hymn, to Artemis, 237 SQQ. The statue in the Palazzo dei Conservatori, No. 47, has serpents twined round the arms. The many breasts of the Ephesian Artemis are mentioned by Minucius Felix, Octavius, XXII. 5. On the worship of the Ephesian Artemis continued as that of the Virgin Mary. See Sir W. M. Ramsay, The Worship of the Virgin Mary at Ephesus, The Expositor, June 1905, pages 401 SQQ. 147, Strabo, Ziv. I-23, pages 641. That a goddess of fertility should be served by such ministers may strike us as a contradiction. Yet it is typical of the Oriental worship of the Great Mother Goddess. I have suggested an explanation of the custom elsewhere. See Adonis, Attis, Osiris, 2nd edition, pages 236 SQQ. 148, Pausanias, vi. 2. 7 SQ. Preller Robert, Greekish, Mythology, I. 329. L.R. Farnell, The Cults of the Greek States, E. 480 SQQ. 149. Indeed, the eloquent church father Lactantius let the cat out of the bag when he bluntly called Hippolytus the lover of Artemis, Divin. Institute. I. 17. 150. Herodotus, v. 82-87. Pausanias, E. 30. 4. E. 32. 2. Skull. On Aristides, Voli pages 598 SQ. Ed. Dendorf. As H. Stein, on Herodotus, v. 82, rightly observes, Damia and Oxyza were goddesses of tilth and of the fruitful field, agrarian deities who were accordingly compared and identified with Demeter and Cora Proserpine, but who were in truth only separate personifications of the two sides of Demeter's character. See further my note on Pausanias, E. 30. 4. We shall return hereafter to the custom of stone throwing as a charm to fertilize the fields. 151. See, for example, Catullus' fine poem on her, No. XXXIV. 152. This was pointed out long ago by P. Buttman, Mythologous, E. 151. 153. Seneca speaks of Diana as Regina Nemorum or Queen of the Woods, Hippolytus, 406, perhaps with a reminiscence of the Rex, Nemorensis, as Mr. A. B. Cook has suggested, Classical Review, XVI. 1902, pages 373, note 4. 154, Pliny, Nat. Hist. XVI. 242, pointed out to me by Mr. A. B. Cook, who compares Herodotus, vi. 31. 155, see below, Voli pages 26 SQ. 56 SQ. 100 SQ. 316 SQQ. 156, as to the double-headed bus C.W. Helbig, in Notizie Degli, Scovey, 1885, pages 227. Rosbach, Opsit. Pages 159. G. H. Wallace, Illustrated Catalogue of Classical Antiquities from the site of the Temple of Diana, Nemi, pages 32 SQ. A. B. Cook, in Classical Review, XVI. 1902, pages 373. Ed. The European Sky God, Folklore, XVI. 1905, pages 289 SQQ. F. Granger, A Portrait of the Rex, Nemorensis, Classical Review, XXI. 1907, pages 194-197. Ed. In Classical Review, XXII. 1908, pages 217. J. G. Frazer, The Leafy Bust at Nemi, Classical Review, XXII. 1908, pages 147-149. The interpretation adopted in the text is that of Professor F. Granger. The way had been prepared for it by Mr. A. B. Cook's suggestion that the busts represent the double form of Diana's favorite, Hippolytus Verbius. Previous writers took the view that the heads were those of water gods. As to the identification of the leaves on the busts, about which botanists are not agreed, see Mr. Francis Darwin's letter to me, quoted in my article, The Leafy Bust at Nemi, L.C. Chapter 2, Priestly Kings. 157, J. Marquardt, Romish Staatsverwaltung, E. Squared 321 SQQ. Kings of the sacred rites are known from inscriptions to have existed at Lanuvium, Bofile, and Tusculum. See Corpus Inscriptionum Latinarum, Ziv, Nos 2089, 2413, 2634. At Rome the sacrificial king held office, for life, Dionysius Lecarn. Antiquit. Rom. Iv. 74. 4. 158. Plato, Politicus, pages 290. Aristotle, Constitution of Athens, 57. Lysias, or Vi. 4. G. Gilbert, Handlichter, Griechischen Staatsalterthumer, squared I. 281 SQQ. 159. Aristotle, Politics, v. Vi. 8. 20, pages 1322 B26 SQQ. G. Gilbert, Obs. Cit. E. 323 SQ. G. F. Schumann, Griechisch, Alterthumer, 4i. 145 SQ. E. 423 SQ. 160. Diggenberger, Sylloge Inscriptionum Graecarum, squared number 616. Ch. Michel, Recueil de Inscriptions Grecs, number 716. 161. Picauer, Delectus Inscriptionum Graecarum, squared number 431, lines 46, SQQ. Another inscription in the same collection, No. 428, also refers to the kings of Mytilene. Both inscriptions are printed in Ch. Michel's, Recueil, Nos 356, 357. 162. Diggenberger, Sylloge Inscriptionum Graecarum, squared number 570. Ch. Michel, Recueil, number 707. 163. Picauer, Delectus Inscriptionum Graecarum, squared number 496. Ch. Michel, Recueil, number 1383. 164. G. F. Schumann, Handlichter Griech. Alterthumer, 4e. 270, SQQ. Easybarth, Der Fluch im Griechischen Recht, Hermes, XXX. 1895, pages 57 to 70. Miss J. E. Harrison, Prolegomena to the Study of Greek Religion Squared, Cambridge, 1908, pages 138 to 145. And my note on Pausanias, E. 2. 7. For example, the people of Chios curse poisoners, and all persons who hinder the importation of corn, Cower, Obs. Cit. Number 480. Ch. Michel, Obs. Cit. Number 1318. On the other hand, at Athens, in the time of Solon, public curses were leveled at all who exported anything but olive oil, Plutarch, Solon, 24. These particular curses may interest students of the history of free trade. 165. Plutarch, Quest. Greek. August 12 Mommsen, Delphica, pp. 250 SQ. Is probably right in comparing this ceremony with a swinging festival, at Athens, as to which see the Golden Bough, 2nd edition, E. 453 SQQ. 166. Corpus Inscriptionum Graecarum Gratiae Septentrionalis, I. Nos 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 188, 223. G. F. Schumann, Obs. Cit. I. 146. G. Gilbert, Obs. Cit. E. 323 SQ. 167. Strabo, v. 7. 2, pages 384. In this passage the word "s" is omitted in some editions, but has the authority of several MSS. Strabo, ed. C. Muller, pages 998, and is probably right. 168. This was the case at Ellis, H. Roll, Inscriptions Greci, Antiquissimi, number 112. Picauer, Obs. Cit. Number 253. E. S. Roberts, Introduction to Greek Epigraphy, I. Number 292, in Cos, Diggenberger, Obs. Cit. Number 616, in Kais, Ib. Number 570, at Mytilene, Cower, Obs. Cit. Nos 428, 431, at Syme, Plutarch, Quest. Greek. 2, and, perhaps in Sifnos, Isocrates, or Zix. 36. The kings of Elisme have been the officials called Basilai who sacrificed on the top of Mount Cronius at Olympia at the spring equinox, Pausanias, vi. 20. 1. 169, Livy, e. 2. 1. Dionysius Lecarn, Antiquit. Rom. Iv. 74. 4. 170, Aristotle, Politics, e. 14. 13, pages 1285b14 SQQ. Demosthenes, Contranaire. Section 74 SQQ. Pages 1370. Plutarch, Quest. Rom. 63. 171, Zedphon, Republican Lacedaemon. 15, Compared. 13. Aristotle, Politics, e. 14. 3, pages 1285 a 3 SQQ. Argos was governed, at least, nominally, by a king as late as the time of the Great Persian War, Herodotus, vi. 149. And at Orchomenus, in the secluded highlands of northern Arcadia, the kingly form of government persisted till towards the end of the 5th century BC, Plutarch, Paraula, 32. As to the kings of Thessaly in the 6th and 5th centuries BC, cf. Hiller von Gertringen in Oster-Anomia, Berlin, 1890, pages 1 to 16. 172, Herodotus, vi. 56. 173, Strabo, Ziv. 1. 3, pages 632 SQ. These Ephesian kings, who probably held office for life, are not to be confounded with the purely priestly functionaries called Essenes or king bees, whose tenure of office was annual. See below, Voli. Pages 135. 174, Herodotus, Iv. 162. 175, Strabo, Z. 3. 37, 5. 3. Compare Xi. 4. 7, Z. 2. 3, 2. 6, 3. 31 SQ. 3. 34, 8. 9, 8. 14. But see Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th, Edard. Priest, Zix. 729. 176, J. Grimm, Deutsch Rechtsilltertümer, pages 243. 177, see the Leakey, Legs translation, Passim, Sacred Books of the East, Vols. XXVII, XXVIII. 178, W. Ellis, History of Madagascar, London, North Dakota, I. 359 SQ. 179, P. H. Pollock, Ethnography Nordost Afrikas, Die Geistige, Kultur der Donaukiel, Gala und Sommel, Berlin, 1896, pages 129. 180, Brasser de Berberg, Histoire des Nations Civilisées du Mexique et de l'Amérique Centrale, I. 94. As to the ruins of Palang, C. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, Iv. 288, SQQ. T. Miller, Memoria sur Tataquiapa, Mexique, Review, d'Ethnography, E. 1885, pages 327 SQQ. 181, Father Kroonenberg's, La Mission du Zambez, Missions, Catholiques, Ziv. 1882, pages 453. 182, Herodotus, v. 75. 183, Pausanias, e. 1. 5. 184, J. Rendell Harris, The Dioscuri in the Christian Legends, London, 1903. Id. The Cult of the Heavenly Twins, Cambridge, 1906. See also below, pages 262 SQQ. With the Spartan custom we may compare the use which the Zulus made of twins in war. C. Dudley Kidd, Savage Childhood, A Study of Kafir Children, London, 1906, pages 47. SQ. In wartime a twin used to be hunted out and made to go right, in front of the attacking army, some few paces in front of the others. He was supposed to be fearless and wild. His twin, if a sister, and if, surviving, was compelled to tie a cord very tightly round her loins, during the fight, and had to starve herself. She was also expected to place the twin brother's sleeping mat in that part of the hut which the Itongo ancestral spirits loved to haunt. This brought success in war. But the great chief Tshaka stopped this practice, for he said that the wild twin did foolhardy things and brought the army into needless danger. 185. Pliny, Nat. Hist. E. 101. Diodorus Siculus, Iv. 43. Seneca, Natter. Quest. I. 1. 13. Lucian, Dial. Diorum, XXVI. 2. Ovid, Fasti, v. 720. Plutarch, De Defect. Oraculum, 30. Lactantius, Placidus, Comment Instit Theb. v. 792. Th. Henry Morton, in Revue Archéologique, NSG. 1866, pages 168 to 174. Peaceabilit, Legends, Grances et Superstitions de la Mer, Paris, 1886, e. 87 to 109. Seafaring men in different parts of the world still see and draw omens from these weird lights on the masts. See Edward Fitzgerald, quoted in County Folklore, Suffolk, London, 1893, pages 121 SQ. W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, London, 1900, pages 279. 186, Pliny, Nat. Hist. E. 101. Compare Seneca, Natter. Quest. I. 1. 14. 187, Potocki, Voyages dans les steppes d'Astrakhan et du Caucase, I. 143. 188, Dionysius Lecarn. Antiquit, Roman. Vi. 13. Cicero, De Natura Deorum, E. 2. 6. Chapter 3, Sympathetic Magic. 189. The expression homeopathic magic was first used, so far as I am aware, by Mr. Y. Hearn, Origins of Art, London, 1900, pages 282. The expression mimetic magic was suggested by a writer in Folklore, v. 1897, pages 65, whom I believe to be Mr. E. S. Hartland. The expression imitative magic was used incidentally by me in the first edition of the Golden Bough, Volley. Pages 268. 190. That magic is based on a mistaken association of ideas was pointed out long ago by Professor E. B. Tyler, Primitive Culture, Squared I. 116. But he did not analyze the different kinds of association. 191. It has been ingeniously suggested by Mr. Y. Hearn that magic by similarity may be reduced to a case of magic by contact. The connecting link, on his hypothesis, is the old doctrine of emanations, according to which everything is continually sending out in all directions copies of itself in the shape of thin membranes, which appear to the senses, not only as shadows, reflections, and so forth, but also as sounds and names. C. Y. Hearn, Origins of Art, London, 1900, pages 293 SQQ. This hypothesis certainly furnishes a point of union for the two, apparently distinct sides of sympathetic magic, but whether it is one that would occur to the savage mind may be doubted. 192. For the Greek and Roman practice, see Theocritus, id. E. Virgil, ECL. v. 75 to 82. Ovid, Heroids, vi. 91 SQ. Id. Almors, E. 7. 29 SQ. Arwunsch, an Antikrachipop, Philologus, Alex I. 1902, pages 26 to 31. 193, Henry's travels among the northern and western Indians, quoted by the Reverend Jedediah Morse, report to the Secretary of War of the United States on Indian Affairs, Newhaven, 1822, Appendix, pages 102. I have not seen Henry's book. 194, Peter Jones, History of the Ojibwe Indians, pages 146. W.H. Keating, Narrative of an Expedition to the Source of St. Peter's River, London, 1825, E. 159. J.G. Cole, Kitski Gemi, E. 80. Similar practices are reported among the Illinois, the Mandans, and the Hidatsis of North America. Charlevoix, Histoire de la Nouvelle, France, vi. 88. Maximilian, Prince Ouid, Reis in das Inner, Nordamerika, E. 188. Washington Matthews, Ethnography and Philology, of the Hidatsa Indians, pages 50, and the Aymaras of Bolivia and Peru, D. Forbes, on the Aymara Indians of Bolivia and Peru, Journal of the Ethnological Society of London, E. 1870, pages 236. 195, Selimholtz, Unknown Mexico, London, 1903, I. 485 SQ. 196, above, pages 7. 197, W.H.R. Rivers, The Todas, London, 1906, pages 458. Among the Kusavans or potters of southern India, if a male or female recovers from cholera, smallpox, or other severe illness, a figure of the corresponding sex is offered. A childless woman makes a vow to offer up the figure of a baby, if she brings forth offspring. Figures of animals, cattle, sheep, horses, etc. are offered at the temple when they recover from sickness, or are recovered after they have been stolen. E. Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, Iv. 192. Id. Ethnographic Notes in Southern India, pages 349. The analogy of these offerings to the various votive figures found in the sanctuary of Diana at Nemi is obvious. 198. P.J. the Arriaga, Extirpación de la Idolatría del Perú, Lima, 1621, pages 25 SQ. The meaning and origin of the name Vircha, as applied by the Peruvians to the Spaniards, is explained with great frankness by the Italian historian G. Benzoni, who had himself traveled in America at the time of the conquest. He says, History of the New World, pages 252 SQ. Hakluite Society, when the Indians saw the very great cruelties which the Spaniards committed everywhere on entering Peru, not only would they never believe us to be Christians and children of God, as boasted, but not even that we were born on this earth, or generated by a man and born of a woman. So fierce an animal, they concluded must be the offspring of the sea, and therefore called us Viracoki, for in their language they call the sea Koki and the froth Fira. Thus they think that we are a congelation of the sea, and have been nourished by the froth, and that we are come to destroy the world with other things in which the omnipotence of God would not suffice to undeceive them. They say that the winds ruin houses, and break down trees, and the fire burns them. But the Viracoki devour everything, they consume the very earth, they force the rivers, they are never quiet, they never rest, they are always rushing about, sometimes in one direction and sometimes in the other, seeking for gold and silver. Yet never contented, they game it away, they make war, they kill each other, they rob, they swear, they are renegades, they never speak the truth, and they deprive us of our support. Finally, the Indians curse the sea for having cast such very wicked and harsh beings on the land. Going about through various parts of this kingdom, I often met some natives, and for the amusement of hearing what they would say, I used to ask them where such and such a Christian was, when not only would they refuse to answer me, but would not even look me in the face, though if I asked them where such and such a Viracoki was, they would reply directly. An explanation of the name much more flattering to Spanish vanity is given by Garcilaso de la Vega, himself half a Spaniard, Royal Commentaries of the Incas, Voli pages 65 SQQ. Hakluite Society, Markham's translation. 199. W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, London, 1900, pages 570 to 572. 200. J. Creamer, Regen Maken, Ojoing, Tuvari onder de Javanen, Mededelingen van Wijsheid Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XXX. 1886, pages 117 SQ. 201. J. L. van der Toorn, Het Animisme bij den Menankebouwer Pedangsch boven London, Bitrigen tot de Taalland en Volkinkund, van Nederlandsch Indie, XXXIX. 1890, pages 56. 202. A. C. Haddon, The Ethnography of the Western Tribe of Torres Straits, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Zix. 1890, pp. 399 SQ. 203. Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. Cambridge, 1904, pages 324 SQ. 204. W. H. Furness, The Home Life of Borneo Headhunters, Philadelphia, 1902, pages 93. 205. C. Hose and W. McDougall, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXI. 1901, pages 178. 206. J. Batchelor, The Ainu and Their Folklore, London, 1901, pp. 329 to 331. 207. W. G. Aston, Shinto, The Way of the Gods, London, 1905, pp. 331 SQ. 208. J. J. M. de Groot, The Religious System of China, v. Leiden, 1907, pages 920 SQ. 209. Le Livre des Récompenses et des Peines, Traduit du Chinois, par Stanislas Julien, Paris, 1835, pages 345. 210. E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, E. 547. 211. W. E. Roth, North Queensland Ethnography, Bulletin No. 5, Brisbane, 1903, pages 31. 212. Baldwin Spencer and F. J. Gillen, The Native Tribes of Central Australia, London, 1899, pages 549 SQ. 213. C. J. F. S. Forbes, British Burma, London, 1878, pages 232. 214. L. Deckel, 3 Years in Savage Africa, London, 1898, pages 153. 215. H. Shins, Deutsch West Africa, pages 314. 216. A. Hillebrand, Veddisch Offer und Zauber, Strasbourg, 1897, p. 177. W. Calland, Altindisches Zauberritual, Amsterdam, 1900, pages 121, 166, 173, 184. Compare H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, Berlin, 1894, pages 508. 217. W. Calland, Obsit. Pages 164. 218. H. W. Magoon, The Assyriculpa. A Witchcraft Practice of the Atharva Veda, American Journal of Philology, X. 1889, pages 165 to 197. 219. Asiatic Researches, v. 4th edition, London, 1807, pages 389. 220. J. A. Dubois, Morris, Institutions, et Ceremonies des Peuples de l'Inde, Paris, 1825, e. 63. 221. Fr. Fawcett, in Madras Government Museum, Bulletin, E. No. 1, Madras, 1900, pages 85. 222. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, e. 278 SQ. 223. Id. The Tribes and Castes of the Northwestern Provinces and, Odd, Calcutta, 1896, I. 137. 224. A. A. Pereira, Glimpses of Sinhalese Social Life, Indian, Antiquary, XXXIII. 1904, pages 57. For more evidence of such practices, in India, see Thurston, Ethnographic Notes in Southern India, pages 328 SQQ. Id. Castes and Tribes of Southern India, Iv. 489, SQ. Vi. 124. W. Crook, Natives of Northern India, pages 248 SQ. 225, E. Dowd, Métier et Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, Algiers, 1908, pages 61 SQ. 226, E. Dowd, Obs. Cit. Pages 299. 227, G. Maspero, Histoire ancienne des peuples de l'Orient classique, Les Origines, Paris, 1895, pages 213 SQ. 228, F. Chapis, Le Papyrus Magicaris, Chalon-sur-Saône, 1860, pages 169 SQQ. E. A. Wallace Budge, in Archaeologia, 2nd Series, Vol. 1890, pages 428 SQ. Id. Egyptian Magic, London, 1899, pages 73 SQQ. The case happened in the reign of Ramesses III, about 1200 BC. Compare Erman, Egypten und Ägyptisches Leben im Altertum, pages 475. As to Egyptian magic in general, C. A. Erman, Die Ägyptische Religion, Berlin, 1905, pages 148 SQQ. 229, M. Jastrow, The Religion of Babylonia and Assyria, Boston, USA, 1898, pages 268, 286. Compare pages 270, 272, 276, 278. R.F. Harper, Assyrian and Babylonian Literature, New York, 1901, pages 375, 376, 377 SQQ. C. Fossey, La Magie Assyrienne, Paris, 1902, pp. 77-81. 230, M. Jastrow, Obs. Cit. Pages 286 SQ. C. Fossey, Obs. Cit. Pages 78. 231, E. A. Wallace Budge, on the hieratic papyrus of Nesiemsu, a scribe in the Temple of Amun-Ra of Thebes, about BC 305, Archaeologia, 2nd Series, E. 1890, pages 393-601. Id. Egyptian Magic, pages 77 SQQ. Id. The Gods of the Egyptians, London, 1904, I. 270-272. 232, see an article by R. Mok entitled A Horrible Rite in the Highlands, in the Weekly Scotsman, Saturday, August 24, 1889. Professor J. Risen Folklore, E. 1892, pages 385. R. C. McLagan, Notes on Folklore Objects Collected in Argyllshire, Folklore, Vi. 1895, pages 144-148. J. MacDonald, Religion and Myth, London, 1893, pages 3 SQ. J. G. Campbell, Witchcraft and Second Sight in The Highlands and Islands of Scotland, Glasgow, 1902, pages 46-48. Many older examples of the practice of this form of enchantment in Scotland are collected by J. G. Dalyell in his Darker Superstitions of Scotland, Edinburgh, 1834, pages 328 SQQ. 233, J. G. Campbell, Obs. Cit. Pages 47, 48. 234, Brian J. Jones, in Folklore, Vi. 1895, pages 302. For evidence of the custom in the Isle of Man, C. J. Train, Historical and Statistical Account of the Isle of Man, E. 168. In England, C. Brand, Popular Antiquities, E. 10 SQQ. In Germany, C. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4e. 913 SQ. F. Panzer, Beitragsser, Deutsche Mythologie, E. 272 SQ. As to the custom in general, C. E. B. Tyler, Researches into the Early History of Mankind, Q pages 106, SQQ. Arendry, Sympathy Zaber, Ethnographisch Parallelen und Wirklich, Neue Folge, pages 8 SQQ. 235, ch. Rogers, Social Life in Scotland, e. 220. 236, E.W. Nilsson, The Eskimo About Bering Strait, 18th, Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1899, pages 435. 237, J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, Memoir, of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific, Expedition, Vol. I. Number 4, April 1900, pages 314. 238, J. R. Swanton, Contributions to the Ethnology of the Haida, Leiden and New York, 1905, pages 47 SQ. The Jesup North Pacific, Expedition, Vol. V. 239, S. Powers, Tribes of California, Washington, 1877, pages 318. 240, C. Lumholtz, Symbolism of the Huicul Indians, Memoirs of the American Museum of Natural History, Vol. May 1900, pages 52. 241, P.J. the Arriaga, Extirpación de la Idolatría del Perú, Lima, 1621, pages 37. 242, A. Delacourgue, Voyage dans l'Afrique australe, Paris, 1847, e. 325 SQ. 243, E. Casales, The Basidos, pages 251. 244, Binger, Du Niger au Golfe de Guinée, Paris, 1892, e. 230. 245, W. G. Aston, Shinto, The Way of the Gods, London, 1905, p. 331. 246, R. Taylor, Tiaka A. Maui, or New Zealand and its Inhabitants Squared, London, 1870, pages 213. 247, J. B. Newman, Het Pain en Beelestrom Jepid op het Island, Sumatra, Dit Schrift van het Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundig, Genootschap, Tweede serie, Delie. 1886, Afdeling, Meer, Igebrod Artikelen, number 3, pages 515. 248, J. G. F. Riedel, Das Leeuwik en Cruciate Razen Tussen, Sleeps in Papua, The Hague, 1886, pages 343. 249, Dr. McFarlane, quoted by A. C. Haddon, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Zix. 1890, pages 389 SQ. 250, C. Poonsen, Iets over die Kleding der Jevenin, Mededelingen, van which het Nederlandsche Zendelingenootschap, XX. 1876, pages 274, SQ. CM Plate, Plektieden en Gebruiken het den Cyclus van het, Vermelingen van der Volken van den Indischen Archipel, Bitrigen tot da, Talland en Volkenkan van Nederlandsch Indie, XLI. 1892, pages 578. A slightly different account of the ceremony is given by J. Kramer, Hota Javen Zini Zieken Verzergd, Mededelingen van which het, Nederlandsche Zendelingenootschap, XXXVI. 1892, pages 116. 251, S.A. Budinge, Gebruiken bij Javans Dit Schrift, voor Nederlands Indie, 1840, DOE pages 239 to 243. 252, J. Nebel, Varia Javenaga, Dit Schrift voor Indisch Taal, Land en Volkenkunde, XLIV. 1901, pages 34 to 37. 253, F.W. Legat, quoted by H. Lingroth, The Natives of Sarawak and British North Borneo, London, 1896, I. 98 SQ. 254, Diodorus Siculus, Iv. 39. 255, Stanislaus Krzyzewski, Kunstliche Verwandtschaft bei den Sutzhaven, Leipzig, 1897, pages 103 SQQ. In the Middle Ages a similar form of adoption appears to have prevailed, with the curious Variation that the adopting parent who simulated the act of birth was the father, not the mother. C.J. Grimm, Deutsche Rechtsilltümer, pages 160, 464 SQ. J.J. Bachhofen, Das Matericht, pages 254 SQ. F. Liebrecht, however, quotes a medieval case in which the ceremony was performed by the adopting mother, zur Volkskind, pages 432. 256. For this information I have to thank Dr. C. Hose, formerly resident magistrate of the Barham District, Sarawak. 257. Reverend J. Roscoe, The Bahima, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXVII. 1907, pages 104. 258. Plutarch, Questions Romanae, 5. Hesychius, S.V. E. T. P. T. Micro. 259. W. Calland, Die Altindischen Taten und Bestadensgebrecht, Amsterdam, 1896, pages 89. Among the Hindus of Kumaon the same custom is reported to be still observed. See Majorette in Punjab Notes and Queries, E. Pages 74, section 452. 260. W. S. Routledge and K. Routledge, With a Prehistoric People, The Akikuyu of British East Africa, London, 1910, pages 151 SQ. The ceremony was briefly described by me on Dr. Crawford's authority in Totemism and Exogamy, Inv. 228. 261. As to these rites among the Akikuyu, C.W.S. Routledge and K. Routledge, Obs. Cit. Pages 154 SQQ. 262. The Golden Bough, 2nd edition, E. 422 SQQ. Totemism and Exogamy, I. 44, E. 463 SQQ. 485, 487 SQ. 489 SQ. 505, 532, 542, 545, 546, 549. 263. W. Calland, Altindische Zaalbritual, Amsterdam, 1900, pages 119. M. Bloomfield, Hymns of the Atharva Veda, Oxford, 1897, pages 358, SQ. Sacred Books of the East, Volexilii. 264. W. H. Keating, Narrative of an Expedition to the Source of St. Peter's River, London, 1825, E. 159. 265. Theocritus, id. E. 28 SQ. Virgil, ECL. V. 81 square inches. Neither of these passages is the wax said to have been fashioned in the likeness of the beloved one, but it may have been so. 266. As to the waxen models of the human body, or parts of it, which are still dedicated to the Virgin Mary at Cavalier, Ciarndry, Votive und Wehegeben des Katholischen Volks in Süddeutschland, Brunswick, 1904, pages 85. And as to votive images of hearts in general, see it. Pages 127 SQ. 267. Father Lambert, in Missions Catholiques, Z. 1880, pages 41. Id. Mores et Superstitions des Neocaledonians, Numia, 1900, pp. 97 SQ. 268. Plutarch, De Sera Numinis Vindicta, 14. 269. Th. Shaw, The Inhabitants of the Hills near Rojimahal, Asiatic Researches, Inv. 69, 8th edition, London, 1807. 270. M. Bloomfield, Hymns of the Atharva Veda, Oxford, 1897, pages 7, SQ. 263 SQ. W. Calland, Altindische Zaalbritual, Amsterdam, 1900, pages 75 SQ. 271. Plutarch, Quest. Conviv. V. 7. 2, 8 SQ. Alien, Nut. Animalium, XVII. 13. 272. Skull. On Aristophanes, Birds, 266. Skull. On Plato, Gorgias, pages 494b. 273. Alfred Newton, Dictionary of Birds, London, 1893 to 1896, pages 129. 274. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXX. 94. The Greek name for jaundice, and, for the singular bird, was icteros. The Romans called jaundice the king's malady, morbus regis. See below, pages 371, note 4. 275. Nat. Hist. XXXVII. 170. 276. This precious remedy was communicated to me by my colleague and friend Professor R.C. Bosunquit of Liverpool. The popular Greek name for jaundice is S. 277. W. von Schulenberg, Wendisch Volksungen Angeblich, Leipzig, 1880, pages 223. 278. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4e. 981. G. Lammert, Volksmedizin und medizinischer Oberglaube in Bern, Wurzburg, 1869, pages 248. 279. Dr. S. Weissenberg, Krankheit und Tod bei den Satricischen Juden, Globus, XCI. 1907, pages 358. 280. K. Freiherr von Leoprichting, aus dem Lechrain, Munich, 1855, pages 92. A. Wutke, Der Deutsche Volksaberglaube, squared pages 302, section 477. 281. Alfred Newton, Dictionary of Birds, pages 115. 282. Dr. J. Gengler, Der Kreuznebel als Hausarzt, Globus, XCI. 1907, pages 193 SQ. A. Wutke, Der Deutsche Volksaberglaube, squared p. 117, section 164. Alois John, Sit, Brot und Volksglaube im Deutschen, Westbowman, Prague, 1905, pages 218. P. Drexler, Sit, Brot und Volksglaubensgeschichte, E. Leipzig, 1906, pages 231. 283. A. Wutke, Der Deutsche Volksaberglaube, squared pages 302, section 477. 284. Gilbert White, The Natural History and Antiquities of Selborne, Party Letter 28. 285. M. Bloomfield, Hymns of the Atharva Veda, pages 31, 536 SQ. W. Calland, Altindisches Zauberritual, pages 103. In ancient Indian magic it is often prescribed that charms to heal sickness should be performed at the hour when the stars are vanishing in the sky. C.W. Calland, Op. Cit. Pages 85, 86, 88, 96. Was this in order that the ailment might vanish with the stars? 286. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, London, 1904, pages 352. Id. Native Tribes of Central Australia, p. 251. 287. F. Chapuisseau, Le Folklore de la Boussette du Perche, Paris, 1902, I. 172 SQ. 288. J. Brim, Menangism in Borneo, Journal of the Straits Branch, of the Royal Asiatic Society, No. 19, 1887, pages 100. H. Lingroth, The Natives of Sarawak and British North Borneo, I. 280. 289. Marcellus, De Medicamentis, XV. 82. 290. Marcellus, Op. Cit. XXXIV. 100. 291. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 176. 292. Spencer and Gillen, Op. Cit. Pages 179 SQQ. 293. Spencer and Gillen, Op. Cit. Pages 184 SQ. 294. Spencer and Gillen, Op. Cit. pages 193 SQQ, 199 SQQ, 206 SQ. In the south of France and in the Pyrenees a number of caves have been found adorned with paintings or carvings of animals, which had long been extinct in that region, such as the mammoth, the reindeer, and the bison. All the beasts thus represented appear to be edible, and none of them to be fierce carnivorous creatures. Hence it has been ingeniously suggested by M.S. Freinich that the intention of these works of art may have been to multiply by magic the animals so represented, just as the Central Australians seek to increase kangaroos and emus in the manner described above. He infers that the comparatively high development of prehistoric art in Europe, among men of the reindeer age may have been due in large measure to the practice of sympathetic magic. C.S. Freinich, L'Art et la Magie, l'Anthropologie, Ziv. 1903, pages 257 to 266. Id. Cults, Myths and Religions, I. Paris, 1905, pages 125 to 136. Paintings and carvings executed in caves and on rocks by the Aborigines have been described in various parts of Australia. C. G. Gray, Journals of Two Expeditions of Discovery, London, 1841, I. 201 to 206. R. Bough, Smythe, The Aborigines of Victoria, I. 289 to 294, E. 309. E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, E. 476. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 614 to 618. J. F. Mann, in Proceedings of the Geographical Society of Australia, I. 1885, pages 50 SQ. With illustrations. W. E. Roth, Ethnological Studies Among the Northwest Central Queensland Aborigines, pages 116. We may conjecture that the Hebrew prohibition to make the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the heaven, the likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the water under the earth, Deuteronomy, Iv. 17 SQ. was primarily directed rather against magic than idolatry in the strict sense. Ezekiel speaks, v. 10 to 12, of the elders of Israel offering incense to every form of creeping things and abominable beasts, portrayed on the walls of their chambers. If hieroglyphs originated, as seems possible, in representations of edible animals and plants which had long been in use for the purpose of magically multiplying the species, we could readily understand why, for example, dangerous beasts of prey should be conspicuously absent from the so-called Hittite system of hieroglyphs, without being forced to have recourse to the rationalistic explanation of their absence, which has been adopted by Professors G. Hirschfeld and W. M. Ramsey. C. W. M. Ramsey, The Cities and Bishoprics of Phrygia, I. PXV. On the Relations of Art and Magic, C. Y. Hearn, Origins of Art, London, 1900, pages 278 to 297. 295. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 291 to 294. 296. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 185, SQ. 297. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 310. 298. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 309 SQ. 299. See below, pages 162 to 164. 300. A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, London, 1904, pages 798. 301. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 287 SQ. 302. With what follows compare my article The Origin of Circumcision, The Independent Review, November 1904, pages 204 SQQ. Totemism and Exogamy, Iv. 181 to 184. 303. F. Bonney, On Some Customs of the Aborigines of the River, Darling, New South Wales, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, G. 1884, pages 134 SQ. Compare J. Frazer, The Aborigines of New South Wales, Journal and Proceedings of the Royal Society of New South Wales, XVI. 1882, pages 229, 231. A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 451, 465. 304. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 507, 509 SQ. 305. Mr. Bussell in Sir G. Gray's Journals of Two Expeditions of Discovery in Northwest and Western Australia, London, 1841, e. 330. 306. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 382, 461. Ed. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 598. 307. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, p. 464. Ed. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 599 SQQ. W. E. Roth, Ethnological Studies, pages 162, section 283. In northwestern Queensland, the blood may be drawn for this purpose from any healthy man, not necessarily from a kinsman. 308. A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 380. 309. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 461, SQ. Ed. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 560, 562, 598. 310. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 251, 463. Ed. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 352, 355. 311. W. E. Roth, Ethnological Studies, pages 174, section 305. 312. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 250, SQ. Among the northern Arunta, the foreskin is buried, along with the blood, in a hole, Ib. Pages 268. 313. A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 667. 314. E. Clement, Ethnographical Notes on the Western Australian Aborigines, Internationales Archive for Ethnography, XVI. 1904, p. 11. Among the western coastal tribes of the Northern Territory of South Australia, the foreskin is held against the bellies of those who have been present at the operation. Then it is placed in a bag which the operator wears round his neck till the wound has healed, when he throws it into the fire. C. H. Baceto, Anthropological Notes on the Western Coastal Tribes of the Northern Territory of South Australia, pages 12, printed by Hussey and Gillingham, Adelaide. 315. B. H. Purcell, Rights and Customs of the Australian Aborigines, Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, p. 287, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXV. 1893. Clonanese perhaps a misprint for Cloncurry. 316. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 360 SQ. 599. Compare ed. Native Tribes of Central Australia, p. 257. 317. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 256, SQ. 318. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 391. 319. Lieutenant Colonel D. Collins, Account of the English Colony in New South Wales, 2nd edition, London, 1804, pages 366. 320. D. Collins, Obs. Cit. Pages 363. 321. G. Turner, Samoa, pages 94. Compare W. T. Pritchard, Notes on certain anthropological matters respecting the South Sea Islanders, the Samoans, Memoirs of the Anthropological Society of London, I. 1863-4, pages 324 to 326. 322, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 367, 368, 599. 323, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 9, 368, 552, 553, 554 SQ. See further E. Palmer, on plants used by the natives of North Queensland, Journal and Proceedings of the Royal Society of New South Wales for 1883, XVII. 101. The seeds of the splendid pink water lily, the sacred lotus, are also eaten by the natives of North Queensland. The plant grows in lagoons on the coast. C. Palmer, Loxit. 324, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 372. 325, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 353 SQ. Some of the dwarf tribes of the Gaboon, who practice circumcision, place the severed foreskins in the trunks of a species of nut tree, Kula edulis, which seems to be their totem. For the tree is said to have a certain sanctity for them, and some groups take their name from it, being called a Kula, the people of the nut tree. They eat the nuts, and have a special ceremony at the gathering of the first nuts of the season. See Manager Leroy, Les Pygmies, Missions, Catholics, XXIX. 1897, pages 222 SQ. 237. 326, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 341. 327, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 123, SQQ. 328, see above, pages 75 to 77. 329, A.W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 538, SQQ. 563, 564, 565, 566, 569, 571, 576, 586 SQ. 588, 589, 592, 613, 616, 641, 655 SQ. 675 SQ. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 213 SQ. 450 SQQ. Id. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 18, 329, 588 SQQ. 330, see below, pages 176 SQ. 331, W. Blandowski, Personal Observations made in an excursion towards the central parts of Victoria, Transactions of the Philosophical Society of Victoria, I. Melbourne, 1855, pages 72. Compare, or Brown-Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, I. 61. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 453 SQ. 332, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 452, SQ. 333, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 594, 596. 334, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 451. 335, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 592 to 594. 336, A.C. Haddon, Headhunters, pages 193. Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 193, 221. 337, W. E. Roth, North Queensland Ethnography, Bulletin No. 5, Brisbane, 1903, pages 18, 23. cubic millimeter 68, 83. We are reminded of the old Greek saying to be born of an oak or a rock, Homer, Odyssey, 6. 163. C.A.B. Cook, Oak and Rock, Classical Review, XV. 1901, pages 322 to 326. In Samoa, a child sometimes received as his god for life, the deity who chanced to be invoked at the moment of his birth, whether that was his father's or his mother's god. C.G. Turner, Samoa, p. 79. 338, see below, pages 183 SQ. 339, Lieutenant Colonel D. Collins, Account of the English Colony of New South Wales, 2nd edition, London, 1804, pages 353, 372 SQQ. The Camry of whom Collins speaks are no doubt the tribe now better known as the Kamilaroi. Karate, which he gives as a native name for a high priest, is clearly the Kamilaroi Karate, Medicine Man W. Ridley, Kamilaroi and Other Australian Languages, Sydney, 1875, p. 158. 340. If the possession of the foreskin conferred on the possessor a like power over the person to whom it had belonged, we can readily understand why the Israelites coveted the foreskins of their enemies, the Philistines. 1 Samuel XVII. 25-27, 2 Samuel E. 14. Professor H. Gunkel interprets a passage of Ezekiel, XXXII. 18-32, as contrasting the happy lot of the circumcised warrior in the underworld with the misery of his uncircumcised foe in the same place, and confesses himself unable to see why circumcision should be thought to benefit the dead. C. H. Gunkel, Über die Beschneidung im Alten Testament, Archiv für Papyrusforschung, E. 1903, pages 21. Professor Gunkel's paper was pointed out to me by my friend Mr. W. Wise. The benefit, on the theory here suggested, was very substantial, since it allowed the dead to come to life again, the grave being a bourne from which only uncircumcised travelers fail, sooner or later, to return. But I confess that Professor Gunkel's explanation of the passage seems to me rather far-fetched. 341. G. Gray, Journals of Two Expeditions of Discovery, E. 335. 342, see above, pages 28 SQQ. 343, J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 62. J. F. Mann, in Proceedings of the Geographical Society of Australia, I. 1885, pages 48. 344, E. J. Eyre, Journals of Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, London, 1845, E. 345 SQ. W. E. Roth, Ethnological Studies, pages 165 SQ. J. Matthew, Eagle Hawk and Crow, pages 122. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 498. Ed. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 505 SQQ. 345, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 506. 346, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 497. Compare Ed. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 506. 347, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 552 SQQ. 348, Adonis, Addis, Osiris, 2nd edition, 1907, pages 77 SQQ. 349, J. B. Purvis, Through Uganda to Mount Elgin, London, 1909, pp. 302 SQ. 350, J. H. Weeks, Notes on Some Customs of the Lower Congo People, Folklore, 6. 1908, pages 422. 351, Plato, Phaedo, 18, pages 72 EA. Macro. F. SS. P. S. A. At. E. et, s, 8, e, st, s, e, a micro, e, t, micro, micro, s, t, micro, s, t, e, sa, a, at, t, t, p, micro, p, t, t, micro e, micro a micro, micro, s, micro e, a, t, t, d, d, at, e, micro, p, micro, p, t, d, t, p, e, d, e, s, a, st, a, ta, t, at, t, e, e, a. Compare Wordsworth, Ode on Intimations of Immortality. Our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting. 352. E. M. Gordon, Indian Folk Tales, London, 1908, pages 49. 353. E. Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, E. 398. 354. R. V. Russell, in Census of India, 1901, vol. G. Central Provinces, pages 93. 355. Relations des Jesuites, 1636, pages 130, Canadian reprint. 356. Greek Law and Folklore, Classical Review, X. 1895, pp. 247 to 250. For the rules themselves, ch. Roll, Inscriptions, Greece Antiquissimi, number 395. Dittenberger, Sylloge Inscriptionum, Graecarum, squared number 877. Ch. Michel, Recueil des Inscriptions Grecques, number 398. 357. This has been suggested by Mr. J. E. King for Infant Burial, Classical Review, XVII. 1903, pages 83 sq. But we need not confine the suggestion to the case of infants. 358. Herodotus, Iv. 26. Hesychius, S.V. G. S. A. M. Becker, Anecdota Graeca, I. pages 86, 231. Isaus, E. 46. The Oxyrhynchus, Papyri, ed. Grenfell and Hunt, Part E. London, 1903, pages 203. E. A. P. S. Ta. P. S. T. T. F. Micro. At. T. T. E. E. Micro. F. D. P. D. A. Micro. At. My attention was called to this subject by my friend Mr. W. Wise, who supplied me with many of the Greek passages referred to, including the one in the Oxyrhynchus Papyri. 359. Veterum Scriptors Greci, ed. A. Westerman, pages 450. Plutarch, Erdus, 53. Diogenes Laertius, Vit. Philosoph. X. 18. 360. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 547 sqq. 361. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 473 to 475. 362. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 548. 363. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 207 to 211. 364. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 434, sq. 475. 365. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 418, SQQ. 366. In the alter ego lived ancestors who, in the native mind, are so intimately associated with the animals or plants the names of which they bear that an alter ego man of, say, the kangaroo totem may sometimes be spoken of either as a man kangaroo or as a kangaroo man. The identity of the human individual is often sunk in that of the animal or plant from which he is supposed to have originated. Spencer, Anguillin, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 119. 367, Franz Boas, in 6th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 45, separate reprint from the report of the British Association for 1890. 368, A.C. Haddon in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Zix. 1890, pages 427. Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 333, 338. 369, A.C. Kreit, Het Koppensnellen der Torajas, Verslichen Mededelingen der Koning. Academie van Wetenschappen, Afdeling, Letterkunde, 4. Reeks, 3. Deal, Amsterdam, 1899, pages 203 SQ. I. Follow the experienced Messrs. N. Adriani and A. C. Kruijt, Kreit, in calling the natives of Central Celebes by the name of Torajas, though that name is not used by the people themselves, but is only applied to them in a derogatory sense by the Buginese. It means no more than inlanders. The people are divided into a number of tribes, each with its own name, who speak for the most part one language but have no common name for themselves collectively. See Dr. N. Adriani, Mededelingen omtrent Torajas van Midden Celebes, Tijdschrift, voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLIV. 1901, pages 221. 370, J. W. Thomas, De Jacht op het Eiland Nees, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXVI. 277. 371, Van Schmid, Aantekeningen nopens te zetten, Junten en Gebruiken, benevens die veroordelen en begelooflijkheden der bevolking, van the Elanden Sapere, Herokau, no Salat, Tijdschrift voor Nederlands Indie, 1843, DLE pages 601 SQ. 372, B.A. Healy, Notes on Totemism, etc., among the Western Tribes, British New Guinea, Annual Report for 1894-95, pages 56. 373, E. Ammonier, Notes sur les coutums et grances superstitieuses, des Cambodgiens, Coaching Con Français, Excursions et Reconnaissances, No. 16, Saigon, 1883, pages 157. 374, James MacDonald, Religion and Myth, London, 1893, pages 5. 375, A. G. Morris, Notes, Archaeological, Industrial, and Sociological, on the Western Danes, Transactions of the Canadian Institute, Iv. 1892-93, pages 108. Id. Épées de l'Ars Noire, Ches, Les Sauvages de la Colombie-Britannique, Paris and Lyons, 1897, pages 71. 376, M. J. van Barda, Fabelin, Verellen en Overleveringen der Galerijzen, Bitrigen tot de Taalland en Volkenkunde van, Nederlandsch Indie, XLV. 1895, pages 502. As to the district of Galila, in Halmahera C.G. Lafondin Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, E. Siri, X. 1838, pages 77 SQQ. Or Galata is, apparently a misprint for Galila. FSA de Klerk, Bitrigen Todd, de Kennis de Resident Eternit, Latin, 1890, pages 112 SQ. W. Kukenthil, Forschungsreisen den Molukken in Borneo, Frankfurt, 1896, pages 147 SQQ. 377, W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 300. 378, the theory that taboo is a negative magic was first, I believe, clearly formulated by Messrs. Hubert and Moss in their essay, Es Question Theorie Générale de la Magie, l'année sociologique, vi. Paris, 1904, pages 56. Compare Van Gemp, Taboo et Totemism à Madagascar, Paris, 1904, pages 19 sqq. I reached the same conclusion, independently, and stated it in my lectures on the early history of the kingship, London, 1905, pages 52 to 54, a passage which I have substantially reproduced in the text. When I wrote it, I was unaware that the view had been anticipated by my friends Messrs. Hubert and Moss. See my note in Man, vi. 1906, pages 55 sq. The view has been criticized at firstly by my friend Mr. R. Merritt, The Threshold of Religion, pages 85 sqq. But the difference between us seems to be mainly one of words. For I regard the supposed mysterious force, too, which he gives the Melanesian name of mana, as supplying, so to say, the physical basis both of magic and of taboo, while the logical basis of both is furnished by a misapplication of the laws of the association of ideas. And with this view Mr. Merritt, if I apprehend him aright, is to a certain extent in agreement. See particularly pages 102 sq. 113 sq. of his essay. However, in deference to his criticisms, I have here stated the theory in question less absolutely than I did in my lectures. As to the supposed mysterious force which I take to underlie magic and taboo, I may refer particularly to what I have said in the Golden Bough, squared I. 319 to 322, 343. In speaking of taboo, I here refer only to those taboos which are protected by magical or religious sanctions, not to those of which the sanctions are purely civil or legal. For I take civil or legal taboos to be merely a later extension of magical or religious taboos, which form the original stock of the institution. See my article Taboo in Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th edition, vol. XXIII, pages 16, 17. 379, M. J. van Barda, in Bedrogen tot de Talland en Volkinkund, van Nederlandsch Indie, XLV. 1895, pages 507. 380, F. Boas, The Eskimo of Baffinland and Hudson Bay, Bulletin of the American Museum of Natural History, XV. Part I. 1901, pages 161. 381, R. F. Kendall, Zauberglad bei den Hasselen, Globus, Alex XVI. 1899, pages 273. 382, Pliny, Nut. Hist. XXVIII. 28. 383, B. Pilsudski, Schweingerhaft, Entbindung und Feldgeburt bei den Bewohnern der Insel Sachsen, Anthropos, v. 1910, pages 763. 384, Reverend E. M. Gordon, in Journal and Proceedings of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, New Series, I. 1905, pages 185. Ed. Indian Folk Tales, London, 1908, pages 82 sq. 385, Van Schmid, Aantekeningen Nopens te Zetten, Gewoonten en Gebruiken, benevens die Veroordelen en Begelooflijkheden der Bevolking, van the Elanden Sapere, Herokau, no Salat, de Schrift voor, Nederlands Indie, 1843, DLE. Pages 604. 386, ACKRUIJT, Enan ander engen het geestelijk en, maatschappelijk leven van den Poso Alfoer, mededelingen van WeChat, Nederlandsche zendelingen Uchap, XL. 1896, pages 262 sq. Id. Ib. XLIV. 1900, pages 235. 387, C. Snauker Grange, The Atgers, Batavia and Leiden, 1893-94, I. 409. E. A. Clark's, Geographisch en Ethnographisch Opstel over, die Landschappen Corinth, Serambas en Sonitenang, de Schrift, voor Indisch Taalland en Volkinkund, XXXIX. 1897, pages 73. J. C. Vanguard, Inhulik Bidaminanka Bosch Meliers, Ib. XLIV. 1901, pages 490 SQ. M. Joustra, Het Leven, de ZNN, Juenten der Betax, Mededelingen van het Nederlandsche, Zendelingen Uchap, XLVI. 1902, pages 406. 388, H. Lake and H. J. Kelsall, The Camphor Tree and Camphor Language, of Johor, Journal of the Straits Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, number 26, January 1894, pages 40. W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, p. 213. 389, W. H. Furness, Home Life of Borneo Headhunters, Philadelphia, 1902, pages 169. 390, E. A. Monier, Notes sur le Laos, Saigon, 1885, pages 269. 391, E. A. Monier, Voyage dans le Laos, Paris, 1895-97, I. 322. As to lac and the mode of cultivating it, see it. E. 18 SQ. The superstition is less explicitly stated in the same writer's notes sur le Laos, Saigon, 1885, pages 110. 392, A. David, Les Singularités de la France Antarctique, Automand, Nommé Marique, Antwerp, 1558, pages 93. Id. Cosmographie, Universelle, Paris, 1575, E. 970 wrongly numbered 936, SQ. 393, Maximilian, Prince Ouid, Reis in das Inner North America, E. 247. 394, G. B. Grinnell, Blackfoot Lodge Tales, London, 1893, pages 237, 238. 395, E. Popig, Reis in Chile, Peru und auf dem Amazonenstrom, Leipzig, 1835-36, E. 323. 396, meanwhile I may refer the reader to the Golden Bough, squared E. 353, SQQ. 397, H. F. Standing, Malagasy Fady, Antananarivo Annual and Madagascar Magazine, Vol. Reprint of the second four numbers, 1881-1884, Antananarivo, 1896, pages 261. 398, Dudley Kidd, Savage Childhood, London, 1906, pages 48. 399, H. Calloway, Nursery Tales, Traditions, and Histories of the Zulus, I. Natal and London, 1868, pages 280-282. 400, above, pages 116. 401, above, pages 117. 402, E. A. Monier, Notes sur le Laos, pages 25 SQ. Id. Voyage, dans le Laos, Paris, 1895-97, I. 62, 63. 403, Chalmers, quoted by H. Lingroth, The Natives of Sarawak and British North Borneo, I. 430. 404, E. A. Monier, Les Chims et leurs Religions, Revue de l'Histoire des Religions, XXIV. 1891, pages 278. 405, Th. Han, Suni? Gom, London, 1881, pages 77. 406, A. C. Haddon, Headhunters, London, 1901, pages 259. 407, C. Lemius, De Lapinibus Fimarchi, Copenhagen, 1767, p. 500. 408, H. J. Holmberg, Über die Völker des Präcession America, Acta, Societatis Scientiarum Phoenicae, Iv. 1856, pages 392. 409, Arctic Papers for the Expedition of 1875, published by the Royal Geographical Society, pages 261 SQ. Report of the International Polar Expedition to Point Barrow, Alaska, Washington, 1885, pages 39. 410, F. Boas, The Eskimo of Baffinland and Hudson Bay, Bulletin of the American Museum of Natural History, XV Part I. 1901, pages 149, 160. 411, Roland B. Dixon, The Northern Maidu, Bulletin of the American Museum of Natural History, XVII. Part E. New York, 1905, pages 193. 412, P. Lab, Unbagni Russ, L'Alta Sakhalin, Paris, 1903, p. 268. 413, W. Jockelson, Die Jukijeranim Außersten Nordosten Asiens, Jahresbericht der Geograph. Gesellschaft von Bern, XVII. 1900, pages 14. 414, Missions Catholiques, Ziv. 1882, pages 460. 415, W. H. Oblique, A Brief Account of Bushman Folklore, pages 19. 416, P. Reichard, Deutsche Ostafrika, Leipzig, 1892, pages 427. 417, H. Cole, Notes on the Wagogo of German East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 318 SQ. 418, A. D'Orbigny, Voyage dans l'Amérique Méridionale, E. Part I. Pages 226. 419, I. Petrov, Report on the Population, Industries, and Resources of Alaska, pages 155. 420, C. Lumholtz, Unknown Mexico, E. 126 SQQ. As to the sacred cactus, which the Indians call a kili, see it. I. 357 SQQ. 421, for this information I am indebted to Dr. C. Hose, formerly resident magistrate of the Baram District, Sarawak. 422, W. H. Furness, Home Life of Borneo Headhunters, pages 169. 423, J. Chalmers, Toripi, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXVII. 1898, pages 327. 424, J. L. van Hasselt, Ina John Dekeningen Engen de Booners, der en Westkust van Nigini, meer bepeld den stem der, no Florizen, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXXII. 1889, pages 263. Id. Die Papuastam en der Geelving by, Mitteilungen der Geograph. Gesellschaft zu Jena, X. 1891, pages 101, SQ. 425, H. von Rosenberg, Der Malaiarchipel, Leipzig, 1878, pp. 453, 462. 426, C.M. Plate, Ethnographisch Beschreibung der K.E.Landen, dit Schrift van het Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundige Chap, Tweed, Siri, X. 1893, pages 831. 427, H. Zurchins, Le Cérémonial des Voyages aux Îles Anthropos, v. 1910, pages 337, 353. The girls bear the title of what, Mole. 428, J. C. Tromb, De Rumbai en Zebraing de Checks, de Schrift, voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXV. 118. 429, H. Lingroth, Los Natives of Borneo, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXII. 1893, pages 56. 430, W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 524. 431, Mrs. Hewitt, Some Sea Diatabus, Man, v. 1908, pages 186, SQ. 432, Indian Antiquary, XXI. 1892, pages 120. 433, H. O. Forbes, On Some Tribes of the Island of Timor, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, G. 1884, pages 414. 434, A. C. Kreit, Het Koppensnellen der Torajas van Middenselebes, en Zine Betty Kennis, Verslichen en Mededelingen der Koning. Academie, Van Wetenschappen, Afdeling Letterkunde, 4. Reeks, 3. Deal, Amsterdam, 1899, pages 158 SQ. 435, M.J. van Barta, Fabelen, Verellen en Overleveringen der Galerijzen, Bittrigen tot de Talland en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indie, XLV. 1895, pages 507. 436, see above, pages 120. 437, M.J. van Barta, L.C. 438, CM Plate, Ethnographische Beschrifting der K.E.Landen, dit Schrift van het Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundig Genootschap, Tweed, Serie, X. 1893, pages 805. 439, de Flacourt, Histoire de la Grande Madagascar, Paris, 1658, pages 97 SQ. A statement of the same sort is made by the Abbé Rochen, Voyage to Madagascar and the East Indies, translated from the French, London, 1792, pages 46 SQ. 440, John Strawise, Voyages and Travels, London, 1684, pages 22. Strawise may have copied from de Flacourt. 441, J.G.F. Riedel, Das Leeuwik en Cruciate Razentussen, Sleeps in Papua, pages 341. H. Cole, Notes on the Wagogo of German East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pp. 312, 317. 442, Riedel, Opsit. Pages 377. 443, A.B. Ellis, The TSHI-Speaking Peoples of the Gold Coast, p. 226. 444, H.P. Fitzgerald Marriott, The Secret Tribal Societies of West Africa, pages 17, reprinted from Ars Quatuor Coronatorum, The Transactions of the Masonic Lodge of London. The lamented Miss Mary H. Kingsley was so kind as to lend me a copy of this work. 445, J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, Memoir, of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Number 4, April 1900, pages 356. 446, S. Powers, Tribes of California, Washington, 1877, pages 129, SQ. 447, J. R. Swanton, Contributions to the Ethnology of the Haida, Leiden and New York, 1905, pages 55 SQ. Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. V. Part I. 448, Sir George Scott Robertson, The Kaffirs of the Hindu Kush, London, 1896, pages 335, 621 to 626. 449, Antonio Collin, Historia Choreographica Natural y Evangelica, de la Nueva Andalucía de Cumana, Guyana y Vergentes del Rio Orinoco, 1779, pages 97. 450, Fothergis, Les Canaques, C. Cales Font, C. Cales, Dysond, Missions Catholiques, XXX. 1898, pages 29. A. C. Haddon, Headhunters, pages 257. 451, J. G. Campbell, Witchcraft and Second Sight in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, Glasgow, 1902, pages 21 SQ. 452, Buchler Kreutzwald, Der Esten Abergläubisch Gebrich, Weissen, und Joan Hayden, pages 122. 453, Augwitzel, Segen, Sitten und Gebrich aus Thüringen, Vienna, 1878, pages 218, section 36. 454, A. L. van Hasselt, Volksbeschrijving van Midden Sumatra, Leiden, 1882, pages 323. J. L. van der Toorn, Het Animisme Beden, Minangkabouwer der Pedingsbovenlanden, Bittrigen tot de Tal, Land en Volkinkan van Nederlandsch Indie, XXXIX. 1890, pages 64. 455, E. J. Payne, History of the New World Called America, I. Oxford, 1892, pages 421. Compare Frazer de Bourbourg, Histoire des Nations Civilisées du Mexique et de l'Amérique Centrale, I. 518 SQ. 456, W. W. Skeet, Melee Magic, pages 217. 457, A. L. Van Hasselt, Nota betreffend de Restcultuur in de Residenie Tapanili, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXXVI. 1893, pages 529. 458, This I learned from Mr. Hardy in conversation. See also his Letter in Folklore, v. 1897, pages 11. 459, Buchler Kreutzwald, Der Esten Abergläubisch Gebrauch, Weissen, und Jonheiten, pages 133. Compare F. J. Wheatman, Aus dem Inneren, und Äußeren Leben der Esten, pages 447. 460, R. F. Kendall, Zauberglatt bei den Hasselen, Globus, LXXVI. 1899, pages 276. 461, F. Tutzner, Die Kuren in Ostpreußen, Globus, LXXV. 1899, p. 148. 462, F. Panzer, Beitrag zur Deutschen Mythologie, E. pages 207, section 362. Bavaria, Lenz and Volkskunde des Königreichs E. 297, E. 343. 463, H. F. Standing, Malagasy Fady, Antananarivo Annual and Madagascar Magazine, Vol. Reprint of the second 4 numbers, 1881–1884, Antananarivo, 1896, pages 257. 464, Ch. Beauquer, Les Moyes and French Conte, Paris, 1900, pages 30. 465, L. F. Sauve, Le Folklore des Hautes Fosches, Paris, 1889, p. 142. 466, L. F. Sauve, Opsit. Pages 17 SQ. 467, E. Meyer, Deutsch Sagen, Sitten und Gebrauch aus Schwaben, p. 499. E. Heinrich, Agrarisch Sitten und Gebrauch unter den Sachsen, Siebenbürgens, Hermannstadt, 1880, pages 11. 468, E. H. Meyer, Badisches Volksleben im 19. Jahrhundert, Strasbourg, 1900, pages 421 SQ. 469, A. Kuhn und W. Schwartz, Norddeutsche Sagen, Marken und Gebrauch, pages 445, section 354. J. V. Groman, Aberglatten und Gebrauch, aus Bowman und Maren, pages 95, section 664. A. Peter, Volkstümliches, aus Österreichisch Skulsien, E. 266. Von Reinsberg Duringsfeld, Festkalender aus Bowman, pages 49. E. Sommer, Segen, Marken und Gebrauch aus Sachsen und Thüringen, pages 148. Aunup, Volkswagen, Erzahlungen, Aberglatten, Gebrauch und Marken aus dem Ostlichen, Hinterpommern, pages 176. A. Witzel, Segen, Sitten und Gebrauch aus Thüringen, pages 191, section 13. J. F. L. Wost, Volksüberlieferungen, der Grafschaft Mark, pages 56, section 24. Bavaria, Lenz and Volkskunde, des Königreichs E. 298, Inv. 2, pages 379, 382. A. Heinrich, Agrarisch Sitten und Gebrauch unter den Sachsen Siebenbürgens, pp. 11 SQ. W. von Schulenberg, Wendisch Volkswagen und Gebrauch aus dem Spreewald, pages 252. J. A. E. Kohler, Volksbrauch, Aberglatten, Sagen und andere Altüberlieferungen im Volkland, pages 368 SQ. Digest Regeltrag Philosophie, Chemnitz, 1759, pages 103. M. Topin, Aberglatten aus Machern, squared pages 68. A. Wuttke, Der Deutsche Volksüberglaube, squared pages 396, section 657. Eugen, Die Deutsch, Opfergebrit bei Ackerbau und Viehzucht, pages 194 SQ. Arwutki, Sächsische Volkskunde Squared, Dresden, 1901, pages 370. E. Hoffmann Kreher, Fruchtbarkeitsretten im Schweizerischen Volksbrauch, Schweizerisches, Archiv für Volkskunde, Zi. 1907, pages 260. According to one account, in leaping from the table you should hold in your hand a long bag, containing flaxseed, roast, lc. The dancing or leaping is often done specially by girls or women, Kuhn und Schwarz, Groman, Witzel, Heinrich, LLCC. Sometimes the women dance in the sunlight, digest Regeltruck and Philosophy, LC. But in Voigtland the leap from the table should be made by the housewife naked, and at midnight on Shrove Tuesday, Kohler, LC. On Walpurgis night, the leap is made over an alder branch stuck at the edge of the flax field, Summer, LC. 470, E. Lemke, Volksthumliches in Ostpreußen, pages 8 to 12. M. Topin, LC. 471, O. Hartung, zur Volkskunde aus Anhalt, Zeitschrift des Vereins, für Volkskunde, vi. 1897, pages 149 SQ. 472, G. F. Abbott, Macedonian Folklore, Cambridge, 1903, pages 122. 473, W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 248. 474, J. L. van der Toorn, Het animisme bij den Menankebouwer der Bedankschbovenlanden, Bitrigen tot de Taalland en Volkenkunde, van Nederlandsch Indie, XXXIX. 1890, pages 67. 475, Dudley Kidd, Savage Childhood, London, 1906, pages 291. 476, Ijababella, Betrayed zur Kenntnis Abergläubischer Gebrechen, Syren, Zeitschrift des Deutschen Palästina Vereins, vi. 1884, pages 112, section 202. Compare Lapichamali, Nascence at Premier H.O., Liban, Anthropos, v. 1910, pages 734, 735. 477, quoted by D. Joelson, Die Sabier under Sobismus, St. Petersburg, 1856, e. 469. 478, W. Manard, Belm Cultus, pages 419, promised in a later investigation to prove that it was an ancient custom at harvest or in spring to load or pell trees and plants, as well as the representatives of the spirit of vegetation, with stones, in order thereby to express the weight of fruit which was expected. This promise, so far as I know, he did not live to fulfill. Compare, however, his Mythologische Forschungen, pages 324. 479, E. Meyer, Deutsch Sagen, Sitten und Gebräuche aus Schwaben, pages 249 SQ. The placing of the stone on the tree is described as a punishment, but this is probably a misunderstanding. 480, G. Peter, UCE Costumi, Credens et Pregiudizi del Popolo, Siciliano, E. Palermo, 1889, pages 113 SQ. 481, Bavaria, Lenz and Volkskunde des Königreichs E. 299. T. Verneliken, Mythen und Brauch des Volks in Österreich, p. 315. On the other hand, in some parts of northwest New Guinea a woman, with child may not plant, or the crop would be eaten up by pigs. And, she may not climb a tree in the rice field, or the crop would fail. C.J. van Hasselt, en het aantekeningen engen te Boeners der, en Westkust van Nieuw-Guinea, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland, en Volkenkunde, XXXII. 1889, pages 264. Id. Die Papuastam en der, Geelvink by, Mitteilungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, X. 1891, pages 102. Similarly, the Galileans say that a pregnant woman must not sweep under a shaddock tree, or knock the fruit from the bough, else it will taste sour instead of sweet. CMJ van Barda, Fabeln, Verellen en Overleveringen der Galileisen, Bitrigen Todd, de Talland en Volkinkan van Nederlandsch Indi, XLV. 1895, p. 457. 482, J.V. Groman, Averglappen Ungebrich Ausbomen Unmaren, pages 143, section 1053. 483, E. Hoffmann Krayer, Fruchtbarkeitsretten im Schweizerischen, Volksbrauch, Schweizerisches Archiv für Volkskind, Zi. 1907, p. 263. 484, G. F. Abbott, Macedonia Folklore, pages 122. 485, Census of India, 1901, Volume. Pages 206. 486, Diggenberger, Siloge Inscription in Graecarum, squared number 615, line 17. P. A. P. Macro. T. Macro. AP. T. T. Compared. No. 616, line 61 SQ. Number 617, line 3. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 633 SQ. Macrobius, Saturn. I. 12. 20. Arnobius, Adversus Nations, Iv. 22. 487, J. Gumilla, Histoire naturelle, Civil et Géographique d. Lorinoque, Avignon, 1758, e. 184. 488, R. Southey, History of Brazil, I. Squared, London, 1822, pages 253. 489, F. Blementrit, Sitten on Brach der Eloquenen, Globus, XLVIII. Number 12, pages 202. 490, M. J. van Barta, Fabeln, Verellen en Overleveringen der, Galerijzen, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indi, XLV. 1895, pages 489. 491, Reverend J. Roscoe, Further Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, p. 38. 492, B. Gutmann, Trauer an Begrabnissen der Watschaga, Globus, LXXXIX. 1906, pages 200. 493, J. G. Frazer, On Certain Burial Customs as Illustrative of the Primitive Theory of the Soul, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XV. 1886, pages 69 SQ. 494, As to Negative Magic or Taboo, see above, pages 111 SQQ. 495, M. J. van Barta, Opsit. Pages 488. 496, M. J. van Barta, Opsit. Pages 496 SQ. 497, Bavaria, Lenz and Volkskunde des Königreichs E. 299. 498, Letter du Cure de Santiago Tepehuacan, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Imsiri, E. 1834, pages 181 SQ. 183. 499, E. Modigliani, Un Viaggio in Niaz, Milan, 1890, pages 590. 500, Damien Grangin, Les Cam et leurs Superstitions, Missions, Catholiques, XXVIII. 1896, pages 83. 501, J. Mooney, Myths of the Cherokee, 19th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Washington, 1900, PTI-PP. 425 to 427. Compared. Sacred Formulas of the Cherokees, 7th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1891, pages 329. 502, H. Zurchins, Les Cérémoniales des Voyages aux Isles K, Anthropos, v. 1910, pages 352. 503, M. J. van Barta, Fabeln, Verellen en Overleveringen der, Galerijzen, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indi, XLV. 1895, pages 466, 468. 504, M.J. van Barda, Op. Cit. Pages 467. 505, R. Southey, History of Brazil, E. London, 1817, pages 37. 506, H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pages 505. M. Bloomfield, Hymns of the Atharva Veda, pages 240. W. Calland, Altine Dishes, Zauber Ritual, pages 37. 507, Fr. Boas, in Sixth Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 25, separate reprint from the Report of the British Association for 1890. 508, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 624 SQ. 509, J. Habema, Bichtlufen de Pronterigen Chappen, Bitrichin, Tot de Talland en Volkinkan van Nederlandsch Indi, Lee. 1900, pages 113. 510, De Laurier, Bichtluven Shebragen, Die door de Javen in Worden, in Actenomen behet Bouwenhunnerhusen, Mededelingen van Wage, het Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XLVIII. 1904, pages 380 SQ. 511, J. Mooney, Sacred Formulas of the Cherokees, 7th Annual, Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1891, pages 389. 512, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 552. 513, Spencer and Gillen, Op. Cit. Pages 550. 514, M.J. van Barda, Fabelin, Verellen en Overleveringen der, Galerijzen, Bitrichin tot de Talland en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indi, XLV. 1895, pages 462. 515, F.S. Kraus, Volksglaub und Religiös Brauch der Zetzhaven, pages 146. 516, J. Nebel, Amulets Javaneses, Dichtschrift für Indisch, Talland en Volkinkund, XL. 1898, pages 506. 517, North Indian Notes and Queries, E. 215, number 760. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 261. 518, P.J. the Arriaga, Extirpación de la Idolatría del Perú, Lima, 1621, pages 22. 519, R.F. Kendall, Zauberglaube den Routinen, Globus, LXI. 1892, pages 282. 520, B. de Sahigan, Histoire Générale des Choses de la Nouvelle-Espagne, Paris, 1880, B.K. if ch. 31, pages 274 SQ. E. Seller, Altmexikaner Studien, E. Berlin, 1899, pages 51 SQ. Veröffentlichungen aus dem Königlichen Museum für Völkerkunde, vi. 521, J. Brand, Popular Antiquities of Great Britain, E. 278 SQ. Bones ed. 522, W. Henderson, Folklore of the Northern Counties of England, pp. 239 SQQ. J. W. Wolf, Nederlandisch Sagen, Leipzig, 1843, pp. 363 to 365. 523, Elsterkirchen, Oberglaube und Sagen aus dem Herzogtum, Oldenburg, I. 100 SQ. Section 141. J. V. Groman, Aberglaube und Geberich aus Böhmen und Mähren, pages 106 section 758, pages 205 section 1421. A. Wuttke, Der Deutsche Volksaberglaube, squared pages 126 SQ. Section 184. A. Gitti, De Hand en de Vingeren in het Volksgeloof, pages 31 SQQ. Comperteto und Tem, Volkszigen Ostpreußens, Lithuans und Westpreußens, pages 266. 524, Alien, Nut. Nm. I. 38. 525. F.S. Kraus, Volksglaube und Religiöse Brauchsdurchsetzungen, pages 140. The custom of placing coins on the eyes of a corpse to prevent them from opening is not uncommon. Its observance in England is attested by the experienced Mrs. Gamp, when Gamp was summoned to his long home, and I see him lying in Guy's hospital with a penny piece on each eye, and his wooden leg under his left arm. I thought I should have fainted away. But I bore up. C. Dickens, Martin Chuzzlewit, C.H. Zix. 526, G.B. Grinnell, Blackfoot Lodge Tales, pages 238. 527, C. Lumholtz, Unknown Mexico, I. 284. 528, Father Lambert, in Missions Catholiques, Zi. 1879, pages 43. Id. Mores et Superstitions des Neocaledonians, Numia, 1900, pp. 30 sq. 529, Hesiod, Works and Days, 750 sqq. But the lines are not free from ambiguity. CFA Paley's note on the passage. 530, Doubt, Magie et Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, Algiers, 1908, pages 302 sq. 531, J. Campbell, Travels in South Africa, Second Journey, London, 1822, e. 206. Barnabas Shaw, Memorials of South Africa, London, 1840, pages 66. 532, E. Casales, The Basidos, pages 271 sq. 533, E. Casales, Obsit. Pages 272. 534, Reverend James MacDonald, Manners, Customs, Religions, and Superstitions of South African Tribes, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XX. 1891, pages 132. 535, A. Layard, Morocco and the Moors, London, 1876, pages 272. 536, P. H. Pollock, Ethnography Nordost Afrikas, Die Geistige, Kultur der Donaukiel, Gala und Sommel, Berlin, 1896, pages 27. 537, M. Merker, Rechtsverhältnis und Sitten der Watschage, Gotha, 1902, pages 21, Petermann's Mitteilungen, Ergänzungsschrift, number 138. 538, F. Boas, The Eskimo of Baffinland and Hudson Bay, Bulletin of the American Museum of Natural History, XVPTI. 1901, pages 160. 539, H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pages 505. 540, M. J. van Barda, Fabeln, Verellen en Overleveringen der Galeeriezen, Betrachting tot de Taalland en Volking van, Nederlandsch Indie, XLV. 1895, pages 484. 541, H. Zurchens, Le Ceremonial des Voyages aux Îles Anthropos, v. 1910, pages 352. 542, H. A. Junod, Les Baranga, Neuchâtel, 1898, pages 472 sq. 543, E. Doubt, Magie et Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, Algiers, 1908, pages 244 sq. 544, Journal of American Folklore, XVII. 1904, pages 293, referring to Hesketh Pritchard, Through the Heart of Patagonia, London, 1902. 545, Fr. Boas, in Sixth Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 25, separate reprint from Report of the British Association for 1890. 546, B.A. Healy, Notes on Totemism, etc., among the Western Tribes, British New Guinea, Annual Report for 1894-95, pages 56. 547, H. A. Junod, Les Baranga, Neuchâtel, 1898, pages 472. 548, H. Austin, Codems Arabes Opes Tamoat, Paris, 1908, p. 29. 549, E. Popig, Reis in Chile, Peru und auf dem Amazonenstrom, e. 323. 550, A. David, Cosmographie universelle, Paris, 1575, e. 946, 980. 551, A. Johnson, Codems Arabes, Revue Biblique, April 1903, p. 245. Id. Codems Arabes Opes de Mode, pages 36. 552, F. S. Krauss, Volksglaube und Religion sur Brach der Satzhaven, pages 147. 553, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 545, SQ. 554, Ebed. Pages 494 SQ. 555, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 344. 556, Alien, Nut. Enim. I. 42, 43, and 48. 557, Selamholtz, Unknown Mexico, e. 234. 558, Selamholtz, Opsit. I. 290. 559, J. Mooney, Myths of the Cherokee, 19th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Washington, 1900, Part I, pages 262, 284, 285, 306, 308. 560, Id. Ib. Pages 262. 561, Id. Ib. Pages 285. 562, Id. Ib. Pages 266. 563, Id. Ib. Pages 309. 564, Id. Ib. Pages 309. 565, J. Grifo, Voyages dans l'Amérique du Sud, Paris, 1883, pp. 159 SQ. 566, J. Mooney, Opsit. Pages 308. 567, Scholiast on Plato, Theaetetus, pages 168. 568, M. J. van Barta, Fabelin, Verellen en overleveringen der, Galilereisen, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indi, XLV. 1895, pages 483. 569, M. J. van Barta, Opsit. Pages 534. 570, Echevans, Documents sur les Turcs, Turks, Occidentaux, St. Petersburg, 1903, pages 134. 571, Alien, Net Enim. I. 38. 572, A. Johnson, Codems Arabes Opes de Mode, pages 35. 573, J. dos Santos, Eastern Ethiopia, Book ICH. 20, G. McCall, Thiel, Records of Southeastern Africa, Vi. 224. 574, one of these shells is exhibited in the Anthropological Museum at Berlin, with a label explaining its use. I do not know to what species it belongs. It appeared to me to be of a sort which may often be seen on mantelpieces in England. 575, M. J. van Barta, Opsit. Pages 468. 576, the king was Iphiclus. The wise man was Melampus. C. Apollodorus, I. 9. 12. Eustathius on Homer, Odd. Xi. 292. Skull. On Theocritus, E. 43. The way in which the king's impotence was caused by the knife is clearly indicated by the scholiast on Theocritus, S. SS. P. E. E. A. T. Cell. T. Micro. A. A. T. Micro. T. Pa. D. In this scholium we must correct T, macro, T, D, D, into T, macro, T, A. Eustathius, L.C. quotes the scholium in this latter form. The animals were rams, according to Apollodorus. 577, ACKRUIJT, Heditzer in Middensliebs, Bitrigen Tata, Talland en Volkinkan van Nederlandsch Indi, Lee. 1901, pp. 157 SQ. 159. 578, AW Nieuwenhuis, Kurdurch Borneo, E. Latin, 1907, pages 173. 579, G. Rihaya Sutras, translated by H. Oldenburg, Party. Pages 146. 580, G. Rihaya Sutras, translated by H. Oldenburg, Party. Pages 168, 282 SQ. Party. Pages 188, Sacred Books of the East, vols. XXIX and XXX. Compare Sonorat, Voyage Owens Orientales, Paris, 1782, E. 81. E. Thurston, Ethnographic Notes in Southern India, Madras, 1906, pages 1. So among the Kukis of northern Kakar in India the young couple at marriage place each a foot on a large stone in the middle of the village. See Lieutenant R. Stewart, Notes on Northern Kakar, Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, XXIV. 1855, pages 620 SQ. In the old ruined church of Balquhidder in Perthshire there is an ancient gravestone on which people used to stand barefoot at marriages and baptisms. See the Folklore Journal, Vi. 1888, pages 271. 581, Father Adbanal, Astrologie Malgache, Missions Catholiques, Zi. 1879, pages 482. 582, the first 9 books of the Danish history of Saxa Grammaticus, translated by O. Elton, London, 1894, pages 16. The original runs thus: Lecturi regem veteris affixus humo saxis in sister suffragiac, promir consueverant, subjectorum lapidem firmitate facti constantiam, almanatri, Historia Danica, lib. I. Pages 22, and P. E. Muller. 583, Aristotle, Constitution of Athens, 7 and 55. Plutarch, Solon, 25. Pollux, v. 86. 584, Martin, Description of the Western Islands of Scotland, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, e. 657. 585, Martin, Ob. Cit. Pages 646. 586, Martin, Ob. Cit. Pages 627 SQ. 587, W. Munzinger, Sitten on Rector Bogos, Wintrather, 1859, pages 33 SQ. For an Indian example of swearing on a stone, C. J. Eliot, Observations on the Inhabitants of the Garo Hills, Asiatic, Researches, e. 30 SQ. 8 Foed. On the custom see further my article, Folklore in the Old Testament, in Anthropological Essays, presented to E. B. Tyler, Oxford, 1907, pages 131 SQQ. 588, Pausanias, e. 22. 1. Compare ed. e. 31. 4. 589, Ptolemaios, Nova Historia, in Photius, Bibliotheca, pages 153, ed. I. Becker. Ed. In Mythography Greasy, ed. A. Westerman, pages 198. 590, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 253 SQ. 591, Spencer and Gillen, Ob. Cit. Pages 472. 592, p. J. The Ariaga, Extirpación de la Idolatría del Perú, Lima, 1621, pages 15, 16, 25. 593, Father Lambert, in Missions Catholiques, z. 1880, pages 273, 287, xxv. 1893, pages 104 to 106, 116 to 118. Ed. Moors et Superstitions, des Neocaledonians, Numia, 1900, pages 217, 218, 222, 292 to 304. Compare Clermont, Usages, Moors et Customs des Neocaledonians, Revue d'Ethnography, vi. 1889, pages 114 sq. Whose account of the stones is borrowed from Father Lambert. 594, R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, Oxford, 1891, pages 181 to 185. 595, W. Ridgway, The Early Age of Greece, Cambridge, 1901, I. 330 sq. Ed. The Origin of Jewellery, Report of the British Association for 1903, meeting at Southport, pages 815 sq. 596, Orphica, Lithica, 230 sqq. Ed. German. Pliny mentions, nut. Hist. XXXVII. 192, a white tree stone, Dendritis alba, which, if buried under a tree that was being felled, would prevent the woodman's axe from being blunted. 597, Orphica, Lithica, 189 sqq. Compare Pliny, nut. Hist. XXXVII. 162. 598, W. Ridgway, The Early Age of Greece, I. 330. 599, J. G. von Hahn, Albanzer Studien, I. 158. 600, K. Freiherr von Leoprichting, Aus dem Lecrain, Munich, 1855, pages 92. 601, Orphica, Lithica, 335 sqq. This was perhaps the dragon stone which was supposed to confer extraordinary sharpness of vision on its owner. See Ptolemaios Hephaestionus, Nophist. V. Pages 150, in Photius, Bibliotheca, ed. I. Becker, pages 192 of A. Westermann's Mythography Greasy. 602, Pliny, nut. Hist. XXXVII. 124. 603, Orphica, Lithica, 320 sq. 604, J. G. von Hahn, Albanzer Studien, I. 158. On the magic of precious stones, see also Edout, Magie et Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, pages 82 sqq. 605, Adonis, Attis, Osiris, 2nd edition, pages 361 sqq. 369, sqq. 606, Edout, Magie et Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, pages 131, sq. 607, the Grihya Sutras, translated by H. Oldenburg, Part IPP. 43, 285 sq. Party pages 47 sq. 193 sqq. Sacred Books of the East, vols. XXIX and XXX. In the last passage the address to the star is fuller and more explicit. A part of it runs thus: he who knows the polar star, as the firm, immovable Brahman with its children, and with its grandchildren, with such a man children and grandchildren, will firmly dwell, servants and pupils, garments and woolen blankets, bronze and gold, wives and kings, food, safety, long life, glory, renown, splendor, strength, holy luster, and the enjoyment of food. May all these things firmly and immovably dwell with me. 608, Peaceabilit, Legends, Grances et Superstitions de la Mer, Paris, 1886, I. 136. 609, Peaceabilit, Obsit. I. 135. 610, M. J. van Barda, Fablen, Verellen en overleveringen Galerijzen, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volking van Nedrlandsch in D, XLV. 1895, pages 499. 611, Pliny, Nat. Hist. Ix. 42. 612, Ebony. 220. 613, Philostratus, Vit. Apollon. V. 2. 614, Peaceabilit, Legends, Grances et Superstitions de la Mer, I. 132. 615, Peaceabilit, Obsit. I. 129-132. M. E. James in Folklore, Ix. 1898, pages 189. 616, Dickens, David Copperfield, Chap. XXX. 617, W. Henderson, Folklore of the Northern Counties of England, London, 1879, pages 58. 618, Henry V. Act E. Scene 3. 619, Reverend C. Harrison, Religion and Family Among the Heddas, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXI. 1892, pages 17 SQ. 620, C. Martin, Über die Eingeborenen von Schulo, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, X. 1877, pages 179. 621, A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 465. 622, J. J. M. de Groot, The Religious System of China, I. 60-63. Among the hairpins provided for a woman's burial is almost always one, which is adorned with small silver figures of a stag, a tortoise, a peach, and a crane. These being emblems of longevity, it is supposed that the pin which is decorated with them will absorb some of their life-giving power and communicate it to the woman in whose hair it is ultimately to be fastened. C. de Groot, Obsit. I. 55-57. 623, J. J. M. de Groot, Obsit. E. 977. 624, J. J. M. de Groot, Obsit. E. 1043 SQ. 625, Mission Pavey, Indo-Kine, 1879-1895, Geography at Voyages, I. Paris, 1901, pages 35-37. The kind of optical illusion which this mock execution was intended to expiate is probably caused by a mist or exhalation rising from damp ground. 626, N. Adriani Nackruijt, Van Posso naar Parigi, Siggy en Lindo, Mededelingen van Wijsheid Nederlandsche, Zendelingen Chap, XLII. 1898, pages 524. 627, J. Mooney, Sacred Formulas of the Cherokees, 7th Annual, Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1891, pages 352. Ed. In, 19th Annual Report, etc., Part I. Washington, 1900, pages 295. 628, Relations des Jesuites, 1642, pages 86 SQ. Canadian reprint. 629, W. Ellis, History of Madagascar, I. 454 SQQ. Father Benel, Astrologie Malgache, Missions Catholiques, Xi. 1879, pages 432-434, 481-483. Compare J. B. Pilot, Madagascar at Les Hoves, Paris, 1895, pages 72 SQ. 630. The principles of contagious magic are lucidly stated and copiously illustrated by Mr. E. S. Hartland in the second volume of his Legend of Perseus, London, 1895. 631. Meantime I may refer the reader to the Golden Bough, 2nd edition, I. 367 SQQ. 632. R. Parkinson, Dreißigjährigen der Setze, Stuttgart, 1907, pages 118 SQ. 633. As to the diffusion of this custom in Australia, see above, pages 97. 634. See pages 97 SQQ. 635. F. Bonney, on some customs of the Aborigines of the river, Darling, New South Wales, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, G. 1884, pages 128. For the practice of some Victorian tribes see, above, pages 98. 636, A. W. Howitt, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, G. 1884, pages 456 SQ. Id. Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 561. 637, A. W. Howitt, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XVI. 1887, pages 55, XX. 1891, pages 81. Id. Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 561 SQ. 638, A. W. Howitt, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XX. 1891, pages 80 SQ. Id. Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 655 SQ. 639, Father Port, Les Reminiscences de Missionnaire du Basutoland, Missions Catholiques, XXVIII. 1896, pages 312. 640, Charlotte Latham, West Sussex Superstitions Lingering in 1868, Folklore Record, I. 1878, pages 44. 641, A. Wookie, Der Deutsche Volksüberglaube, squared pages 330, section 526. F. Panzer, Beitrag zur Deutschen Mythologie, E. 307. E. Cross, in Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XV. 1883, pages 79. J. von Bunn, Volkssagen aus Vorarlberg, pages 67. J. W. Wolf, Beitrag zur Deutschen Mythologie, I. pages 208, cubic millimeter 37, 39. G. Lammert, Volksmedizin, Unmedizinischer Oberglaube in Bern, pages 128. H. Brenn, Glaub, Unbrauchen der Mark Brandenburg, Zeitschrift des Vereins für Volkskunde, I. 1891, pages 193. H. Rath, Oberglaube in Bern, Ebed. V. 1898, pages 400. Arndrey, Braunschweiger Volkskunde, Brunswick, 1896, pages 213. Compare J. V. Groman, Aberglaben Ungebrecht aus, Bowman und Maren, pages 169, section 1197. 642, F. S. Kraus, Sedanbroch der Satzhaven, pages 546. 643, S. Weissenberg, Kinderfreud an Lied bei den Sedressischen, Juden, Globus, Luxxxi. 1903, pages 317. 644, W. White Gill, Jottings from the Pacific, pages 222 SQ. On the use of roof thatch in superstitious ceremonies, C.W. Calland, Altindisches Zauberritual, pages 82 n. Squared 182 SQ. In the present case, the virtue of the thatch clearly depends on its harboring rats. Some Dravidian tribes forbid a menstruous woman to touch the house thatch. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 269. 645, J. G. F. Riedel, Das Luik en Cruciere Rasentussen, Celebes in Papua, pages 176. 646, Riedel, Obsit. Pages 75. 647, CM Plate, Ethnographische Beschriftung der KE Landen, dit Schrift van het NEDERLANDSCH Ardrixkundige Chap, Tweed, Siri, X. 1893, pages 822. 648, F. Blumentritt, Sitten und Brauch der Eloquenen, Globus, XLVIII. Number 12, pages 200. 649, B. das Sahiken, Histoire Générale des Choses de la Nouvelle, Espagne, pages 316 SQ. 650, E. Meyer, Deutsch Sagen, Sitten und Gebrecht aus Schwaben, p. 510, section 415. 651, J. V. Groman, Aberglaben und Gebrecht aus Bowman und Maren, pages 111, section 822. 652. A. Pereira, Glimpses of Sinhalese Social Life, Indian, Antiquary, XXXII. 1903, pages 435. 653, J. V. Groman, Averglappen und Gebrauchsausbaumen und Maren, pages 55 at top, pages 111, section 825. Mr. A. P. Gowdy kindly translated the Czech words from me. 654, E. Cross, Averglaubischer und Sonstiger Oberglaube in Berlin, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XV. 1883, pages 84. 655, J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 39. 656, J. Mooney, Myths of the Cherokee, 19th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Washington, 1900, Part I. Pages 266. 657, G. F. Abbott, Macedonian Folklore, Cambridge, 1903, pages 20. 658, J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, Memoir, of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific, Expedition, Vol. I. Part IV. April 1900, pages 308. 659, J. V. Groman, Obst. Sit. Pages 111, section 823. A. Wuttke, Der Deutsche Volksüberglaube, squared pages 330, section 527. 660, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 593. 661, Rasmussen, Aditamenta ad Historiam Arabum Anti-Islamismum, p. 64. 662, Labbi Chimali, Nascence at Premier Age o Liban, Anthropos, v. 1910, pages 745. 663, M. Abigian, Der Armenische Volksglaube, Leipzig, 1899, pages 68. 664, R. Taylor, Tiaka A. Maui, or New Zealand and its Inhabitants Squared, London, 1870, pages 184. 665, Elston Best, quoted by W. H. Goldie, Maori Medical Lore, Transactions and Proceedings of the New Zealand Institute, XXXVII. 1904, pages 94 SQ. 666, George Bennett, Wanderings in New South Wales, Batavia, Padir, Coast, Singapore and China, London, 1834, I. 128, note. As to Whenua or Wenua in the sense of placenta and land, c. Churchier, Maori Polynesian Comparative Dictionary, Wellington, NZ, 1891, pages 620 SQ. 667, E. J. Eyre, Journals of Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, E. 323. 668, G. F. Moore, Descriptive Vocabulary of the Language in Common Use amongst the Aborigines of Western Australia, pages 9, published, along with the author's diary of 10 years' eventful life of an early settler in Western Australia, London, 1884, but paged separately. 669, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 467. 670, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 607. 671, Spencer and Gillen, Obst. Sit. Pages 608. The writers add that the child has no special connection with the tree in after years. We may suspect that such a connection did exist in former times. 672, W. E. Roth, North Queensland Ethnography, Bulletin No. 5, Brisbane, 1903, pages 18. As to the mode of determining where the soul of the child has dwelt since its last incarnation, see above, pages 99, SQ. 673, K. Vetter, in Nachrichten über Kaiser Wilhelmsland und den Bismarck Archipel, 1897, pages 92. M. Krieger, Neu Guinea, pages 165. 674, the Reverend Lorimer Fisson, in a letter to me dated May 29, 1901. 675, Dr. Hall, Mitteilungen über Sitten und rechtliche Verhältnis, auf Poneb, Ethnologisches Notizblatt, E. Berlin, 1901, pages 10. 676, R. Parkinson, Beiträge zur Ethnologie der Gilbertinsuliner, Internationales Archiv für Ethnography, E. 1889, pages 35. In these islands the children of well-to-do parents are always adopted by other people as soon as they are weaned. Seed. Pages 33. 677, M. J. van Barta, Fabeln, Verellen en overleveringen der Galerijzen, Beiträgen tot de Taalland en Volking van, Nederlandsch Indie, XLV. 1895, pages 461. 678, CM Plate, Ethnographisch Beschrijving der K-Landen, dit Schrift van het Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundig Genootschap, Tweed, Serie, X. 1893, pages 816 SQ. Compare JGF Riedel, Das Luig en, Cruciage Racentussen Sleeps in Papua, pages 236. 679, JGF Riedel, Opsit. Pages 354. 680, Riedel, Opsit. Pages 303. 681, Riedel, Opsit. Pages 208. 682, Riedel, Opsit. Pages 23, 135, 236, 328, 391, 417, 449, 468. 683, Riedel, Opsit. Pages 135. 684, Riedel, Opsit. Pages 391. 685, Van Schmidt, Aantekeningen nopens te zetten, Duunten en, Gebruiken, etc., der Bevolking van the Elanden Sapere, Herokau, Nocelot, etc., de Schrift voor Nederlands Indie, Batavia, 1843, DLE pages 523 to 526. The customs and beliefs on this subject in the adjoining island of Amboina seem to be identical. CJGF Riedel, Opsit. Pages 73 SQ. According to Riedel, if the potwithy, after birth does not sink in the water, it is a sign that the wife has been unfaithful. 686, Riedel, Opsit. Pages 326. 687, N. Adriani and Ackruijt, van Passo naar Parigi, Siggy en Lindo, Mededelingen van het Nederlandsche, Zendeling Genootschap, XLII. 1898, pages 434 SQ. In Parigi after a birth the kinspik is wrapped in a leaf and hung in a tree at some distance from the house. For the people think that if it were burned, the child would die, Ebed. Pages 434. 688, N. Adriani and Ackruijt, van Passo naar Mori, Mededelingen van het Nederland. Zendeling Genootschap, XLIV. 1900, pages 161 SQ. 689, Ackruijt, in het Ethnographisch Aantekeningen Trinta, Tobunco en de Tamori, Ebed. Pages 218. 690, Ib. Pages 236. 691, B.F. Mathis, Beiträgen tot the Ethnologie van Zwitserleebs, The Hague, 1875, pages 57 to 60. 692, G. Hamering, Zetten en Juunten op het Eiland Timor, de Schrift voor Nederlands Indie, 1845, pages 279 SQ. 693, J.H. Latiboer, in het Aantekeningen Trint die Gebruiken B. Zwangerschap en Gebert under de Savuniezen, Mededelingen van het Nederlandsche Zendeling Genootschap, XLVI. 1902, pages 47. 694, G. Hamering, Zetten en Juunten op het Eiland Roddy, de Schrift voor Nederlands Indie, 1843, DLE pages 637 SQ. 695, JGF Riedel, The Island of Flores, pages 7, reprinted from the Revue Coloniale Internationale. 696, Julius Jacobs, Enigen Tij de onder de Beliers, Batavia, 1883, pages 9. 697, cf. Winter, in Stellingen, Junten en Gebruiken der Javanen, T. Sorcarta, Tijdschrift voor Nederlands Indie, 1843, DLIPP. 695 SQ. P.J. Veth, Java, I. Haarlem, 1875, pages 639 SQ. C. Poonsen, iets over die kleding der Javanen, mededelingen vanwege, het Nederlandsche zendelingenootschap, XX. 1876, pages 281. 698, De Laurier, Bichtgeloofd gebruiken, die door de Javanen worden, in acht genomen bij de verzorging en afvoeding van haar kinderen, mededelingen vanwege het Nederlandsche zendelingenootschap, XLIX. 1905, pages 254 SQ. 699, P.J. Veth, Java, I. 231. 700, H. Ris, the onderafdeling Kleinmandeling Olo in Perhanten en, herbervolking Meditendering van the Olos, Bitrigen tot de tal, Land en volking van NEDERLANDSCH Indie, XLVI. 1896, pages 504. 701, A.L. Hating, Beschrijving der onderafdeling Grootmandeling, en Batang Nadel, dit schrift van het NEDERLANDSCH Aardrijkskundig, Genootschap, Tweede Serie, Ziv. 1897, pages 292. 702, J.C. van Eerd, een huwelijk bij de Minanka Bosch Meleers, dit schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLIV. 1901, p. 493. 703, A. van Hasselt, Volksbeschrijving van Midden Sumatra, Leiden, 1882, pages 267. 704, M. Joustra, Het Leven, de Zeden en Junten der Batax, mededelingen vanwege het Nederlandsche zendelingenootschap, XLVI. 1902, pages 407 SQ. The transferable soul is embedded in Malaise Manat. Mr. Jouster thinks that the placenta is, in the opinion of the Batas, the original seat of this soul. 705, J. H. Newman, Detendi in Verband met Sedajang, mededelingen vanwege het Nederlandsche zendelingenootschap, XLVIII. 1904, pages 102. 706, A. H. F. J. Nussaline, Beschrijving van het Landschapsheer, Bitrigen tot de Taalland en Volkenkunde van NEDERLANDSCH Indie, LVIII. 1905, pages 537 SQ. 707, E. Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, Iv. 370. 708, P. R. T. Gurdon, The Cassis, London, 1907, pages 124 SQ. 709, N. Annandale, Customs of the Malayo-Siamese, Fasciculi, Malayenses, Anthropology, Party. A. May 1904, pages 5. 710, J. J. M. de Groot, The Religious System of China, Iv. Leiden, 1901, pages 396 SQ. 711, H. von Siebold, Ethnologische Studien über die Aino, Berlin, 1881, pages 32. 712, P. H. Pollock, Ethnographie Nordostafrikas, Die Material, Kultur der Donaukiel, Gala und Sommel, Berlin, 1893, pages 192. 713, J. Roscoe, Further Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 33, 45, 46, 63, 76. Id. Karbuka, The War God of the Baganda, Man, Vi. 1907, pages 164 SQ. In the former of these two accounts, Mr. Roscoe speaks of the placenta, not the navel string, as a twin, Milongo. 714, Garcilaso de la Vega, Royal Commentaries of the Incas, BKE. Ch. 24, Vol. I. Pages 186, Markham's translation. 715, Beta Sahican, Histoire Générale des Choses de la Nouvelle, Espagne, pages 310. Compare pages 240, 439, 440, Girdnet and Simeon's, translation. 716, Relations des Jesuites, 1639, pages 44, Canadian reprint. 717, J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, pages 304, SQ. Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup, North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part IV. 718, Fr. Bough's in 11th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 5, separate reprint from the Report of the British Association for 1896. 719, J. Mooney, The Indian Naval Corps, Journal of American Folklore, XVII. 1904, pages 197. 720, Bavaria, Lenz and Volkskunde des Königreichs Iv. 2, pages 346. 721, E-Cross, Abergläubischer und sonstiger Aberglaube in Berlin und Nordstromsprung, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XV. 1883, pages 84. 722, F. Chapuisseau, Le Folklore de la Beauce du Perche, Paris, 1902, E. 16. 723, R. F. Kendall, Zauberglatt bei den Routinen in der Buchowina und Galizien, Globus, Alex I. 1892, pages 282. 724, A. Kuhn, Marcus Sagan und Marken, Berlin, 1843, pages 379, SQ. 725, J. C. Atkinson, In County Folklore, E. London, 1901, pages 68. 726, A. Wuttke, Der Deutsche Volksüberglaube, squared section 305, pages 203. H. Ploss, Das Kind, squared I. 12 SQQ. 727, J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4e. 728, Note 1. As to the East, Indian beliefs see above, pages 187 SQ. 728, M. Bartels, Isländischer Brauch und Volksglaubenbezug auf die Nordgemeinschaft, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXXII. 1900, pages 70, SQ. 729, Alias Lampridius, Antoninus Didyminus, 4. J. Grimm, Locke. Sit. H. Ploss, Das Kind, squared I, pages 13, 14. 730, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 135. 731, J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4e. 728 SQ. E. 266 SQ. M. Bartels, Ob Sit. Pages 70. Grimm speaks as if it were only the call, which became a philgia. I follow Dr. Bartels. 732. Meantime I may refer to the Golden Bough, 2nd edition, E. 350 SQQ. 4 other superstitions concerning the afterbirth and navel string ch. Ploss, Das Kind, squared I. 15 SQQ. E. 198 SQ. The connection of these parts of the body with the idea of the external soul has already been indicated by Mr. E. Crawley, The Mystic Rose, London, 1902, pages 119. 733, Pliny, Nut. Hist. XXVIII. 36. 734, R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, Oxford, 1891, pages 310. 735, Fr. Boas, The Social Organization and the Secret Societies of the Quechuatl Indians, Report of the U.S. National Museum for 1895, pages 440. 736, Fr. Boas, in 6th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada, pages 25, separate reprint from the Report of the British Association for 1890. 737, A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 667. 738, Francis Bacon, Natural History, Send. X. Section 998. Compare J. Brand Popular Antiquities, E. 305, quoting Renfels. In Dryden's Play the Tempest, Act V. Scene 1, Ariel directs Prospero to anoint the sword which wounded Hippolito and to wrap it up close from the air. See Dryden's Works, ed. Scott, Volier. Pages 191, first edition. 739, W. W. Groom, Suffolk Leechcraft, Folklore, Vi.